Helicopter, helicopter.
Morning.
Morning, mate.
What's going on this morning? Anybody still here? Anybody awake? Wake up.
Yo, what's going on?
So both of you, thank you so much for joining us and doing this as well on the podcast. And I think what I really love about this conversation is that I think we're in a time where I think we need a lot more interactions like this, where people with opposing views are willing to come together and debate and things like that. And I think it is a very interesting time where we can do this. But I was thinking maybe just a good way to start this would be maybe just for yourselves, just to introduce yourself to the audience as well, a bit about your background and sort of things like that. Do you want to go first, Dave? Yeah,
I'll go first. Well, I'm Dave. I've been a researcher into topics of the truth for about 15 years now. Looked into various aspects of the truth, starting with 9/11 and going on to various different topics from there. So I got into the flat Earth in the summer of 2014. Just come across a strange video talking about weird experiments, and it also told me about the curvature calculation, and I was a bit surprised at what that calculation was, so I went out and tested it and found that I could see way more than I was supposed to be able to see, and that's what started me off.
Yeah, well, over to you, Pierre.
Yeah, so I'm a postdoc at the University of Sussex. I'm very happy I'm here. This is, I must say, this sort of podcast is probably not something that I would watch myself as a scientist and as a person, but of course this means that this is very different public, from the one that I'm interacting to, and of course that makes it way more interesting. So I'm actually very honored to be here, and I think as you said, we need to have more of these interactions. So for me, I am a researcher at the University of Sussex. I've been here for a few months now, since May, and I study particle physics, which is the sort of the fundamental constituent of nature, the one which we can't go any smaller by by observation, essentially. So we have, there is a theory which is essentially self-contained, which is sort of what I do in my daily work, try to see and to understand this theory. And this theory is called the standard model of particle. And so we are trying to essentially measure the free parameters of the standard model with experiments like the Large Hadron Collider, or some experiments I'm working on actually, which is on neutrinos. This is what I am.
Cool. So maybe Dave, I was looking over to you, and I was just going to ask you maybe what some of the sort of the leading points in your mind why you think obviously Earth is flat.
Okay, leading points. Well, the first most obvious is a complete lack of curvature. No matter how much we try and find the pesky curvature, we can't find it. As I said, I mentioned the curvature calculation, which on a 25,000 mile circumference should be 8 inches per mile squared. That's the amount of drop that you should experience. So armed with that calculation, you can go out and if you have a landmark a known distance away, preferably over the sea, because obviously there's nothing in the way, you can do sighting experiments to see how much you're supposed to be able to see, and I guarantee you'll see much more than you're supposed to be able to see. So between that and the gyroscope, that's my pet one. The gyroscope has a property called rigidity in space. That means once it's set spinning, it will stay in its orientation no matter what you do with it, regardless of gravity, regardless of where it is on Earth. It will stay in its original orientation, according to space. So you get aircraft have a gyroscope. They always have a mechanical backup gyroscope in their artificial horizon. So how it works, very, very simply, is before the plane takes off, they're on a level surface. They spin it up so it gives you the true reference to the ground. So once that reference to the ground is set, then they always know where the horizon is, even through thick cloud. It's not because, as the plane sort of does its manoeuvres, the gyroscope will stay in its original orientation. Fundamental principle of gyroscopics. So if a plane is doing, let's say, 4,000 mile trip, I think that's something like 90 degrees. Maybe it might be, I can't remember, but it's probably about 90 degrees, or 60 degrees, I think it is, of arc that it will make over the round Earth. So the artificial horizon should start to roll backwards during straight and level flight, but it doesn't. It tells you that a plane is flying over a plane. Now, people have said that gyroscopes have these things called pendulous vanes, which correct for the curvature. But when you actually look into what these pendulous vanes are there for, it's to stop the other property of a gyroscope, which is called precession. And precession can be induced mechanically by sort of, if it's a vacuum system, by uneven air or particles of dirt in the air, or it can be induced if you do too many manoeuvres. You get to a point where the gyroscope starts tumbling. So they invented these pendulous vanes to stop it tumbling. It doesn't correct for curvature. So that's it. It's those two. I think I've got to add as well, while I'm on that subject of planes, is that planes, its attitude, an attitude of a plane, and straight and level flight, is determined by the air flowing over the wings. Nothing to do with gravity, nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. If the air is flowing in the right way over the wings, the plane will fly straight and level. If you let go of the yoke of the controls, the plane's supposed to fly straight and level, but sometimes it doesn't. So they have a thing called a trim wheel. So they trim the the control surfaces, so that the plane will fly straight. Okay, so if a plane is flying straight and level over a curved surface, it will start to gain altitude, and the pilot would have to nose that plane down to keep it straight and level. But no pilot ever has to make make changes They never have to nose down, yeah? And the plane will not automatically follow the curve of the Earth. It will fly straight and level according to the air flowing over it. That's it.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So just over to you, Pierre, as well. In relation to sort of what, in relation to the same question I said to Dave, but over to you in terms of what's the key points in your mind why the Earth is, why you believe in the Earth is round. Sorry.
Well, I mean, it's not that I believe in. It's really because it is. I mean, it's not because I don't want to say that in a sense of, sounding a little bit pedantic. But it's because there is many observations from many different people that are saying the Earth is round, right? So I have here, I've listed actually the top spatial agencies around the world which have taken picture of the Earth. So there is the Chinese National Space Agency, the ESA, the European Space Agency. So if you look on, newspapers on internet, you will find some pictures by national newspapers that have a picture of the round Earth, and that's coming from different sources, and I think this is just a good enough example, right? So a good enough evidence. So yeah, there's the Indian Space Research Organization, the Japanese space, the JAXA, NASA, the Russian equivalent Roscosmos. So I think this in itself is probably a good proof, right? I mean, I don't really. There's. Yeah, it's a bit. So for the fact that it's because I mean observation essentially, and the self consistency of all that we know is probably what is the best answer. So we don't observe any object. If you look through a telescope, there's nothing which looks flat in the universe, and that is. That would be very weird that once in a billion thing that, well, maybe not billion, but like in a million thing, then we have to have something that says the Earth is different from everything else because it's flat, and that would be we would have to explain what if the Earth was flat, then there would have to be a theory why every single object that we observe in the cosmos is round. I think this is already quite a very powerful statistical way of doing it, right? We have many different. If you look through a telescope, you will never see something flat on the in the sky, which is already as far as science is concerned, this is very powerful, right? To have to say, so that means we would be in a very different place, right? We would be in a place where it's very it would be very particular.
I was just going to say before jump in.
I'm sure you have some points on that later. Did you?
I mean, I was just going to dive straight in now, and I was actually going to, because I just want to give you a bit of time to sort of introduce yourselves to the topic yourselves, what you think about it. But I would love to now just basically just open it up and just sort of get straight in the deep of it and allow yourselves to maybe, if you have any questions for Dave, if you have any questions for Pierre.
Could I ask you, Dave? Dave, what would you make of what Pierre says there about the various different space organisations that have taken photos of the Earth and it is actually shown a sphere?
Right, well, the first and most obvious question is, why does every single photograph of the Earth look different? If you put them all together and look at them, every single one looks different. The answer to that is with a guy called Rob Simon, who actually works for NASA. Okay, and his job, as he describes it, and you can find this on YouTube, is creating images from data. Yeah. So he gets a load of data, and he creates a picture of Earth from this data, and you'll see that he says, I have to, I take the clouds out, and I have to put a layer over it to simulate the atmosphere. I have to put something called a specular highlight, where it's where the sun would reflect on the sea. I have to, give it depth. I have to make, and he says how he artistically creates this image. It's called the blue marble, yeah. And he says, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I'm not an astronaut. I've never seen it, right? But this is what I think it looks like, yeah. Now I can tell you that in every single one of these space agencies, there's a Rob Simon creating these images from Photoshop. And I think the famous line he says, it is Photoshop. It has to be. Yeah. So I'm sorry, every single one of these so-called images from space, right, are not photographs. They're composites. They're made up CGI, and doesn't matter what space agency that who's producing them, they're all getting in on the bandwagon of taking public money for and giving lies for it.
Yeah. So I mean, if we look at what we have in front of us, and we would take different cameras, take this one, take your phone, take somebody else's phone, take a big DCR, Nikon Super Smart, cool one, then we would get a different image. I think this is really clear, right? So that means technology and what exactly we're recording on the tape is going to make the image different. And I think this is
different.
Really
how
clear.
Different how,
as in the number of pixels, the internal resolution, the whatever objective you put on
colors.
What do you mean?
The colors be resolved differently.
Yeah, the colors be resolved differently.
Size
because
of continents
the
change.
Huh?
Size of continents change.
Well, it's different space. Well,
different space, different.
In different. You could take it in around different place, and then right. This is my hand, right? If I look at it in this way, then it will look different, and I'll take a different picture.
I didn't say different in orientation. I said different size. There's.
But it looks different in the size, right? Like if I have it very close, and if I have it very far.
Yeah, but in relation to the Earth, the size of the Earth, yeah. We've got multiple pictures of the United States, for instance, where they're different sizes on the Earth. Yeah, we've got things like pictures of Australia, yeah, from daytime and nighttime with exactly the same cloud formations above it. Like clouds do not move apparently. I particularly have a picture, Galileo, which is taking the 25 shots over 25 hours, showing the rotation of the Earth. Right. Well, there's some very particular cloud formations on it, yeah, that don't move over 25 hours, yeah. But I've also found a picture taken supposedly of Antarctica from space with exactly the same cloud formations, yeah. Which they're using a cloud map. So I'm sorry, what?
So if I had to do this, right? If I had to make clouds, then I would use a random number generation, and there would be no possibility of having the exact same clouds. What I think is happening is, it looks quite similar, but to be honest, I also have the impression, as you said, those images can be photoshopped, then I think you might be looking at Photoshop pictures as well.
Sure, but go to NASA, download their big blue marble image, and then you'll find on that image what they call clone stamped clouds. Yeah. So in Photoshop you have a tool called the clone stamper. Yeah, where you sample a part of the picture and you can stamp it in various places. Yeah. So you'll find that most of that image is made up of clone stamped clouds. You can get it, download it yourself and find it. Nature doesn't create sort of multiple versions of the same cloud.
Yeah. So,
sorry, I was just going. No, you go ahead, right, Ed.
I just also the other thing about the blue marble. So I don't know what is blue marble. but there is also a whole part of science which is very important, for me and for the weather forecast and all of this, is predictions and model building, right? So I'm not sure what is exactly Blue Marble, Matt, but I have this impression that you're talking about some people trying to replicate, the behavior of the Earth, the behavior of like how clouds are moving, and how, sort of like the system of the Earth, right? And that is, at the end, that gives us something which is probably really close to what we know as the system of the Earth round us and something like that. But this is just a model simulation, and the reason why we do that is we want to like try to infer what is going to happen, for weather, what is going to happen for climate change and things like that. So this is, there's, science is about trying to understand what we see, right? So there's the whole part which is observation, and we have to observe what we see and taking data. But there's another part which is we have to predict which model can actually fit this data, can make it look like what we are seeing, right? And this is what the whole area of model building, and I'm not surprised that there is somebody like that in NASA whose job is actually to like make the Earth, create a simulation of the Earth, right? Because this is what is being used. We want to have that, right? We want to have this sort of things and have a complete understanding, because if we can simulate it and then observe the exact same, and take a picture and take the exact same picture as what we've simulated, then that means we have a complete understanding of the system.
We're not talking about a simulation, okay? In 1972, the only image that's supposedly a photograph of the Earth, was taken by, I think it's Apollo 17, right? It's the only one that is ever acknowledged to be an actual photograph. Now there's footage from Apollo 11 showing how they faked, seeing the Earth as a ball in space by turning off all the lights in the cabin, having the porthole in the spacecraft, be the circle of the Earth, the Earth filling up the whole porthole, and then putting a piece of card in to represent the Terminator, That was them faking a photograph of the Earth from space, okay? So the 1972 image is suspect, okay? So NASA basically says that every other image, including the Blue Marble, which is just a photograph, it's not simulation, it was just there to create a photograph, supposedly, every other image that NASA puts out is CGI,
But it's not only about NASA, right?
Well,
there's Chinese,
all the
European,
others
Indian,
too,
Japanese.
all of the others too, they're all getting in on the act.
Why would there be this sort of conspiracy? What would these people gain to do this sort of things?
On a really base level, okay, NASA gets something like 58 billion. Was it 58 billion a day, or something? Oh no, 52 million a day. $52 million a day. Okay, that's enough of a reason to do these things just on its own. There are other reasons for it, but that's that's the one that most people can actually understand. If they're all getting $52 million a day, right? Wouldn't you fake it if you can convince people to give you $52 million a day, and all you have to do is give them photographs? Yeah.
Is that?
Well, I mean, because this is getting a little bit into politics, so I just want to take a step back because right, this what would it prove for me to convince you of the inverse, right? Because if you told me, right, we have, and I'm going to look those up, right, the gyroscopic effect, etc. Although I doubt that this is going to, okay, I can explain this later. But if you were to come here and have sort of explanation why, for example, we don't observe anything which is flat. Why is the sun shining? Where does it get its energy from? These sort of things. Then I would be ready to be like, okay, maybe the Earth is flat, right? But the thing is, and that is because what I believe is science is falsifiable, right? So this is from this is maybe a bit pedantic, but this is from Karl Popper, all right, which is a philosopher, and he wrote that in The Logic of Scientific Discovery in 1959, and so it's like science has to be falsifiable. So sometimes we get it wrong, and then somebody comes up with a great idea, and then the whole paradigm, the whole way of thinking of science just changes, right? But that NASA fake photos doesn't really change the way science is. Nature doesn't really care about NASA, right? It's not like all this is like, this is all upstream political. All of this doesn't really change the science of it.
NASA's not there to change science, though. It's there to change the minds of people. That's it. It's not there to change science. Well, sorry to interrupt.
This is kind of what I want to say, really, because you're saying the lack of curvature, right? Okay, let's say you cannot see. You're talking about this, Well, I'm assuming is like you put something which is of known height, and then you go somewhere far, and then you try to see whether you can see this one with spectacles or something. Is that?
It's not so much a known height, but see the bottom of it, for instance.
See the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, at which height do you do your observations? At, how is the sun reflecting? All this sort of thing matter, and you just have to have it, like you have to go, this is not about, you're not trying to measure the actual radius of curvature, right? You're trying to measure whether the Earth is round or not. It's a different problem, right? So if at any point you go further enough and then you don't see the stick anymore, then the Earth is round. Is that?
Well, absolutely not, because you can do an experiment yourself. Get a camera, place it on the ground, and on a flat surface like a basketball court or something, walk away from that camera, and you'll find that your legs disappear, and up to your knees will disappear.
No, but I mean,
that's just, no. This is how perspective works on a flat surface. Yeah.
Right.
We're told this is the 500-year-old proof of the flat Earth.
So on a football ground, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, all right. Okay. If this is different. Okay, misconception then. The curvature of a circle or a sphere, when you take a big radius, tends to be flat, right? That's what it is. Right, but it's not flat. So it's kind of like measuring the curvature of a marble and measuring the curvature of a big, helium balloon or something. Then you will find it like much smaller, right?
Like an ant on a beach ball or something.
Exactly. So at this distance, especially of a football ground, or that is just not relevant. You can't measure, because the
but that's
the
not
displacement would be like much
that's
smaller.
Not what I'm saying about that walk. No, I'm saying that this idea that as something goes away from you, it will go over a curve, because you lose the bottom of it, no, on a flat surface, you can actually repeatably demonstrate how just walking away on a flat surface, it appears as though somebody is disappearing below a curve, but they're not. Obviously, they're on a flat surface. I've done a couple of videos that show that effect.
So I mean, right. Let's.
What right?
We're next to Brighton, so I guess I have to say that. If we all go to the I360. And then climb on top of the, take the big ride and go on top of it. Why can't we see the Eiffel Tower?
because we can only see a certain distance. We've got atmospheric effects that mean you can't see. If you live in California.
No, but okay,
let me just give you an example. If you live in California, you get the weather report in the morning. You get as along with the weather report visibility 10 miles. Yeah. It's not because of curvature or anything, it's because the atmospherics limit the distance you can actually see.
Yeah, but you could design some experiment where you have a laser and you shine it from the Eiffel Tower, and you could have telecommunication like this. Boom, you don't need to have satellites.
Well, you don't need to have satellites because, again, we have line of sight communications which, again, should be hidden by the curvature. Yeah, there was an experiment.
Yeah, so satellites do exist, right?
No. We have line of sight experiments with. There was an experiment in. There's a horrible video, a horrible documentary, but they used. I think it's called the Convex Earth, and they got scientists from South America. They did an experiment where they were sending a Wi-Fi signal. Over a distance, I think it's 50 miles, where it should have been hidden. Now this Wi-Fi signal is line of sight, yeah? If it's blocked by anything, you won't get won't get the signal.
Where did the Wi-Fi signal go?
Sorry, they were beaming a Wi-Fi signal from one station to another. There's a frog down there. Beaming a Wi-Fi signal from one station to another one 50 miles away, right? The curvature should have blocked that signal. It's Wi-Fi, line of sight, yeah?
Well, it depends on which height did this...
Radio, it's it's line of sight. It can't go through the earth. Yeah?
No, but it depends on which height you
they were doing
broadcast,
right? The height is taken into account. You can go online and get the earth curvature calculation. One of the parameters you have to put in is your eye height, yeah? So it's taken into account. Okay, I've got pictures of the White Cliffs of Dover from Calais or Boulogne. I can't remember. Boulogne, I think it is. Yeah, it's 31 miles away from the White Cliffs of Dover. Yeah, the eye height is 30 feet. Yeah, that's where the picture was taken. And with the Earth calculator,
the cliffs are way higher than that.
I know. But with when you
see the base of the cliffs?
When you plug those figures in, yeah, it should be. 353 feet should be hidden, yeah? The cliffs are 350 feet, yeah? And yet, from that picture, you can see the base of the cliffs. You can see all of the cliffs, yeah? What I'm saying, I'm not making stuff up here. Any of us can go out and do our own experiments, yeah, plug in the figures into the calculation and see, no, I'm not supposed to be able to see that, but I can see it. There it is.
I think this is a different problem, right? There is one question is whether the Earth is round or not. The other is what is its actual radius. All right, I think I can and trying to measure the having like some actual numbers and figures that you put in those calculations, right, is actually quite complicated. It's not because the radius is so big, then you need to have like very precise instrument to do this sort of measurement.
Not really. I've got AutoCAD.
Well, what is the error on your measurement?
Got AutoCAD, yeah? I can draw up the Earth, the right size of the Earth in AutoCAD, and with AutoCAD you can measure.
Yeah, but do you know how, for example, if you take a picture, what is, say you take 1 meter stand like what we have in front, and then you want to take a picture of Calais, do you know how much what is the exact altitude? Are you standing on some, something?
As I said, it's, you plug in various, parameters into the Earth curve calculation.
No, but I'm not saying you're making the calculation wrong. I'm saying the error estimation is wrong.
Well, there's no error in it. That's the problem. It's a calculation.
That's not scientific then.
It's we know how to calculate a circle. Yeah.
No, I know how to calculate. Yeah. There's no problem. There's no problem, right? The problem is, like, if you take a stand and take a picture, right? What is the actual height at which you're taking that picture? That is very important when you're trying to make this.
And I'm trying to say, included in the calculation, right? I said 8 inches per mile squared, yeah. That's the base calculation. But you can go online, and this Earth curve calculator, right? One of the parameters is what's your eye height, what's the height of the target, yeah. What's the distance of the target, yeah. And you plug that in, it tells you what should be obscured even from your eye height, yeah. And you know, again, you can take that into consideration.
But what is the error on your eye height? Like, what is your error? Like, what is it? Plus or minus 10 centimeter? Is it plus or minus 2 meter? Is it plus or minus? Where are you standing when you do this sort of calculation?
Okay, when you do the calculations, you go to sea level, because as I said, most of
sea level. But you know, you have tides. Where do you actually stand on the beach?
Sea is level, no matter where it is. Yeah, the sea. That's why it's called sea level. Yeah, water finds its own level.
Right, but like.
So if you go down to the beach, yeah, and you measure up from sea level, no matter what the tide is, yeah, because the water's going to be level.
The tide is the same opposite.
Right, it's going to be right. So you know the height above sea level, right? So then you can do.
So I would say there is at least 2 or 3 meter in errors in the sea level.
Okay, let's assume you're right. Let's assume you're right. 2 or 3 meters.
Yeah, but your eyes. What is your eye height? Right, the eyes is that. Sorry, I missed what your eye height. Yeah. Right, is 1.5 meter or 180 centimeter or something. Okay. Right, so the error is already bigger than what.
No.
Is that not true?
No, like, because as I said, you plug in the actual eye height. You measure your eye height above sea level. Yeah. That's one of the things you do to get the right value. Okay, you include the eye height. Okay, it calculates what that curvature.
So your eye height is in between 0 and 3.5 meter. It's because you have waves and you can't measure exactly where you're standing on the beach. Exactly, like where is the actual sea level?
The actual sea level is where the water is. Water finds its own level. Are you saying that
no,
I can't measure? I can't measure it.
I'm just saying that, you know, if you go, where do you stand on the beach? You know, where, like it's like all I'm trying to say is that there's like
here's the sand, here's the water. You measure from where.
All I'm trying to say is like for this sort of measurements, right, which are actually required to be quite precise. Okay. You need to have proper error estimation, the error that you're making on every single thing that you want to measure, right, that you're trying to measure, and that is how you're going to make it. And if you do that, well, I can guarantee you that you're going to find that you can see the over whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah. So you will find that is inconclusive, essentially.
Yeah, no, that's what you're saying, yeah. But,
yeah, I mean,
but as I said, we can go out. You can go out, and you know, unless you want to do the scientific thing and fudge the figures, yeah, add in a constant, yeah, which you know, scientists want to do.
Oh,
yeah?
I mean,
add in a constant. Let's add in an error constant, and we can see
the error constant is inherent into science, right? We can't do science if there's no error calculation. That's just.
I'm sorry.
We have to have that.
If we have a circle, right? We have a point above the circle. You know, we have known distances.
I'm not saying that
there's no error.
I'm not saying that AutoCAD is wrong when it's calculating the circle, the radius of the circle. I'm saying when you take your measuring tape, that might be a little bit wrong.
Again, water finds its own level. So where the water is at my feet is the same place the water will be. You know, that's why you get like you can test this with a clear tube. Fill it with water. Yeah, you sort of mark where it is. You know, in one place. Take the tube half a mile away. Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same place. Right? Water always finds its own level. Right? So you know, if I'm measuring from the water here, it's going to be the same wherever. Yeah.
Is there any other maybe
Hello, everyone. Mic check. Hey, Segun. Can you hear me?
I can
Us, the live stream? What was that? Who was that?
I said I can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Are you Segun?
You're welcome. Yes, I am Segun.
Yeah, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth
Thank you very
server.
much.
Yeah. So, I would like to go with you with through 3 questions. This is not a IQ test.
What's good, everyone?
If you
Alright.
just don't know the answer to one of the questions, just say, I don't know. It's not a problem, you know.
I'm listening.
Nobody will be laughing or anything, make any judgments. That's not the purpose of these questions. You got it?
Yes, I have got it.
Okay, good. So the first question is, do you know in mankind's history who proved that the Earth is a globe, curved sphere, and by which method?
I believe the first person to say the Earth was a globe was Aristotle back in ancient Greece, because he observed the stars moving when he traveled the Earth or something like that, and also the sinking ship on the horizon.
So it was indeed in ancient Greece, but it wasn't Aristotle, and it wasn't by observing a sinking ship in the horizon. It wasn't this method that was used.
I know there was a third, but I forgot what it was.
So you don't know.
Sinking ship came after the first two. I forgot what the
I mean,
third one.
just out of your head. No, you don't need to search on Google. I'm interested if you know out of your mind to quickly answer this question. You know, obviously you didn't give me the answer, so you don't know, and we can move on. Okay?
All right.
The second question. Do you know which man in mankind's history proved that the world, the Earth, is spinning, and by which method?
No, I do not know that.
No problem. So the third question is more related to physics. The physics of the air that we breathe. Do you know of any phenomena or experiment where you can have gas pressure, without a container? Empirically.
No, I do not know any experience with that. I haven't been reading up on that stuff.
Or gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, so you can demonstrate that the vacuum of space actually it is a medium and it exists.
I just haven't read up on any of this stuff. I'm more interested in the field of astrophysics.
So you don't know the physics of air. You are into astrophysics.
Yes.
Okay. Is astrophysics a science?
It depends on who you're asking, really. Some people will say it is, some people will say it isn't.
Yeah. What about palm reading?
What was that? Palm reading?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on what that is, please?
If you ever went to a circus there are those gypsy ladies, and they have a crystal ball, and they look at your palm,
yes, I know
and they
that.
tell your future. Yeah.
That is a pseudoscience. in my opinion.
So that's not science, huh?
No, that is pseudoscience.
I see. Yeah. Well, no problem. In regards to the three questions, you didn't know to give me the right answers. So, for you, the problem that you live on a spinning globe is actually a belief for you. You do not have uh, actually empirical knowledge about it. And that's all we established. Do you concede?
I have my own reasons for believing that the Earth is globe. I just flat Earth just doesn't seem plausible to me. That is why.
Well, yes, indeed. You just said now that you have reasons to believe that the Earth is a globe, yeah, that you live on a globe. But it is a belief for you. For you, it is not actually empirical science. You cannot demonstrate it. You just believe it without evidence.
I do have.
Because to believe, it's not called
have my own
belief
evidence that it's
when you have empirical facts, measurements, or observations. Then that is not a belief anymore. That is actually knowledge.
I do have some evidence for believing in a globe Earth.
Okay, yeah, if you have any evidence, I will be interested. What's your best proof?
So, this is going to be a little bit of storytelling, kind of. So, I guess you could say in a place called Port Phillip Bay, which is in southern Australia, where I live.
Yeah.
I'm upside down. There's an area called Coffin's Lookout, and it sort of looks over the bay, and point is you can see the horizon, and you can kind of see at the edge of the bay there's a bit of land coming out, and you can kind of see it going over the horizon. That was my evidence.
The land. You mean the land? It looks like it's kind of going over the horizon.
Looks like it's going over the horizon. That is my evidence for believing in the globe Earth.
In this example, I'm guessing you are talking about a long distance observation.
That is correct.
Correct? Yeah. So, do you have any idea how far that bay is?
The bay is... I've forgotten how large exactly it is. It's actually not...
Like when you look at that land over the water, like how far it is, approximately. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles.
But I'm just getting out a map so I can actually see the distance. It's not across the entire bay.
I see. Well, on Google, you can.
Why is there no scale here? This is stupid.
You can verify approximate distance, like
according to the
choose
scale,
your location where you made your observation, and you can draw a line.
About probably 3 to 5 kilometers.
3 to 5 kilometers. That is not much, but it is enough for experiencing these phenomena of refraction, atmospheric refraction, and yeah, in days with high humidity and various air temperatures, yeah, you can have all sorts of refraction. And there's 5 types of refraction.
So
One of them,
you saying
one of
the lights reflecting off the water is causing distortions or something?
no,
Or the
no,
air
no,
itself?
no. I'm not saying that. I'm
Just
saying
clarifying.
there are 5 types of refraction, and one of them is looming. Are you
Yes, I'm
custom
following.
with this kind of refraction?
No, I do not read. Like I said,
Yeah.
I mainly only read up on astrophysics.
Then towering.
I would not know any of the types of refractions.
Yeah, that's a shame, because that kind of refraction looming, it kind of explain it. Actually, it should be exactly what you were observing, making the land looking like it's above the horizon.
Mhm.
Yeah, it makes this looming. It's a fake horizon. It superimposes part of the sky beneath the true horizon line. The horizon line is the apparent location where the sky joins with the sea or the land. But
Yeah.
yeah, the true horizon will be much higher, and you will see sky um, like reflected from the water, and you don't see that part of the sea. But if a ship, for example, will be sailing in that location distance, it will look like the ship is flying through the air, because that's where the true horizon is, where actually the ship is. But beneath it, you will see sky, a band of sky. I can post you a picture in the live stream voice text if you want to see what I'm talking about.
I'm looking.
Yeah, okay. Uh, just a short
I'm
moment
in the
while
Discord
looking for
server.
the
Hold on.
picture. I have so many in my gallery. Okay.
What are you looking for, Gippy?
The picture with the flying ship with refracted ship. It's looming. Yeah, I found it. There it is. I posted it.
I do know about that phenomenon.
So you know about this phenomenon.
Yes, it's just an optical illusion.
It's not
The
an optical
refraction is-
illusion. Yeah, you can
the
actually you
refraction
could
is-
call it that, but it
refraction
is refraction.
causing the ship to appear
Yes.
higher than it actually is in reality.
it doesn't make the ship appear higher than it is in reality. The ship is actually in the real position, but beneath that ship there should be water. And if you zoom in that picture, you will see that at the bottom of the ship, you could see a very faint line, like that's where the water level or true horizon is. But the refraction makes that band from the water which you can see with your eyes, yeah, the fake horizon which is way below the ship, all the way to the ship, it makes a band where it reflects the sky.
All right.
It superimposes it. Yeah.
What did you call this type of refraction again?
Looming.
Looming. How do you spell it?
Yeah. Looming.
Right, so it's literally just looming.
Yeah.
Scientists like to spell things weirdly.
I'm not English native, so yeah.
Can I make a suggestion, Get? Since he's
Yes,
not,
Truth.
okay. Good morning, by the way. Since
Good
he's not
morning.
really, like, he admitted that he didn't really know anything about refraction, and he hasn't really invoked any refraction either. Not that I've heard anyway, unless I missed it.
Yeah.
But so I don't know, maybe he did say he was into astrophysics, like that's what he was studying or something. So maybe sticking with like the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure, and maybe going
Yes.
in that direction would, I don't know. It just sounds to me like it would be more useful with this one, since I never heard him, because I don't think he really understands refraction, and I never heard him invoke it. So he might get lost on it, is all I'm saying. It's just a suggestion. So.
Yeah, no problem, Truth. I take that into account. I also do have questions for you, Sagan, if you don't mind.
I am listening.
How do you measure the distance to Venus?
No, I do not know that. I don't actually study astrophysics as a job or anything. I'm still only in high school.
As a hobby. Yeah.
Yes. Probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, that's good, because that means you don't really have too much of a personal investment in it quite yet. So
I'm probably not even going to do it for a career at all. I'm looking at going into computer science.
Yeah. Computer science is not that very well paid as if you were becoming a famous astrophysicist. But once you become a famous astrophysicist, that means that you know to tell stories and make them sound true. It doesn't mean that they actually are true.
I don't know, maybe I one day will become an astrophysicist and then come and tell you guys that you're all right.
Yeah. You know, Flat Earth community, our family, yeah, we have many experiments and many tests, measurements over large bodies of water. And we use the latest cutting edge technologies and measuring instruments of mankind, of modern mankind. And we cannot find this general overall curvature of this supposed ball that we live on. It doesn't matter we are living on a geoid, on a spheroid, on an oblate egg, or on a oblate apple, or oblate pear shape. It doesn't matter. All of these will have curvature somewhere. And actually, in vast majority of the places on their surface is curved one way or another. You know, and we can't find that kind of curvature. And when we actually investigate water, for example, water is always level, its surface. When it's at rest, it will be perfect flat level. When you have wind blowing and stuff, yeah, you will have waves on its surface, and those waves, when you observe them and compare them, you can tell how hard the wind is blowing in one position in comparison to some distance away from that position. So,
I have a question.
Sure. Go ahead, ask.
Have you like seen the Discord's video where they sent Wampus into space or something, was it? Like, what's your opinion on that?
I don't know what video you saw. You mean a man who built himself a rocket?
No, they strapped a camera to a balloon and sent it up.
Oh, I see. High altitude balloons.
Yes, hold on.
So, what did you see in this video?
Search on YouTube. We sent Wampus into space. I'll put it in the voice chat.
We sent one person to space. Yeah, you can post the link.
Wampus.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I can check it.
And just a fair warning, there is a certain comment that might be targeting you guys in there, because they did put, oh yeah, that's it. That is the video. They put a text that said "Checkmate, Flat Earth" is in there, which I don't really know what to think of that comment.
Oh, you mean that picture with the little puppet?
Discord did that. They just strapped it to a balloon and sent it into space.
It's funny how they also use the fish aliens that kind of goes back and forth, and they caught it during the concave part and not the convex part. So
yeah, but why is the Earth convex there?
Honestly, I have no idea, but I was thinking, if Discord can do this, what's stopping you guys from doing it?
Well, I tell you how they do it. I tell you how they do it. When you use, if you put your phone, you have a smartphone, right?
Yes.
If you put your smartphone on a high altitude balloon and make it record, and when you get it back and you watch that video, in that video, you will always see a flat horizon, perfectly straight, horizontal. But when you use a special camera with a wide angle lens, which is called fisheye lens,
I know how that works.
Those lenses distort the image. They curve everything. Yeah. And that's how also NASA does it when they show curvature. Yeah.
Okay. I think the real problem with with like sending a camera up there is that in a globe Earth, we have to remove the globe Earth is absolutely huge. You'd have to go up a very, very long distance to see any curvature.
Well,
Do you,
let
can I
me
give
tell
my
you.
opinion about this
Yes,
right
Ruth,
quick?
go ahead.
Because okay, so this is I'm just now hearing about this. Is this a video that so I'm gathering that this is a video that Discord, the owners of Discord made, right? In regards
Yes,
to,
Yeah.
and they're saying they sent
whatever
monkeys
company
to
owns
space.
Discord.
Right, because okay, so this image that I'm seeing in this meme here that was grabbed, this GIF that was grabbed from the video, I'm assuming it was grabbed from the video, is like this is one of the instances in their like in NASA's so-called like in the Red Bull jump and like different things when they show the fisheye lens and it goes from concave to convex and then back to concave. This is one of the evidences that we use showing that it is fisheye lens and that it is not either or, that you can't like trust these videos. So if they made a video, they put it in and they caught like the convex part and then concave, they're just using one of our evidences and saying that they sent Wampus to space. It's like the bread going to space. It's kind of like they're making a joke, but they're saying, "Ha ha! It looks like flat Earth is true." I mean, to me, that's I don't know. So far from what I've seen, it's like they're using one of our evidences of the fakery of like doing shit from space. So to me, it's kind of I don't know. It's not really a dig at flat Earth. It's just I don't know. It's like I'll have to watch the entire video. It kind of seems to me like maybe they've been listening and they know that we're saying makes sense and that there is no evidence for the globe.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Get Get was asking you those questions, 3 questions, right? If
Yeah.
you've ever seen any evidence or any measurement of curvature or any actual measurement of movement of Earth, axial rotation, because there is none, right?
Mm.
Any test or measurement that's been done shows no
Yeah.
curvature and no movement. There's a reason why I asked you if you've ever seen any demonstration or any evidence that our atmosphere exists in adjacent to the vacuum of space can exist without a container, because it can't, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. None of these things can be demonstrated. There's a reason why I asked you that. So to me, this
Yeah.
video and that is pretty much just I don't know, unless I watch the video and see something else, like it's one of our evidences. So it's kind of like they're letting us know that hey, they're listening, and they see and they realize that there is no evidence for the globe. If they were
Yeah.
going to make a dig
I
at flat Earth, they wouldn't use one of our evidences, right? What do you think?
I don't think the point of that video was to make a dig at flat Earth, but they just put that in there. That was definitely not the point of the video.
Well, they say they sent a man.
They said at the start of the video that they had promised to do it for a while.
Yeah. They said they sent a man to space, but they actually sent a puppet in a balloon. And high altitude balloons, they don't even get that high enough to call it space. The space which NASA actually invokes. Because NASA is officially saying that actually real space, outer space, begins at 100 kilometers altitude. That's where it begins. And when these guys sent a high altitude balloon, those balloons, they can rise up to, 100,000 feet? That's 30 kilometers. So they are 70 kilometers off, far away from space.
Yeah, you have to go a long way up.
Yeah.
Suppose you could actually get up there. What do you think you would see?
I think it will be extremely cold once you go past the Van Allen belt, which is an area where helium gas actually gets accelerated and turns into highly charged particles. And it's a area of intense radiation.
This is what they claim, right? But
Above that, yeah. Above that, I would say it's extremely cold. It goes below minus 250 Celsius. Below that, much below. And
That really depends
that's
on where you would be. Like, let's just suppose the Earth was a globe. Like,
okay.
just in theory, if you were on the side that the sun was facing, it would be a lot hotter, wouldn't it? Because you'd be closer to the sun.
Yes, it will be hot, but they say there is no air. Yeah,
Yes, there is
and
no air in space. That means he
it
has a
does.
lot of trouble traveling around because
Yeah,
there's no
but
conduction
you
or
see,
convection going on.
the walls of your spaceship, they will be hit by intense radiation, and everything that is metal, yeah, will be heating up.
this Van Allen, okay, so these are things that they claim,
Yeah,
but there's been like so-called. Okay, so there's videos of rockets that have rockets and amateur balloons and
yeah.
things that have went up and they've had cameras and when they've viewed the Earth, they don't get this distortion and curvature and stuff that NASA gives us at even higher altitudes. So they'll give you an image from, say, if someone's got that meme, maybe it'd be a good time to post it or a gift. Where they have
Which
the
one?
image of from 100,000 and they've got curvature, right? And then there's the amateur balloon that's went up to
Oh, 30,000.
120,000
Yeah,
feet, and it's
I have that one.
yeah, and it's flat and level. And then rockets that go up and they can only go up so high, they hit something, or if they don't hit something, it sure appears like they hit something. Like they don't go up any higher than that. And then you have the sprites, and you have like different instances where there's like some containment that is revealed, like whatever the containment is. We don't know what it is. But the fact that we have gas pressure means that we have containment. So this area of that they call outer space, which they claim is a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, there's no evidence that it can even exist. Right? And what about like all the government operations? Operation Fishbowl. Why do they call it Fishbowl? They're talking about breaking the glass ceiling. Like, dude, they even admit that they can't leave this place. Who was it? Was it Bill Nye that said, or was it Don Petty? It's one of those gamma guys, that they said that we live in an enclosed system. We cannot leave this place. There's no evidence that we can. It's proven that everything that they give us is fakery. A lot of CGI and even the moon landing. Like if you've not watched the American moon, you really need to watch it. It's a documentary about the American moon, about the moon landing, where they put a cutout piece of cardboard and they put over the window. You could see the flat horizon of the Earth out where they were just, low Earth orbit, if you want to call it. They weren't out in what they call space, right? But they darkened the room and they took a cutout piece of cardboard and they put over the window. And they put it over the window. It made what we see as the spherical Earth. And then they took the shot, right? And they'd cut away, but they captured, the entire trickery of darkening the room and putting the cardboard over the window. So we have absolutely no reason to believe that this area of outer space exists.
Yeah, indeed. Sagan, I want to tell you something. In this server, people here are extremists, and they are when it's about science and knowledge.
Extremists, I would say realists.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
I
a weird
mean,
word
uh,
that's used in other realms for
mhm,
other purposes, right?
yeah, I'm not saying it in a bad way. Yeah,
She generally used in a
um,
bad way, though.
yeah, because you see, when we talk about science, we are talking about things that we can do. We Everybody can perform, repeat, falsify, test, experiment. If we cannot do these, then those claims are actually theories, tooth fairy stories. They are nice stories. Everything that NASA says that they are doing, that they are going into space and whatever, it is only they that can do it. And they never show how. They say they have an ISS space station in space. There is no 1 second video recording of how they built it.
So there's no videos recording it.
Yeah, no video
Have you,
of
have you ever
building it.
tried to look up a documentary or an article or anything like that that explains it?
I did search. I wanted to see an astronaut working, assembling, some panels, those barrels, which they claim they are human habitation modules and stuff. They look like some barrels piped all together. you know. There is no video about assembling those.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I would like to go back to you to those 3 questions and actually teach you why I asked you. And yeah, the first question correct answer was Eratosthenes. It's a person who they claim lived in ancient Greece, 273 BC in Alexandria, and this, there are 2 stories, 2 versions,
Well,
but that's all
he
you
said
get about
he
it.
said he didn't know,
Mm,
and I mean the correct answer if you don't know is that you don't know,
Yeah,
which means that he can't
yeah,
invoke it later on, right? It's just
yeah, yeah, yeah.
just his honesty.
So now Eratosthenes, what he did was one story says that in Alexandria there was a well, and one of his friends put a stick in the ground in the city of Syene, 500 kilometers far away. And they synchronized themselves. They took measurements at the same time when they were 500 kilometers far apart in 273 BC. How could 2 people synchronize themselves, communicate over 500 kilometers far away, 273 before Christ?
Which it doesn't really matter because even if
Yeah,
they could, even if they could
yeah,
get, it doesn't prove either, right? It doesn't
yeah,
prove
yeah,
flat or it doesn't prove
yeah,
globe because it's possible
yeah,
on either. So it
yeah,
doesn't really.
yeah. So further in this story, now they measured, one looked into the well and saw that the shadows are going straight with the walls of the well, so the bottom of the well was fully lit. And the other guy in Alexandria had a shadow length of a stick, and he measured that shadow and the angles. So they, according to these measurements, they assumed that they are measuring these on a curved surface. And to make this assumption, Eratosthenes said that the sun is the light source is infinitely far away, and its light rays are coming down on Earth parallel. This means in physics that the sunlight is collimated light. And the problem with collimated light is that it is impossible to exist. It is a physical impossibility. Any man who would achieve to technologically create a light source which emits collimated light would be the most astounding discovery in mankind's history. Lasers, they are very low angle divergency light sources. They are not collimated. You know, have you ever play with a laser?
My cat used to chase them all around.
I'm sorry?
And
Yes, I have played with a laser.
Yeah, so have you seen that the further you point it at an object, that the bigger that dot is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that means that the laser is not traveling in parallel lines, rays. It's actually diverging, it spreads apart, away. So it's not perfect. And that is what actually Eratosthenes invoked. He assumed that the sunlight is a collimated light source. But when it's cloudy outside and you take a look at the crepuscular rays, when you have holes in the clouds and you have rays from the sun shooting through them, you can see that they are coming at wide angles. And you can actually measure those distances and angles with pretty much good approximation, a very low margin of error. And you can triangulate the position of the sun, like the height. You could determine how high the sun is.
All right.
Yeah. And when you do that, you will never get a distance like 93 million miles. You will get a distance like 6,000, 8,000 miles, something like that.
so, Sagan, if you were going to determine whether or not the Earth was spherical or flat, how would you go about doing it?
I haven't thought about that at the moment.
So,
I mean, there are lots of different experiments and stuff that will support one side or the other.
how important is it to you to know the truth? Like, if it were flat and they were lying to you, would you want to know? How important is it to you to know the truth about the world you live in? Would it matter to you?
In reality, I wouldn't really care that much. It doesn't change much for me.
So it's
Not
okay
gonna,
if
not gonna make the world any more or less scarier.
so it's okay with you if what they're teaching in schools and what they're putting across mainstream media and what they're telling the world and what everybody trusts in the authority to tell them. It's okay with you if that's a lie. Not just a little
Point
one, but a
is,
blatant.
in school, we aren't really told what to believe. We are shown why it works. Like in science class, we do experiments. That is true. Once you get to later in life, the authorities aren't going to waste time explaining why it's true a lot of the time. They're just going to tell you and expect you to believe it because they
But you
have
would be
other matters
okay.
to deal with, or they don't know the answer themselves.
Yeah, because they are the authority.
Hypothetical for you right now, because I know that you're believing that it's a global. So for you, it would be a hypothetical. Like for me, it's truth. It's objective truth. But for you, it's a hypothetical. So let's say
Yes.
hypothetically that you discover that the Earth. Okay, hypothetically the Earth is flat. For you, it's a hypothetical. The Earth is flat. They're telling you it's a globe. Does that not matter to you?
No, they can believe what they want to believe. It's not really my problem.
The authorities, you know.
Like if I believed the Earth was flat and they believed it was a globe, they can go. My logic would be they can go around believing in fake knowledge, and it's not my problem.
Well, I don't think it's gonna really benefit you too much if you don't care enough to even go look, because you'd have to care some. You would have to care somewhat to even go look for yourself. But you know what? That's really all it takes is for you to care enough to go look for yourself, right? Because I can continue, like me and all of us in here, we can continue to like share some of this information with you and like help you with understanding how you could go about doing it to figure it out. But it's not going to matter if you don't care enough to go and look for yourself.
I'm more interested in
However,
just understanding what theories are in place to support a flat Earth.
well, okay, so we get into a lot of things when you go into like the things that support it. So if first you have to determine, like, how would you determine if it's flat or spherical? So if they so they tell us the size that they claim that it is. So we could take that size that they claim that it is, and we can measure the Earth and see if
Test
it
it.
drops away from where we're standing in all directions, like they claim that it should, like they claim that it does. And if it's not doing
Yeah.
that, it can't be the sphere that they claim it is, right? So measuring the Earth is not even a science question; it's a measurement question. So you wouldn't need to do an experiment to do that. Now, maybe if you're going to determine whether or not gas pressure can exist adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, the 50 torr next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container, now perhaps you would use an experiment for that. But if you're going to determine if the Earth is spherical or if it's flat, you need to do this measurement. But you first need to know what size they claim the Earth to be.
Hey, I'm still listening.
So do you know what size they claim the Earth to be?
No. I partially know some of how they calculate it. But no, I have not. I did not really read up on all this stuff.
Do you think calculations are reality?
I'm gonna run through this really quick for you because I'm not gonna spend a
Go
lot of
ahead.
time with you, because as of right now, like it doesn't matter to you enough for me to spend that much time with you. I would like for it to start mattering. Maybe if there's maybe you just don't feel like it matters to you enough because you don't think there's that much of a chance. But maybe if you saw like a little bit of evidence and seen that, hey, there is some validity to this, then maybe it'll start mattering to you. I don't know. But they give us a size. They claim the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference, and that is a radius of 3,959 miles. And they even provide online for you an Earth curve calculator, right? Where you can, where if you put in your observer height and the distance that you're looking at, how much the Earth should have dropped away from you. I don't know why that they give us an exact figure, and I don't know why they give us an Earth curve calculator, because pretty much the tools that you need to go find for yourself that they're lying to you, right? So, but anyway, nevertheless, it's the radius of 3,959 miles. There's you Earth curve calculator chart, and so you can do an observation yourself. You can take in how tall you are, or you can reduce yourself to about 1 foot off of the ground. If you're at sea level and you reduce yourself to 1 foot off the ground, the equation is 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Then you would only need to look out 1.225 miles. If the horizon extends further than that, then the Earth is not the sphere that they claim it is. If you do it at a different height, then you would consider the observer height times 1.225 times the square root of whatever the observer height is. Right, so just keep this in mind. Do your own observation and go see for yourself. But right here is an observation that we can share with you. I'll share two with you, actually. I'll share the world record photograph after this, which I think is very telling. It's from 273 miles away. But here's the black swan. It's at 1 foot off the ground. So if you look at this photo, can you tell me where do you see? Well, first of all, let me set the premise. Let me ask you. So do you agree, according to their calculations, right, that with a sphere of 3,959 mile radius, 1.225 times square root of the observer height in feet, that if you're 1 foot off the ground, you should not be able to see the horizon extend beyond 1.225 miles? Or do you disagree with that?
Well, before I can decide whether I agree or disagree, I'd have to go through the maths myself.
Yes, that means that if you are on the beach, laying on your belly, and you look at the horizon, your observer height is about 1 foot, 30 centimeters. And the horizon, according to the ball curvature, to the radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon line should be 1.2 miles far away. Any distance beyond that, any object which will be beyond that distance will start disappearing from bottom up, being obstructed by the curve because it's going behind the curve, and you will not be able to see it.
Okay, let's do a hypothetical here, that you look into the math, you look into the figures, you look into their claims, and you see that the math is correct. And I mean, they provide the Earth curve calculator. These are their claims. We're just testing their claims, right? So if you look at this photo here, you can click on it and it'll get larger. When you look at it, see if you can tell me where you see the point at which the Earth appears to meet the sky, which is what the horizon is.
The horizon. Yeah, is it in front of?
Rigs, between the oil rigs, or
in front?
Where do you see the horizon?
Yeah, the problem I have here is there is definitely a lot of light shining in the area where it does appear to where it would meet the sky. So
I know it looks very blurry. It looks blurry because this is still shot from a video camera while it's zooming in the horizon. So it's zooming so you can see as far as possible with that camera.
If I look at the very
But-
edge where it does appear to be
Second,
quite
see
sharp,
these-
I would say both of these, whatever these are, oil tankers or something, are both not at the horizon. Yes, the horizon is behind both of them.
Yeah, correct. Thank you.
Okay, so these
Yeah.
these oil rigs, you can look them up on
Mhm.
Google. You can go there yourself if you question it or dispute even Google or whatever.
Yeah.
But these oil rigs, I posted the video there of the Black Swan, so you can watch the actual video.
Yeah.
And you can get the. Actually, that's not the original one. I don't think. Like my thumbnail's not loaded. I can't see the thumbnail on it, but just the name of it. It doesn't look like the original
Yeah.
video. Let me see if under Black Swan 2. I don't know. But we'll get the original video posted for you here. Eventually, if I can't get it.
So those two oil rigs, they are demarcation points. One of them is 6.4 miles far away from the shore, and the other one 9 miles, 9.2 or
9.41.
3.
It's 9.41. It
9.41.
says on the image.
Yeah, 9.4 miles. And you said the horizon is behind them. So we could say that the horizon is about 10 miles far away. So we can safely say that. Correct?
Get.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that the horizon was
Yeah.
behind them. So the one on the left is
Yeah.
9.41 miles, and the one on the right is 6.21 miles.
Yeah.
And you said that you
Those
saw
are
the horizon behind
distances.
it.
Yeah. Those are
This-
distances we already know of the oil rigs. We do not know the distance to the horizon accurately, but it sure looks further than 9.4 miles.
Okay, so we can safely say,
Yeah.
conservatively, at least
Yeah.
10 miles away.
Yeah.
Just 1 foot off the ground, one foot observer height. Which,
Yeah.
if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, 1.225 miles would be
Yeah.
the maximum distance that your horizon can extend, because the Earth
Yeah.
would have to start dropping away to form this sphere. If it doesn't,
Yeah.
and this is like conservatively 10 miles away. So you said that you can clearly see that the horizon is at least that. Not only that, but there's actually photos and observations where they've repeated it, and you can actually see, islands behind it, which is the land masses behind it, which is like 30 and 40 miles away, between 30 and 40 miles away. But
Mhm.
even with just this, the bare minimum observation, right? It's obviously not curving
Yeah.
at the rate it needs to, at the distance that it needs to form a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. But the
Yeah.
more you look into this, there's laser tests. You can look down below, go to the additional information. You can see other long distance observations and laser tests where they've taken lasers and they've measured over distances. And if the Earth is curving away and forming this sphere that they claim that it does, over these distances, there would be a hump of Earth between the two targets, and you would not be able to hit the target. The laser would just hit the Earth, right, but they're hitting their target. So
Yeah.
every measurement, every observation, even it's all revealing a flat Earth, a flat level Earth. When you think about how water behaves, more than claimed, it's alleged that more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. When no water seeks its level, it's left undisturbed, it seeks its level. You can even use it as a tool for leveling, in building, construction. So knowing that water seeks its level, and they claim that more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water, don't you think that all this evidence is warranted enough to cause someone to care enough to look into it themselves? Just go out dude. Go out and look and see if you find this, like evidence of this anywhere. Curvature, anything. Bendy water, whatever.
All right.
So it means that if you had a 10-story building 10 miles far away at the horizon, you were supposed to see like only about 1/3 of it. 22 meters should be hidden by the horizon. So between you and that second oil rig, which is 9 miles far away, it should be hidden at least 15 meters. At least.
All right.
I know you said it didn't really matter
But
much
it's
to
not.
you,
Yeah.
and I know I said I wasn't going to spend a lot of time with you over it just because you said it didn't matter. Like I'm just curious. If you look at the information and you look at the evidence, like, is it going to start to matter to you? What do you think about the observation? If you look out and you see, in the point at which they say the Earth should start curving away and dropping away to form this sphere, if you do your own observation and it doesn't do that, and for as far as you can see, it just appears to just continue on out and be level, what is that going to do for you? Are you going to start caring? Whether or not it's flat or globe, whether or not they're lying, is it going to matter?
Well, if I see a lot of evidence towards flat Earth, I probably won't.
Yeah.
I probably still won't really care that much, but I might, look into it.
Yeah.
You won't find any for the globe, I'm telling you.
Mm.
All you're going to find for the globe, you're going to find a bunch of fakery. You're going to find a bunch of, like, not even a bunch, like maybe a couple different types of observations where they make assumption on top of assumption, and they say because this looks like this or this works out this way, then it's a globe, when it doesn't really mean anything. If you get down to the
Correlation. Yeah.
the bare tax of it, they have nothing. There is no measurement of curvature. There's no
Yeah.
measurement of movement. They look at the sky and they say because the lights in the sky are moving, ergo the Earth is moving. The sky is what's remaining still and the Earth is moving. That's preposterous, right? We're supposed to be flying through the vacuum of space.
Actually, truth.
Same constellations.
Yeah, I can take him a little bit in his field, because you said you would like to study computer science, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So you should know what a linear encoder is.
I wouldn't waste much more. Is there? Wait, let's make sure there's not someone else in here. And then if there's no one else in here that's new, that's got inquiries, a new person.
I want to say, he's a young man. Truth.
Yeah.
He's a young man, and he's been polite. At least, he's not trolling and anything like that. And that's why I was.
Even gonna help me.
Yeah.
But
I hope you are honestly interested. Yeah.
There's
Sure.
So go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Then we can carry on. Nice. So, do you know what a linear encoder is? I mean, you should.
No, I haven't got into hardware stuff yet. I'm mostly just programming software.
This is part of robotics and CNC machining, 3D printing, stuff like that. But if I talk about this, is this something that you would understand?
If you elaborate a bit, I probably will understand it.
Yeah, you see, in 3D printing, we need very precise positioning. when we have something in motion and we want it to return in the same position as it first started, for this, we need to use, for example, linear encoders. It is a band strip with very, very tiny, thin lines on it, but they are nanometric in size. So it looks like you will be looking at a CD player, engraved CD player, CD, a compact disc. It's actually a laser which is drawing those lines, and when you magnify it, it looks like a ruler.
All right.
And there is a photo sensor, a light sensor, laser sensor, which is reading those lines as it's moving, and it knows how much it moved. So these linear encoders, we have one of the best that are made today. It's a company, and they make 200 meters long linear encoder, and the precision grade, the margin of error in 200 meters is 65 nanometers. Are you custom with measurement units?
Like define measurement units. What sort of units are you talking about? Like meters and stuff?
Yeah, in metric system.
I'm defined with the metric system. I'm not American, so I don't use.
Yeah, so then you know what a nanometer is. How
yes,
small
I know what a
is.
nanometer is.
Yeah, great. Now, so when you compare 65 nanometers with 200 meters, it is a very big ratio, very high precision.
Yes, I can see what you're talking about.
Yeah. So now we have this 3D printing machine at Airbus factory, and it's printing giant structures of carbon fiber, for the aerospace industry, for big giant airplanes. They build very big airplanes indeed. And when they print these, that printer head is traveling 200 meters distance, and it's laying carbon fiber, layer by layer. Now, if the Earth was curved in 100 meters, the Earth's curvature will be about 0.2 millimeters. 2/10. So the bulge, of the curvature in 100 meters, it will equate to 0.2 millimeters. Very small, 2/10 of a millimeter. But we can measure with a precision grade of 65 nanometers in 200 meters. So could you give me like a comparison, 65 nanometers, compare it with 2/10 of a millimeter?
You want me to compare 65 nanometers to 2/10 of a millimeter?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. get out Notepad.
Yeah.
So 2/10, that is 0.2. 2 millimeters comparing to 65 nanometers. Well, I'm just gonna turn millimeters to nanometers.
Yeah, if you turn 65 nanometers into 1 meter, then how much will be those 2/10 represent?
So hold on.
2,000.
It's a little bit of math, I know, but it's simple. It's not.
I'm doing all the maths in my head.
Yeah.
You're comparing. The ratio is 40,000 to 13.
30,000 what?
40,000
40?
13. In
40,000 what?
nanometers to 13 nanometers. That in simplest form. As I said,
Well,
simplify this.
Yeah, if you make those 65 nanometers, scale it up to 1 meter. Now, those 2/10 are also scaled up according to that relation, to that ratio.
Yes.
What distance will be those 2/10?
So 40,000. Hold on. Multiply this by 5. 2. It'll be, so if you scale it up to 1 meter, you will be off by 325,000 nanometers.
No, I don't know what you did, but yeah, I don't have the means right now. I'm in a car park by the supermarket, but when I get home, I will do this math for you in about an hour, and yeah, I can show you. But yeah, the difference between 65 nanometers compared to those 2/10 of a millimeter, it will be something like you will be comparing 1 meter and it will be like you're looking at 1 meter next to 2 kilometers. That's the size difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the precision grade is very, very high. When we are talking a 65, when we are using a measuring instrument with a precision of 65 nanometers in 200 meters, and we are trying to measure if we have 2/10 curvature drop in 100 meters. So you will get that measurement very, very precise. That's what I mean. Do you understand what I said?
Partially. Quite a lot
Yeah.
to take in at once.
Yeah. Well, I work in metal working industry. I did work in aerospace, in automotive, all this stuff. I worked with very, very small dimensions and also quite big, but with high precision grade. I'm not the ordinary blacksmith, like hammering a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah. I cut the steel to make it any shape. And I can tell you that I made pieces of steel which you join them together and their surface looks like a mirror. You don't see where they are joined together when you push them together. And that is when you actually work with nanometer precision CNC machines. They make perfect flat surfaces or sphere or cone, any kind of shape you want.
Yeah.
So that is a lot of
Yeah.
information to take in, especially if you go
Yeah.
into it not caring. But I think that you kind of do, or you wouldn't be here. Or if you didn't, maybe you will when you see that there's some validity to it.
Yeah.
So this is the beginning of the week. We have, like, you can come back anytime you want to. I'm just saying that I would be interested in having another conversation with you after you've taken the information, went over it a little bit, maybe went out and done your own observation, because it's not really hard to do one. You can either minimize it and just do it 1 foot off the ground, and then that way you can minimize the distance that you have to see, or you can get a friend in a body of water. Like, there's different ways. If you just use the Earth Curve calculator and the claims that they make and just test their own claims, right? So if maybe sometime during this week you can do that, go over the information, look at the information. Like, we have a ladies' night on Friday nights, and it starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So whatever time that may be for you, I don't know.
I'm in a EST time zone.
So
Australian Eastern
I
Standard.
still don't know what time that would be for you at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Or Australia.
What time is it for you right now?
Right now it's like 20 till 10. It's almost 10 a.m.
It's 1:39 a.m. for me.
Well,
So
very
it'd
late.
be about what, 8?
It's almost 16 o'clock.
No, 1 o'clock. I'm up in the middle of the night.
So you can figure out what time it would be for you on Friday, but it's like
I'll be
5 p.m. Eastern. We start ladies' night, and I would really like to have another conversation with you after you begin to a little bit about it and go out and do an observation and see what you think for yourself. And I'd be interested in knowing where you go from here. So I also posted some stuff in the live stream. I don't want to overwhelm you, just the measurements and the observations, and just beginning to care. Like, that can just be a lot for you. So you got to first know what they claim, right? So look into what they're claiming, like the speed which they claim the Earth to be moving, and see if you can find anywhere where curvature or movement has ever been measured. Look at what they're claiming in the laser tests that you can scroll to the bottom of the server, additional information. You can see long distance observations, laser tests, and so forth. Lots of useful links and resources down there. But you can find those measurements down there that reveal a lack of curvature, reveal a flat, level Earth, and you can go out maybe and do your own observation. But that's a good start. But I also posted for you some, I think it's from the aviation manuals, if I'm not mistaken, but they're NASA.gov PDFs. You can yourself if you can double check them, whatever you need to do to verify it. But they also,
Yeah.
when it comes to practically using the Earth, it is assumed to be flat and
yeah.
stationary.
Yeah.
So,
Truth. I want to ask him another question.
sure. I just wanted to get
Yeah.
that out there because I may get another phone call and I may have to go.
Yes. Sure. No problem. Okay.
Okay, beautiful ladies.
Sagan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sagan. Do you have a girlfriend?
That's a very personal question.
Well, it's not something big. I mean, yeah.
Doesn't want
Used
you to
to,
introduce
used,
them to her or anything. You
used
just want
to.
to know if you have one.
I used to have a girlfriend.
Okay, but when you had a girlfriend, um, if a friend of yours came to you and he told you, "Hey, I have a video with your girlfriend cheating on you. Would you want to see it or not?"
I probably would watch it.
Yeah. And this means you would be interested if she's lying to you or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
You have to remember,
be
if you're going to
you
compare
wouldn't
it
be
to
so
the
indifferent.
authorities, if you're
Yeah.
going to compare it to the authorities, you got to remember that if, for example, my girlfriend's lying, that's a lot more personal. So I would naturally care a lot more.
Yeah. But okay, now when we talk about flat Earth, what do you think we are talking about?
The Earth being a
Yeah,
flat, I guess.
the
That is
world.
the
The
most
world.
important way.
The world which you were born in, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So now, if I take you on a street and I show you two houses, and I tell you these two houses are mine. They are big mansions, you know. And I tell you, in the first mansion, in there are so many rooms, and in one room there is a couch, this shape and model and size, and there are this number of stains on the couch, yeah. And then we go inside, we check, you see that it corresponds to what I said, so you will believe me that mansion is mine, right? Because I told you what's inside it.
Yes. That would make sense.
About the other mansion, I don't know what's inside, but I'm gonna invent something and say stuff. You know, yeah, there is a TV this size and a couch this color. You know, and when we go inside, you see there is no TV, there is no couch like that. Would you still believe me? It's mine.
Probably not. I'd probably ask you to prove that it's yours.
Yeah, we're going to open it, visit it, and see if I know what's inside it. So if I don't know what's inside it, obviously it can't be mine.
Mm-hmm. If you don't know what's inside it, it's very unlikely that it's going to be yours. And therefore
correct.
Be skeptical.
Yeah. So my dominion remains only over the mansion which I knew what's inside. But even that one can also not be mine, because it can be a friend's I visited, you know, and he left me the keys to take care of it. You see? Now, this is what the government and the educational system does to us. They are lying to us about the world shape, yeah, and its physics, yeah, its inner workings, they give us these stories, which are fake. They know they are fake, and if you believe them, then they will tell you, hey, this land is not yours. This land belongs to us, the government. We have all the dominion over this world. But this is the place where you were actually born. It is the garden which has been given to you, and it is yours to use it and to own it. But when you pretend that you do not know, and when you don't even want to learn the truth about it, it cannot be yours. You cannot take ownership of it.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You
Just
you had
give it
me
a
for a minute.
thought. Yeah.
I thought you was going in a different direction, and I was like, wait a minute, no. So this is like a like following a story. You have to follow it to the end.
Yeah. It does matter because it will change your paradigm. It will help you see who is lying to you and who is not. This is a very important thing in a man's life. To be able to discern when someone is lying to you or not.
Mm-hmm.
We have dominion
Yeah,
over the earth, but I mean, if they present
yeah,
to you a false reality and you believe that you live in
yeah,
a world that you don't live in, then
yeah,
it's like giving up your dominion to
yeah.
them.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
can,
They will
you can
act
guess
as the righteous owners and they will take your ownership.
Which that's how they act, pretty
Yeah.
much. Wouldn't you agree?
And yeah, you will not even be capable to claim your ownership because you actually believe their words that you do not own it. It's not yours by default, you know. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't really
Understood.
strike me as someone, though, that would be more interested in motive than he would evidence. That's where I thought you were going with it at first.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's also a very good direction, I know, but I'm not good at relating that uh, one.
oh, when you asked him about the girlfriend, that's why I
Mm.
thought that's where he
Yeah,
was going with it. Dude, don't worry, he's not gonna ask you to introduce him to your
yeah,
girlfriend.
no,
Just wants to know if you've got one or have had
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the answer to that is that I used to.
Let's be serious. I mean, you do want to know before kissing your girlfriend if she was with someone else, you know.
Yeah, well, usually I do actually have a few tricks to figure out when someone's lying.
Really? I'm
Yeah, that's
interested.
good.
I mean, it's
Pretty cool.
basically the main way I try to figure out whether someone's lying or not is by comparing their behavior to their normal behavior.
Would a liar really have normal behavior though? Because wouldn't like if they're a
The
liar
point
and
is
if they're
they're going to act differently if they're lying,
but
like in
that's
some way or another.
assuming but that's assuming that a liar is sometimes honest when you don't really know if they're dishonest. You never know if they are ever honest at all. Like
Yeah.
That's assuming that some of their behavior is normal. Like if someone is going to give you fake behavior and they're a fake individual and they're lying to you most of the time, like how would you know that any of their behavior, like it may appear to you as normal because they're presenting to you what you're expecting to see, right? If they're wanting to put on this persona and hide the shadow person, right? And put on this persona that you would accept as being genuine. So if you prove them to be dishonest once or be a liar once, how could you ever know what is real and what is true? Behavior that they have, how do you know that any of it's true?
Yeah.
The movie Catch Me If You Can, the guy had learned how to lie so that whenever it came down to where even the FBI was trying to catch him, he fooled the FBI because he gave the FBI guy everything that he needed to know that he was not lying.
Okay.
Have you seen Catch Me If You Can?
No, I have not.
Good movie. Outside the conspiracy thing, I think it would be a really good movie to watch.
Yeah, I recommend it too. To me, it feels like it was inspired from my life.
So if the government,
Yeah.
like the ones who control all the information and control all the narratives and control what you can say and what you can't say online, and if they're the ones presenting your reality to, like, how would you ever prove that they're lying about anything?
Yeah.
So, and I know that you're aware of like many different
I know there's one country that definitely lies a lot. That sort of stuff does happen with governments. Like, all you have to do is look at North Korea. They lie to their citizens every day.
North Korea.
Yes, it's
I
a massive. I don't think they'd be interested in the flat Earth, but they try to convince their citizens that they are like superior to every other country.
They are.
So get this. This is what. Okay, so this is a really good lead into one of my points as to why I think flat Earth is so important, right? Because of all of the so-called, like, if you want to call them conspiracy theories, because you know the CIA coined the term conspiracy theorist, so that anybody that's looking into conspiracies and theorizing about them, they'll be seen as crazy nut jobs and nobody will listen to them, right? But you know, conspiracies do exist. There's laws against them. If you conspire to commit murder, you'll go to prison, right? So conspiracies happen. It's where two or more agree on an agenda to accomplish a thing. I'm going to call it a thing,
Go.
but on the books, it's to accomplish a crime, right? To enact a crime. So we can agree that conspiracies exist. You busting bubble wrap or something?
No, I'm just. I have a
bubble wrap.
I have a Rubik's Cube.
That's
I'm just
what your
holding
Rubik's Cube sounds like?
Well, it's a triangle. It's a pyraminx.
I have one of those. It's very different from a cube, and it's interesting trying to learn it on your own. But actually, algorithm's pretty easy.
I learned it easily. It's one of the easier ones.
Right. It's very loud. I'm just saying. So if you like thought-provoking things, thought-provoking puzzles, then it should be right up your alley. So how would you determine? This is why I think flat Earth is important, right? For people who think, oh well, maybe they're lying about this, but how would I prove it? And this right here, like this little rabbit hole, yeah, there seems to be some indications that maybe they're not telling the whole truth, but how could I prove that they're lying? Like a lot of the stuff, you can't really verify and validate what's true and what's not true because they control all the information and you can't get into their emails. You weren't there when they had the conversations. So all this shit that, is going around about this lie and that lie, you can't prove any of it. However, like the Earth being a globe, that's something that you can prove, right? So if you're trying to find some validity and some honesty in these people that are telling us all these things that you can't prove or validate any of, this is one thing that you can go out and you can tangibly measure and you can prove to yourself whether or not it's true or not. And once you determine whether or not this is true, they've, you know, propagated such a lie as this, convince the entire world that they live on a spinning globe when it in fact measures flat. It's pretty, that is one thing that you can prove and you can verify to yourself. And then when you go to looking at some of these other things and you're like, oh, but would they lie? Well, yeah. Yeah, hell straight. Yeah, they'll lie to us because, I went out here and I tested this and I proved to myself that they lied to me. They said the earth was a globe and it measures flat. So I know they'll lie to me. So yeah, they're probably lying about this too. You know, this is the only thing that you can prove to yourself. You can verify and you can validate.
Yeah, Sagan, do you think the Australian government never lied?
It depends on what they would be talking about.
Have they ever lied to the Australian people?
It's hard to tell.
Have they ever, in your lifetime?
Not that I know.
In your lifetime, has the government have been caught with a lie?
No, they have not been caught with a lie.
No?
Not that I know of, at least.
He said it was hard to prove, and that was my point. That it's hard to prove. But if the Australian government is telling you that the Earth is a sphere, that's one you can prove to yourself.
Yeah, but actually there are many lies which they have been caught red-handed. Every government in this world.
Yeah, there's some, but they're sympathizing
and
with the government.
Once you catch a liar, do you believe that he lied only once?
Well, when you catch someone lying, it doesn't necessarily mean they have lied before, but it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Have you ever?
Everything they've said?
Yeah. Have you ever met a person who has lied only one time in their lifetime?
I have never met someone like that. Everyone lies.
Can you believe someone like that exists?
I would be very surprised if someone like that actually existed.
It sounds like it wouldn't be hard for him to believe that they do lie. It sounds like he kind of resonates with, well, they probably do lie sometimes. But anyway, he'll come in with some radar stuff. I don't know, maybe he wanted to talk about that. Maybe that's something that would resonate with you. I don't know. At least you didn't go to Motive, right? I never did hear you go to Motive. Why would they? I think you see the lack of importance as to like what the reality is. Maybe it's like I said, maybe it's because you didn't see any validity in it, so it didn't seem important. Now maybe you can see some validity in it and it'll become important to you. I don't know.
I have to go do my shopping. Be right back, guys. Take care, Truth.
Have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm curious, has it struck an interest in you enough, any at all, where you are you contemplating on doing your own observation?
I might. Depends though. What stuff I have on, I am quite busy with school at the moment. I don't know. I will do some research into it if I can find time to actually do it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, like I said, it's got to be somewhat important to you, and it's got to matter at least a little bit, because people only make time for things that matter to them. So if it matters to you, you'll find time.
Yeah.
You won't. It's that simple. I will say I at least appreciate your honesty and cordial attitude. But you were pretty honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
Far. I guess an ass out of me later by my commending your honesty this far though, and start being dishonest. I don't think you will. You don't seem like the type.
I can't just personally say that I don't lie. It's a lot easier for people to lie when they're online.
Well, I don't care. Like, I mean, I could care less how much you lie to the gals that you talk to or flirt with and try to go out with, or to your family or to whatever. But like, it does matter when you're in here trying to have intellectual conversation as to how intellectually honest you will be. So when you see, to try to claim that something does something that it doesn't or whatever, you like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing they'll do. Even though they'll come in here and even though they see observation where they claim that boats going over the horizon prove curvature. When boats go, they don't go over the horizon, but they claim that's what they're doing. When a boat goes out of view, it's going over the horizon. Then you can take like some kind of zoom and you can bring it back into view. And if you bring it back into view, it's obviously not going over the horizon. Yet they'll continue to repeat that shows curvature. Or like, I think it was the Pontchartrain one. Repeatedly, well, they used to. They don't do that much anymore because they don't really come in here anymore. Try to bring some of this stuff because it's all been validated. But you can see like how far out in both axes it's level and it's straight. It's not curving in either direction. And if it goes forward and it curves, it would have to curve left or right also. But then they'll take pictures of this and they'll I don't know what kind of stuff they do to it, but there'll be two different pictures, and one will show it straight out, and they'll do something to it and cause like some kind of optical effect where the bridge looks like it's curving while the water underneath it is still flat and level, and they'll claim that's curvature.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is if the Earth is curving, you can't have one instance of the horizon extending beyond where they claim the curve should start, where the Earth should start dropping away. That's why they call it the black swan. Because if someone claims all swans are white, all it takes is observing one black swan to disprove that claim.
Yes.
That's all it takes is one observation or one measurement. The horizon extending further than what they claim, where they claim the Earth should start dropping away. If the Earth is a sphere of 3,959 mile radius, there's a limit to how far your horizon can extend from you in all directions.
Mm-hmm. Very certainly a minute.
So if you went over the math any, the numbers, their claims?
What was that? Sorry?
If you went over the math any, their numbers and their claims. Showed
We
you the
went over
Black
that.
Swan.
Oh,
So
yes,
do you need
yes.
to go over it?
Yeah, probably. But in that one image, I hate how the math is formatted. So hard to read.
So has any of this stimulated any questions you might have?
No.
It's unfortunate. Should have stimulated like tons of questions actually. But you know, like you said, you really carry the way, so.
Yeah, well, I'm like, oh no, I'm kind of half asleep. It's kind of late for me.
You dream of Earth, do you see curvature?
When I don't really. That's an interesting question. When I'm dreaming, is that what you're saying?
Flying. This I am curious about this though. Have you ever dreamed of flying? We were talking about this.
No. Not that I can remember, at least. I barely remember any of my dreams that I sometimes have.
Talking about this just the other day that when we. I think I heard someone mention it last night.
Literally, when I'm dreaming, I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. Because, well, dreams are weird, I guess you could say. They don't make much sense.
So do you think there's any validity to any dreams? I'm just curious. Like, things revealed to your consciousness or whatever.
Well, it's... I've never had any sort of validity with them, I guess I could say.
Because we were talking about, like we were also talking about the synchronicities. A friend of mine were, like how we can discuss things and talk about things, and then we'll be listening to the live stream. We won't be in the room, but we'll be chatting, right? And the things that we talk about, it's like boom, every time we talk about them, it's like they start talking about it in the live stream. And so we were talking about the synchronicities of how, you know, when you're looking for the truth and you're seeking the truth and you try to walk in truth, like how you'll resonate on this frequency. So there'll be some synchronicities between you and the other people that resonate on the same frequency. And then we got into talking about, like when it came to dreams, it was like, okay, so, and I remember like dreaming of flying. Like even when you dream of flying, like I've never dreamt of flying over a ball. I've always, when I've dreamt of flying, it's always been over a flat level earth. You don't think of that when you're dreaming, and you don't really give your dreams that much validity, right? So
yeah, when you're dreaming, you may or may not pay attention to that stuff.
but you don't really think about it while you're dreaming, and
No,
unless
you
it's
wouldn't.
in your consciousness when you go into the dream. Now maybe you would. So far, I've not. Like in my dreams, I haven't. just in reality, when you observe the Earth and walk around on it, right, and you navigate across the Earth, like, do you ever experience or observe anything that's indicative of it moving, or do you feel it moving, or do you ever see any evidence of it in a sphere curving?
Or do you asking, do I ever like feel the earth moving or something?
We just go about our life, right? And we just assume that it is what they tell us, and we don't think
Mhm.
anything else about it until the question comes up
Yeah.
and
Well,
it's brought to our
what's
awareness, and we start considering it.
yeah, well, science states that the motion of the earth moving is imparted onto us, and therefore we won't feel it. That's just what
Believe that.
science is saying.
Well, like that's what the mainstream tells you. It's not actually what science itself says, because science is like not.
It's really an oversimplified way of inertial reference frames, I guess you could say.
It's not an entity. It's or a person. It's a method, right? Like uh, if it's natural science, if it's actual science, and you can do experimentation and you can validate things. It's a cause and effect relationship, right? If it doesn't do that, then and it's just based on colloquial theories, not even scientific theories, because scientific theories are validated through experimentation, repeated. So that's a scientific theory. But pseudoscience is not based on experiment, not based on anything that's, validated or can be tested or proven. Pseudoscience is just based on assumptions and theoretical thought, like colloquial theories, not scientific theories.
I know what pseudoscience is.
Even Michio Kaku was. I hate saying his name. I don't know why it makes me laugh every time I say his name. Michio Kaku. It's just a funny name. But anyway, even he said that you would think he's what? What is he? Astrophysicist. And I'll find that quote for you in a minute, but I'll wait until I tell you this, because when I do look for it, I may actually get disconnected for a moment. But he said once that you would think in his field that it's a tedious process, right? That they go through the scientific method. They use the scientific method, and it's a tedious process of experimentation, and, repeating, validating. He said, but it's not. He said it's all guesswork. It's by the seat of their pants. So what does that say about astrophysics? That's what he said. Everyone in his field. That's how everyone in his field operates. It's pseudoscience. There's no actual science in it. Don't do it.
What you're saying is astrophysics is a pseudoscience.
Exactly. Because they don't do any scientific experimentation. There's no scientific method involved. Like you said, it's based on guesswork. It's by the seat of their pants. Don't test anything. It's not a tedious process like you would think it would be. It's pseudoscience.
Well, astrophysics is a very... You may believe it's pseudoscience. I don't actually think it is. It's really hard to make accurate predictions with astrophysics and stuff, though.
You said you knew
because
the
of how
difference,
many
between-
uncertainties there are in it, and how little we understand some parts of it.
Yeah, but you said you understood the difference between actual science and pseudoscience. So, to you, in your understanding, what is the difference between the two?
One of them can be tested, I guess you could say, can be proven. You can develop scientific theories from it. The other one you cannot. You can just only make assumptions.
Which one does astrophysics fall in?
For me, there are experiment. I do know there are actually probably some experiments you can do, but I've forgotten them.
You do know actually there probably are. So you're not really
Yeah.
sure. And I
I'd have to
understand
look them up.
you won't find any. Because I'll let you look and come to that. Like, I'm not gonna browbeat you with it, right? Unless you actually make a claim, but you said probably, so admittedly not really knowing for sure. I'll let you look and see if you can find any. See what you find.
Good morning. Mic check.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm gonna head off now.
Later.
Anybody home? Lights are on in the Flat Earth Discord, and nobody's home.
Somebody's here.
Somebody is here. Well, it's like some random stuff. So I've been learning about maritime navigation and watching a whole bunch of YouTube videos. And it's funny to see how many flat earthers comment on those videos. And they're just like, oh, look, you proved it's flat. That's great. And then, well, there's a lot of heated argument in those comments. Anyway, they're very good. But like, the more I look at it, I like, because they all, when they try to teach you this, like for finding your latitude and longitude, they always show you on the globe and they try to make it all fancy and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at it on the USGS azimuthal map, it's so much more simple. It's just like a basic clock, you know, with Greenwich Mean Time. And it's really simple versus thinking of like a clock on a globe. It doesn't make any sense. So,
Right.
and then okay, here's another one that I find is just super fascinating. So the Hindu sailors, they would create these things. And I'm pretty sure it's called a kazar or a kazan, and they take a piece of wood and they put a little piece of rope in it. They put the rope in between their teeth and they hold the piece of wood to where the bottom of the piece of wood, it's square, right? The bottom of the piece of wood is at sea level, also on the horizon, and the top of the piece of wood is at Polaris. And that they would make these for every single port they went to, and then they'd write the label of the place on it. And based on that, you could see how far you had to go and correct your, I guess that would be longitude to be on, and then you'd have to find your latitude, of course. But yeah, they would use these, and I mean, it's like, okay, we're using a square to make a triangle on a flat thing to figure out where we are. And it loses me when you try to put it on a globe. But yeah, and right, the string, if I didn't explain, that is how far you hold a string, or how far you hold a piece of wood away from your face, so you couldn't mess up the measurement. So I thought, wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Sorry, I was getting my headset.
Maybe I can find this video because it's really good. Okay, it's called a Kamal, actually, and I'm putting the video time stamped in the live stream 48 minutes after the hour. Anyway, it's really cool. It's really like the most simplest way you could ever figure out something. I don't know, like as something as complex as navigation. I would never imagine that you just get a little string and piece of wood, hold it between your teeth, and measure it to Polaris, and boom, there you go. You'll always know how far away you are in terms of your, I think it's longitude, to be on the right longitude to get to that place. And then, then I was like, okay, so I get. I hope I'm not mixing them up. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's longitude, which is your angle towards Polaris, and then that's easy. That's the one. But then them trying to figure out latitude, and then the English government. Nobody's saying anything, so I'm just going off on some random tangent. The English government proposed a grant to anybody, or a reward to anybody of like 20,000 gold pieces that could figure out how to solve the problem of latitude. And some guy, I think like 20, 30 years later, it's quite a while, he just created the big clock in Greenwich Mean Time, and how they would use that to use it for navigation. And, well, that's great. So I've been looking at that, learning that. And like I said before, you just put it on the flat Earth map, and it makes so much sense. It's so simple.
space away from the sun is the darkest night you can imagine. Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble. Look, butterflies. It's hard to comprehend. Space is fake AF. Two little bitty O-rings. Space is fake AF. It's not what you think, Holmes. Space is fake AF. It's all just start doing it. Space is fake AF. Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
These guys are not there. They're in. Right. Yeah, they're gonna hear you, by the way. I don't care though. They're not gonna do it. If they ban this account, literally, like okay. What's gonna happen is they're gonna ban it, but they can't IP ban it because there's no actual IP allocated to this fucking account because they figured out how to mask the shit. Yup. Well, I mean, saving the trouble of that, like, to where there's no allocated IP, they can't even ban you because there's no IP. They won't even show. So hold on, let me see.
No Tompkins. See, that's kind of very wild. You know, it's going on some bullshit, you know? Excellent. Bullshit.
What's going on, Pooch 34, 909 west of the Rockies?
What's going on?
All right, I think I will continue my conversation that I just had at Nathan's channel. Flat Earthers still have some trouble understanding the grasp and magnitude of Earth and are limiting it to this flat Earth conceptual definition when the Earth is much more than flat. I hope you guys know this. The reason we say flat Earth is because that is the antithesis of this obvious perverted psychopathic sycophant outer space religion, right? You say flat Earth and that challenges the construct.
Yeah,
but everybody knows that the Earth actually is much more than flat Earth. Thanks.
Yes, it is.
Right, because it's actually not an object. And here's the problem, is that people have this conceptual issue by thinking that there's this Earth object with water, when in reality, we are in water on the Earth that comes out of it. Right, we're in water. This is a water world.
Yes, water
So-
on waters. Yeah.
Right? So when the Bible says the earth ends, or the ends of the earth, that doesn't mean the waters end. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't end.
Right, the waters continue. And somebody say, oh, but there's containment, there's an end. Yeah. That containment doesn't mean that the earth ends at the containment. The containment means, yes, they can be containment there. The earth can continue past the firmament. We don't know, but the waters certainly continue, as it says there's waters above the firmament. So this problem is that they contrived this idea to a small object. Go ahead.
Ocean. It's an ocean like outside the firmament of it, right?
That too. Well, obviously it's hard to understand. There's no way we can understand the heavenly firmament and the waters above. But however, this idea that people can think that the earth is an object, they seriously are lacking in understanding, not just in reality, but a serious disconnect from the Word of God. And it's ironic because a lot of Bible people are holding on to this object earth. It's not, and they'll go to Isaiah 40.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Wow.
1 second. Watch this. Hold on. And Shinji, I see Shinji's here, so Shinji's finally working. I had some issues getting back here. The problem is that it's this object. They think of, in Isaiah 40:22, it says circle of the earth. Yeah, it doesn't say the earth is a circle. It says circle of the earth, like the shoes of the XO. I also have a hat. Doesn't mean I'm a hat. Doesn't mean I'm my shoes, right? So the earth has a circle. The earth is not a circle. The earth is not an object. It's much, much bigger than that.
Yeah, a lot of pastors I think those mega churches are scams. That's what I'm saying, because they're just showing that the earth is a massive picture, and it's what? And it's kind of stupid, you know.
Right, yeah. Well, either way, that's the problem, is when you say flat earth, what does somebody envision? They envision some sort of flat disc-like or square object in outer
CT
space.
disc. Yeah.
Right, they envision an object. And that's the problem. That doesn't help them at all. So if somebody says, what's the earth? To me, I don't even ever say flat earth. Flat earth is discussed here, and it should. It's good because it's, of course, the antithesis. It challenges the paradigm of this insane, pathetic world. But the earth is just earth under the heavens and in the waters.
Yeah.
And people don't like that because they think that they've come to the end of knowledge, right? And they think they're smart. So even flat earthers get really upset, and they'll have their kind of moments, if you will, when you tell them, well, you can't even understand the size of Earth. And in order for something to be an object, you have to objectively perceive it, such as a rock. I can see that this rock has a totality in my hand. Here it is. It weighs 3 ounces, yada, yada, yada. The Earth is not like that at all. You have no idea not only how deep the Earth goes, you have no idea how out the Earth goes, the breadth and the width. We have no idea. So if you're thinking that the Earth is an object, you're still a normie.
It's not object, duh. It's not object.
Yeah,
it's real.
But people get triggered. People get really upset. Yeah, and then they'll try to play let's play a catchphrase word game. Because you said this word, therefore you believe the earth is an object because it has an end. No, when the earth ends, that means it ends the earth on the surface where we live. That doesn't mean creation ends. That doesn't mean there's an object that stops all of a sudden and there's a fall off point, or there's this, here's the firmament. It's a piece of glass and doing, you just hit your head on a dome firmament. I mean, people just can't grasp that there's so much more.
It's not Gorilla Glass, though.
Right, there's so much more. There's so much more. And another problem is this dome word. Yeah, this dome word that people keep using about the firmament. There's no shape to the firmament, guys. It's described as beaten out an expanse or like a tent. And by the way, every single tent in the ancient Hebrew, none of them have domes. In fact, they're opposite. They're actually inverted. They're held up from the middle sometimes. Often they're triangles. More than not, they are rectangles or boxes. There are no domes. There isn't dome. It's not mentioned. Rakia does not mean dome. And this is something that I even saw somebody who was talking about his, his Hebrew Jewishism or whatever, that, talking about his Hebrew language, and he still says dome. It's like, when you talk, there's no word. That's not what Rakia is. It's a disconnect.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I thought I'd just put that out there. I didn't hear much going on here. What's up with Shinji? Is he here? You away from your computer system right now or your phone, Shinji?
It's stingy.
I will harass him later and I'll send him a PN. Okay. Anything else going on? You guys are pretty cool. There's Roger. Here we go. Roger, I've been waiting for you.
What's up?
Well, Roger, we come to a new level of understanding today.
What's up?
Well, did you hear the conversation at Science versus Pseudoscience that just happened?
No, I had to jump up.
Did you? Okay. Well, QE got really upset at me. Not that that's a bad thing. That's okay. But they don't like this. When you tell people that Earth isn't an object and they want to hold on to this Earth as flat, that's really limiting and completely missing what Earth is. And I think that flat Earthers have a lot to learn. You come to the flat Earth, that's just the beginning, Roger. There's a lot more to understand. The Earth is not measurable, let alone understandable. It is beyond your comprehension. It's deeper than the deepest deeps that you could ever fathom. Therefore, it's not an object. And when the Earth ends, as the Bible describes, it doesn't mean that that's the end of this part of the creation. Because every time I get to the end of the Earth, it's called a beach, the water continues. You see, it's not an object. It's a revamping of the way we think of things, guys, It's the Earth is a very special place, and it's not flat. That's why the people say, well, why does the Bible say the Earth is flat? Well, because it's not. That would be a misdescription. Yes, it has level plains, but the Earth, of course, is a topographical plane under the heavens. So there's much more. This flat Earth word really limits the idea. Once you realize that, yes, the Earth's flat, it's just that's just a starting point. You got to keep going. Any questions? Man, it's too quiet in here, Roger. Man, oh man, but they got excited.
Yeah. I'm making my dinner, so I couldn't really.
Man, I just got up an hour ago, Roger. You're making dinner already. I haven't even had breakfast yet.
Yeah, well, I'm in the future, right? So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I see the sun over here. Are you telling me that the sun has already gone away from you and you're way over there somewhere and it's dark now?
No, it's not dark yet. I have about an hour, I think.
Oh, so you can still see the sun too. Well, I can see the sun. Where are you located? We're going to have a tracking the sun moment right now.
I can't see the sun from where I'm at right now. I'm in my back garden and there's walls around me, so I can't see it.
Oof.
I can see the light. Still light.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make some sort of non-prediction. This is a claim. I'm going to say that your sun slightly northwest of you. West by northwest. Could be wrong, but in the evening here, when the sun goes west, I can start to see it going north. It starts to go, there it is, starts to go north. So, because it's a circle, in the morning, it's in the northeast. You see, circle. Not just the east, just for the record.
So basically, you're saying that the Earth is not flat?
But yeah, you cannot measure it though. It sure is beautiful, but there's no way to detect its size or the distance from us. Then I would never make a claim about. But it's interesting that we can see it. Do you ever get on your roof, Roger, and kind of look around?
No, my roof is. I have a pointy roof, so I can't go on my roof. I don't have a flat roof, you know.
Well, darn it!
I do see the moon here. I see the moon now.
It's about what, 60% waxing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's over half. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good. We see the same moon. I'm a few miles north of Fort Huachuca, so basically about 5 or 6, 10 miles north of Mexico right now. I got a couple of A-10s flying over right now. If you hear them, that's what that weird noise is. Yeah, I used to go on the roof all the time as a little one. And I remember sometimes even like 3 o'clock in the morning, I could see the light start to emanate from the east.
Wait, do you still have sun, Roger?
I don't know. I can't see the sun. I see daylight, but not sun. Because I'm in my home now. I don't know. I can't
You
see
look
it.
outside. Can you see the sun physically?
No, because I'm in my home now, and I was just
Only
now
if
in
you
my
pass the window.
Shinji, what's going on, my good man?
Yeah, I had trouble joining the VC, but it got fixed. I think because there are less people in the VC now.
Right, but I was paying attention. There was a lot of people that had issues trying to join the last couple of days, though. So it wasn't just you. There was some sort of ripple effect going on, or whatever type of other bullshit word that I'll make up to pretend I'm smart. Anyway, I looked at your message yesterday about those 4 names you sent, and it was very interesting about what you talked about. I won't give too many details. We're going to have to talk about that in the future. But I stayed up. Go ahead.
I had a huge. It's even a step beyond what you presented with blockchain. I had a huge revelation. Like it's like a puzzle, right? It's simply a puzzle piece of the mark. It's not everything. It'll be, how do I say it? The heart, if that makes sense.
Right, it's the admission to it. It's the admitting that they're going to do it. Yeah.
Gingy, I just looked out my window, and no, I can't see the sun. Houses are in front of it, so I guess it's just at the horizon, but I still see daylight.
I mean, over here, I can't see the sun at all. Like, it's still how do I say it? It's not night dark, but you can't see the sun. And I live in a neighboring country. Like, you live in the Netherlands, I'm from Belgium. So we're not that far apart.
Right.
But Shinji, we were contemplating the possibilities of it. So we went to Revelation. We had a very long discussion. I was up till almost 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, and we were deciphering what it means about the wound and the healing, right? And the false miracles and the leopard-like creature with the bear's feet. And we were just trying to go back and forth. You know, one thing to take note is that the bear is a very rare and different animal when it comes to its appendages. It's actually one of the few, if not maybe the only one, that actually has feet. Right? Like humans have feet, monkeys don't, cats don't, whales don't. Last time I checked, unless you're an atheist, you might think whales have feet. But bears, right? Bears, interestingly enough, bears interestingly have feet, right? So it's another evolutionary problem. I guess we skipped the bears and went right to humans, but the bears have feet, monkeys don't. Uh-oh, what happened there? Another problem. Everything's a problem for evolution, though.
Yeah, like.
But you got this creature, so go ahead.
They claim in evolution that it's a, how do you say it, a gradual process over a long time. But then a problem arises, like, if we assume their position, we should find creatures back that have the in-between features. Like, for example, in between a fish and what can walk. But we found none of that. We only found fish and the organism that can walk. Does that make sense?
Right, of course. And it's worse than that because a fish can't even change into a different kind of fish, let alone a non-fish. I mean, it is such a perverted, brain-damaging, psychopath, interesting religion that is so funny because it's literally just a laughing stock. Like, it's so interesting when you watch these people go bananas and literally go ape shit with this psychopathic religion. They just destroy themselves. There isn't a claim. But yeah, it's too easy. It's way too easy, but it's people don't believe it because of evidence, Shinji. They believe it because they want to believe it. But here's the point on top of what you're saying, to elaborate, they've known this for a very long time, and that's why Stephen Jay Gould said, listen, I have to come up with a new theory of evolution because there's no such thing as intermediate species, which is another false word, no such thing, right? So Stephen Jay Gould had to come up with punctuated equilibrium, which means literally that a completely new kind of creature is going to be born from a completely new kind of creature. Like, such as the example is that a crocodile lays an egg and a freaking bird comes out. Thanks. So he admitted it. As they always remember, your enemy, remember, Satan, all these weirdos, these liars, these sycophants, these scoffers, whoremongers, they are always going to admit their own insanity. Just give them enough time, let them do it themselves. Give them a rope.
Never heard of a crocodile?
Oh, that's a new animal. Is that wait, I think I've seen that on Teletubbies. Yeah, there you go. Oh, but yeah, if you get a chance though, Indio, you know, if Quantum Eraser wants to have any sort of discussion, if he really wants to, you know, have a shot at the title, you know, let him know that we can do it here someday. But obviously, in the science versus pseudoscience, they just start acting, you know, like everybody else and using that mute button. So tell them they can bring it.
I don't go there. That place is run by a fake flat earther.
Which one? Righteous Fork?
How'd you guess?
It's weird, man. It's really weird. You know what he said yesterday? We had I was on the after show, you know, Nathan's, and they had this big Bible debate. It was like swords and spears and dragons and fire, and I was just taking heads off left and right. It was awesome. But one of the guys said that God is Satan, and I'm like, whoa, okay, that might be a problem. No, that's not right. And then Righteous Fork said, oh yeah, but God did do those things to Job, not Satan. And it says right there in the beginning of the book, I'm giving the power over to you to allow Satan to attack Job. So this guy can't read either, Indio.
Well, I caught him in a YouTube chat asking questions that any normal flat earther would automatically know the answers to. It was something about either laser tests or long distance observation. Like you're a flat earther, you've been doing this for 4 years, and you don't know even the most basic. The Globers know the answer to this. It's like, why don't you? It's like, you're not even paying attention, dude. Like, why are you here? Like, what are you doing?
Right, and of course you also know that many of the other members of that channel have had to have fights with him, and I don't know how that works out. But yeah, there's some serious issues over there. It's pretty cringy.
Dude, listen, Crit is one of the most laid back people there is, and he got into it with Crit. Like, how is that even possible?
Right, I remember. Yeah, Crit showed me. He banned him because Crit was literally defending himself against like the worst types of criminals, the types of people that would have gotten banned from here, bad, which of course it takes a lot to get banned from here.
Yeah, I got banned I got all my posts deleted. One of the Globers was saying Flat Earth has no evidence, whatever, calling me names, all that stuff. So I just posted evidence. That got deleted, and I got muted.
Yeah, I don't get that, man. I don't understand that. Yeah. Weird.
That's when I banned him from here, and
Because you hurt
Righteous
your
Spark.
religion in the audacity.
He's supposed to be a
Take care
flat
about
earther. He's like the mod over at Science versus Pseudoscience. And he basically makes a safe space for the Globers to say whatever they want, however they want, do whatever they want, dox people. Who cares, right?
Dishonest people, that's what I'm telling you.
Who, Righteous?
Yeah. Him.
Oh, yeah.
Faker than a $3 bill.
I'm
Well,
right.
I just
be all about gravity, man. I freaking got in his ass for that.
yeah, I just saw Bob, the pseudoscience guy, say in that chat that McToon and Fight the Flat Earth was a neutral platform.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe if you're like making proclamations about your gender, they might be neutral. There are no genders. Everybody's just neutral. Maybe that's what he meant.
Yeah, that's a cesspool. That's an absolute perverted cesspool. You go over to their chat, and it's literally just all Satanists, all of them.
Dude, I went in Jump Pandas once and just used to search and just searched the word anal. Dude, like it's horrifying. Yeah, exactly. There was something like 200 and this is like almost 2 years ago now. It's like 240 times it was like talked about. Like you guys have a fetish over here.
Well, there was a big interesting conversation yesterday, and I think it's going to be broadcasted in a couple days. I don't watch Nathan's show all the time, but there was this big Bible, battle yesterday, and it got pretty interesting. And I just happened to get on and have a conversation. Then today I go back, and of course QE doesn't like some of the things I'm saying, so QE ended up muting me.
Oh, about the Bible?
No, just describing Earth. Like, I'm trying to show people, like, the Earth isn't an object, and this pisses people off. You can't measure the Earth. And when you come to the end of Earth, the water continues. And, that's the thing, is that you can't understand the depths of it. So it's not objectively even visible, let alone measurable. And that's what object means. Like, if you pick up a rock, I can go, okay, this rock, is okay, here it is. I'm in the desert right now, so I can do this. And, you can understand this is an object, So the Earth is not an object. People have this envision, like, you know what I'm talking about? When someone comes into this topic. Yeah.
There's a name for it in mathematics. It's called an embedding space. The Earth is not embedded in a space. It is the embedding space. Everything else is embedded in it.
Well, I would say that actually Earth is coming out of the waters, and the creation is actually a water world. We're mostly water. And here's where it gets confusing, because Earth is 100% Earth and water is 100% water. Of course, it's hard to say it that way because we're so used to saying, oh, the Earth is 75% water. That's first of all, that's the surface, and that's obviously not true. And the globe Earth magical outer space religion, the Earth is actually like only 1% water. It's a ball with a thin layer of blue paint over it, as Neil deGrasse Tyson describes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
right?
But
Which
when
is
like
also
one
right.
atom thick on a billiard ball or something.
Right, which is also, of course, completely wrong, as in this creation, not only are we surrounded by waters, we're breathing a form of water, right? Gas, right? Oxygen. And of course, the sky, we can see water there. So this is a water creation. And of course, like when the Bible describes the ends of the earth, Indio, it doesn't mean the waters stop. The waters still continue. That's the end of the earth, but the waters continue.
Yeah, the most prevalent particulate in the air is water vapor. It's technically a greenhouse gas according to them. So we have to get rid of the water vapor.
Right, and a greenhouse is the container. A greenhouse is actually the best way to describe it. We live in a greenhouse container. There you go.
I'm actually in a greenhouse right now.
Nice.
And everything is green in here.
Chingo, any interesting plants?
And ye shall know the truth.
A ficus tree.
The truth
What's the other
shall
one? I
make
don't
you
even know
free.
what these are. My friend's house.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really
on the other
quick
side of his
video
door,
on
it's 5
Bill
degrees.
Nye, the
Sorry.
Okay.
I had no. I thought that. Wait, did I click something on YouTube? I was like, what am I doing? What's going on? Did I lag out? What happened?
No, somebody turned on the bot, but go ahead.
Radio check.
Yeah, you're good.
Here you
go ahead.
Oh,
See,
I
that's
just.
where
I
I,
didn't know what
that's where I
happened.
am right
thought
now. That
go ahead.
picture.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I'd love to have one of those, man. I have a bunch of plants. I don't have a greenhouse.
Like I said, on the other side of the door, it's like 5 degrees. That thing on the right's a gas heater, so it's nice and toasty in here.
What North American state, quote unquote, are you in?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Man, right, bro.
I'm
It's
in-
like, oh, that's cold, bro.
I'm in the People's Republic of Cambridge.
Man, never been near there.
It's where Harvard is. So, the People's Republic of Cambridge. There's actually a bar named that, which is, very telling. Where Barry Soetto used to hang out. Even though there's no bathhouses here that I know of.
Are you from that area originally?
My family's originally from southern Vermont, but I came out here for a girl about 20
done.
years ago.
Wow.
Oh, you'd hate it here. There's more blue hair here than I don't even know what. Blue, pink, purple, green.
Oh, I didn't want to hear that. That's not what came to my mind, but man, that sucks.
Dude, this is like liberal hell, man. Are you kidding me?
Worse than Washington? Worse than California?
Oh, but it's on the par with San Francisco, I'd say.
Oh my gosh, dear Lord, that's terrible. Bro, do you think you might want to move before the fire and brimstone comes, Indio?
I got my escape plan.
Oh, all right, there you go. He's got the escape plan, guys. Oh boy, but yeah, I predict a nice, really big fight on Nathan's show, maybe in the next couple of days with QE. That ought to be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? You know, Indio, I can't find any Globers or atheists that even have the balls to talk about their own religion. So now I got to start just going after Quantum Eraser.
So now we're going to cannibalize each other?
I mean, I might as well. Look what happened the other day. I was attacked for saying, "Hey, the deceptions are getting worse," and muted for it. So.
Well, if you want to see people preach a religion, go in the lobby. They've been doing that a lot lately.
Oh, I was just talking about the deceptions that we can see in reality. I don't think that's religion. I'm just talking about, you know, the things that we can't talk about, right? You know, our government entities, the laws that are forcing us to do certain things, you know, allowing us to do things here. So nothing to do with religion, so-called.
Oh, the state is a religion too, my man. The state is definitely a religion. Adherence to the state. It's called statism. We have a bunch of statists.
Now that I agree with. Is there a statism? Is there a part of this server that I didn't know about that you had to go there to talk about how the deceptions are getting worse?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the thing was though, it wasn't anything to do with that. The person just gets really triggered and has some sort of seizure temper tantrum when he hears my voice, which I understand could be difficult. But the thing is, he was asking me a question. Then as soon as I try to answer, I just get talked over then muted, which is fine. It happened for a reason. I'm not complaining. It's a good thing actually. It's actually a good thing that I get attacked because I don't get stronger and better because people are nice to me. You probably know that.
Well,
the haters,
steel gets stronger when you beat on it. You know that, right?
That's right. The haters are the greatest thing that's ever happened to me, bro. They're the reason I'm here. They're the reason I'm the XO. So thank you, haters. God bless you. I guess that in conclusion, the difference is I'm not the one with the mute button. So it's going to be hard to kind of justify what happens, you know. Everybody's a tough guy with a mute button. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a Goldberg in here earlier. What happened to him?
When I came in, he wasn't here, unless I scared him away. I don't know.
You know, out of all the questions he could ask, he has to ask why would they lie, as if that even matters.
Oh, right off the bat, before he even had a conversation. Okay.
Have I spoken to End of Mankind?
I haven't.
VC verified. Hello, End of Mankind. Prudent man foreseeth the evil, hiteth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. Okay, great. Let's go, End of Mankind. Man, if Indio would have saw that, I'm sorry, not Indio, if Helio Skeptic would have saw End of Mankind, he would start singing Fight Fire with Fire. Let's get Helio in here.
Probably listening at work, and he probably just started singing it, and his coworkers are hating on him right now.
Thank you. That's right, Helio Skeptic. We know what you're doing right now.
Pooch is here, but he's self-deafened.
I spoke to Pooch earlier. He was definitely not a Glober. He seemed to just be, yep, one of us.
Hey, India, you take your cold weather back up to north, man. I don't like it here in Texas.
What's the temperature right now, Elbow, where you're at in Texas?
I think it's about 50s, man.
Yeah, to me, 40's cold. My hands out here right now, it's about 40 degrees, and my hands are a little, you know, like they're stiff, you know?
What's that in Celsius?
Yeah, it's actually 50 degrees. What, Celsius is what? 17s, maybe 18s?
That's warm, man. That's
I know you're going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. I knew it, Get. I'm from literally the Lake of Fire known as Phoenix, Arizona. Okay?
Oh my
Like the
God!
second,
Yeah,
the second hottest place on this plane of existence, Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, bro, I've been sunburned a million times,
that's
and
hot. Yeah.
I've had like 10 heat strokes. So now I can't take hot or cold. I need it like at 63 degrees, and then I'm good.
It's
Yeah,
9 degrees. 9 degrees. Sorry.
you have desert over there.
17 is what, 80s, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's 9 degrees. Sorry.
Oh, 9. Yeah, that's chill. Yeah.
That's too cold.
My hands are stiff. I'm slowing down. I feel like I'm walking in peanut butter now. It's 40.
No, up to down to -2. It's okay. You don't die of cold. But
But
below
do you need gloves?
-2.
Do you need
At
gloves though?
-2? No.
I need gloves at 9. Okay.
Well, you see, here when it's very cold, like below -10, -15, that's when it starts to be that cold. If you touch a wrench key, something metal, which has been outside, your skin starts sticking to it. That's when that is cold.
I live in Texas. We're used to like 22 degrees weather Celsius.
Yeah.
This 22 degrees is common here. Going down to like 9 and 14, like, yo, man, what's going on?
And I'm in the sun right now. But yeah, I'm just if you look up Fort Huachuca area, I'm in that desert right there, walking around right now.
Nice.
Only time it gets cold here, if it rains, we know we're gonna get cold weather. Other than that, it starts getting warm. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, do you see any life out there? I mean, I got bunny rabbits and jackrabbits. What other kind of rabbits? Atheist rabbits.
Let me see.
Yeah, do you have any wildlife out there?
You have any evolved rabbits over there?
Oh, and I got javelina. Right, I got javelina here at night. There's herds of, not herd, but like, what is it? A group? I don't know what it is. Javelina pigs, 5, 10, 15 pigs running across your yard. Wild boar.
Oh, those are good for hunting. They are better than supermarket meat.
Oh no, I don't eat that filthy crap, bro. I ain't gonna touch a pig. Come on now. But I do have a weapon.
Yeah.
So listen to this though. I got this too. Even a bear doesn't like this. You see, you got to bring your electric lightning gun.
Yes, true. Yeah, but I mean, people here in Europe, swine is a common food. Like ordinary.
Oh, I know. I'm joking. It is here too in America. Everybody knows.
Yeah, wild boar is so much better than supermarket pig, like farm pig.
That's true. It is. I hate to say this term. It's much cleaner, right? That's why. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't get any antibiotics, any steroids, any that kind of stuff.
Right, that's another problem too. We got a lot of eagles and hawks. Well, mostly hawks, falcons out here. Birds of prey.
Oh, nice.
Also scorpions, black widows, diamondback rattlesnakes, vipers, things like that.
The snakes I don't like.
Well, I'm a snake charmer, if you didn't know.
Fascinating. That is interesting.
Yeah, as long as you have a stun gun, you can charm a snake. Easy. But actually, you know what? I've been here. Listen to this. I've been here 39 years, okay, in this Arizona desert. I have never seen indigenously in the wild one venomous snake, and they're everywhere. And I've never seen one ever. And I've been walking these deserts for 39 years.
I've seen viper in Romania. We have them in the mountains. And yeah, I was going summer climbing mountain, and yeah, you have to be careful. I was lucky, I saw it.
Cool. Yeah, and when I grew up, yeah, Dad did, though. I was going to say, Dad found one, this has got to be 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Probably something around 40. He found a couple rattlesnakes, and this is weird. I don't know what you guys do now. This is not me. I don't do this. But growing up, he had them in the freezer. He would have dead diamondback rattlesnakes in the freezer.
Oh my
Weird,
God.
huh? Weird, right? Like he was gonna extract the like he was some Crocodile Dundee guy or something. Like he was gonna take the venom out of him. I have no idea.
There's
Was he a warlock?
Interesting. Sorry?
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead. What was that?
I asked you, Pillbox, if he was a warlock.
No. He was not a warlock. No, he was a skydiver.
Okay, kind of sound like it from what I heard.
Probably had some
Oh,
snakes
no.
too, and you didn't know.
No. He was a skeptic. My dad wasn't the best dad, but the greatest lesson that he told me is that he didn't believe anybody. If you told him something sus at all, he would say, "Get the out of here." He didn't believe anybody. He just was a complete skeptic. He just fold his arms and say bullshit every time.
Yeah.
No, if you presented him with witchcraft, he'd knock that stuff out of your hands and tell you to get a life.
Yeah.
That's epic, bro.
There is a funny thing in Romania now. In this region where, I have a house in the mountains, and to encounter vipers in the wild, it's something common, like not out of the ordinary. But I have a friend there living in the village. In fact, he's a friend of my father. He's his age, but I'm friend with him too. And when this guy was young, he was traveling by foot over the mountains like 100 kilometers just daily, like it was normal for him. He will never go by bus or car. He will prefer to go on his own footpath. And he was like very knowledgeable. And I spoke with him 2 years ago. I went there, and he told me that there has shown up a giant snake. He didn't know to say it was a boa, anaconda, python, or whatever. But it was like 8 to 9 meters long. And this kind of snake for Romania is very out of the ordinary. We have like thousands of decades thousands of years since naturally has never been encountered such a big snake in those lands. And the problem is there are many caves in these mountains, and these snakes, if they settle to live in caves, they can get to grow like mind-blowing big. And he said that this snake ate one of his goats. He had some goats, and yeah. He said he saw it once in like down valley, but he didn't approach the animal. He said he was afraid to come close to that beast. And it's one of the only places in Europe where you can find wild horses.
Must be a beautiful place, man.
Yeah. It's very big forest. It's the second forest large in Europe.
Romania. So different culture than Russian, obviously. Completely different culture. How different is it?
Yes. I perceive the Russians as they have borrowed from our ancient traditions and culture and folk. That's how I see them.
Right. So is it fair to say
I don't see the Russian as being original, you know?
Right. Russia's the where everybody kind of melts their different origins.
Yeah.
So Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, these places are obviously just very different cultures and different people, right? Yeah.
They are exactly. Yeah, they are actually settled there for many ages, way before the Russians. You know. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Russian Empire is basically like the Eastern America, right?
Yeah. It's very new for us.
I got a lot of air traffic over today, but it was nice talking to you, gentlemen. I will return later.
Yeah, be great.
Oh, well, I don't know if I can be great, but I know who is great, get.
Yeah, right. Me too. I know too.
All right. And remember, the Earth is not an object. Have a good day.
You're very right. You're very right about that. I heard that actually. I was having dinner, and I heard you talking with Indio. So yeah, I agree with what you said. Totally.
Well, just
not
be
an
ready
object.
because I'm just going to tell you this right now. Be ready because a lot of flat earthers that everybody holds the high esteem are going to be really butthurt soon.
Yeah.
Amen.
A ball or a planet or whatever, you can move them. They are not fixed, but the Earth is fixed and immovable. It means you cannot move it to your likeness. You cannot
Move
lift it up. You cannot push it down.
Right?
Yeah.
Much
Yeah.
this and worse than that. You can't even perceive it. You can't even understand it. You
Yeah.
can't even measure it. Right? It is
Yeah.
beyond your understanding. So you cannot
yeah.
guess what the word. You cannot object it. You cannot have an objective perception of Earth. Because remember, Earth is just Earth coming out of the waters, and the Earth is on foundations, and the foundations are not Earth. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Blood always finds its level. See you later, bro. Have a good day.
And yeah.
Go ahead. One more thing. Go ahead. You're keeping me. I'm on the hook.
I wanted
You
to
caught me
say
right in the lip.
As a human being, you cannot even have the full picture of half of the world, not the whole of it.
Oh, well,
We
you know
cannot
what?
comprehend
That's it.
half of it. To see it like in one image in front of our eyes.
All right, I'm just gonna have to put a picture now in the live stream voice text for the also for the lovely chat to see out there. I know it's not the best time of day, and I'm sure it's really early, and you got to get the crust out of your eyes if you're out there in a YouTube chat. So please wake up. So let's see if I can picture real quick. You know, I just have so many. I just gotta scroll through. It's like looking through a kaleidoscope. All right, where is it? Da-da-da. Okay. Yep. There we go. There we
You
go.
know
I'm gonna
that
tag you.
very high altitude picture, which is looks like planet New Mexico.
Yes. Yes, of course. I know it's ridiculous. So look at this. All right, what time is it? 2 minutes? There we go. Did that work? Are we there yet? Uh-oh, Cut's got a lemur. Watch out. Do you know
I
there's a
see
glider?
the one with
There
the
you go.
airplane. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
You can't measure this hole in the ground. You can't understand how big just this hole in the ground is. I took this picture in 2014, get me get. God has been very good to me. This is the judgment scar. And for this, they willingly are ignorant that by the word of God, the heavens were of old and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world, what's it say? That then was being overflowed with water, perished.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll see you later. God bless.
God bless. God bless. Excellent. Take care. Amen. Yeah, whatever. 24/7 Flutter server is my spiritual ground. All these famous flat earthers, YouTubers, whatever, they can make Discord servers. I joined them, and yeah, vast majority of them, when I visit them, they are empty, desert. But still, I prefer this server instead of any other. Probably Jeranism, if he managed his server, it will be interesting, but he does not. Which is, I think it's a shame. But those kind of people are interested in the monetized side.
Anybody here?
I'm here.
Me too.
Okay. Yeah, no, we have some, but okay, like I'm gonna do a VC check-in then of 3 guys, and I'll bring them down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. Take your time.
Hey, I've actually been checked in here before. Do I still need to be moved into the other channel to check in, or no?
You are fine now. I hear you.
Okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth server.
I'm familiar with the server. I've been here before.
Okay.
I'm familiar.
Welcome back. So, how did you come to Flat Earth knowledge? How did you find out about it?
I've been debating flat Earth for a while, but I'm also a physics student, so I'm pretty much familiar with a lot of the flat Earth beliefs, talking points, I guess theories. I'm familiar with most of it. I wouldn't say all of it. I'm not going to sit and pretend I know all of it, but I know enough to get by. You feel me?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you said you are familiar with many of our beliefs. So,
Just a
what
little,
do you?
just a little some.
Yeah, what do you think we believe, actually?
Well, I think you guys believe that we are on a flat disk, that there is either one or several explanations explaining why it appears to be a globe, such as ice sheets, or the firmament, or any other theory that I have yet seen to be demonstrated to me, like efficiently. So that's where I think you guys believe. But if you don't think that's accurate, it's probably best if you just tell me what you believe, and we can go from there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, there is a problem with belief. If you need to believe something, then that thing cannot have factual, empirical evidence and stuff like that.
I'm
And only
sorry.
then something requires belief.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
There's 2 other people who actually want to be involved with this. They're named Dr. Davinsky and Nick the Prick. They're about to be checked in.
Okay.
So I don't want you to have to repeat yourself. I'd rather wait for them to get in here too so we can all hear it together. Just for the sake of
All right.
keeping
Okay.
things efficient.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were the one interested.
Wait, I recognize your picture. Have we talked before?
I think we did.
In Ron server, right?
No, in this server, but I remember I spoke a couple of days ago with a physics student.
Ah, that must have been me then. Hey, what's up? I remember
Yeah.
you. Hey.
Yeah. We've talked quite some things.
You respected my beliefs. So, I mean, I may not agree with you, but you at least respected me enough to give me, respect to talk to you. So, I'll give you that.
Yes, of course, I respect your beliefs, but you see, what we do here is we move away from belief systems and we stick with facts, measurements, observations, empirical evidence.
I mean, I feel the same
And
way with,
science.
what I do. I feel the same way I do with, my science,
Yeah, yeah. So if for example, you say, hey, I can have gas pressure next to a vacuum against...
Hold on. Wait until the other guys get here.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I'm verified now. Nick will be verified in a couple minutes, and then we can go. I'm looking forward to this.
Great.
Dr. Davinsky?
My doctorate is not really relevant in this field.
Okay, the other guy said he was a physics student, so I was wondering if he was a physics professor or anything. Or have a doctorate.
No, Umar's the one that's going to come here with the hard-hitting science,
And the maths.
Whereas I'm just going to come here and listen to, I guess, any of the fallacies that people put forth, if there are any.
Well, do you want to be the person that? Do you want to be the person that calls out the fallacies? I can demonstrate the math and stuff. You can call the fallacies out if you'd like.
Yeah, that's what I think I'll be best at.
And then I think Nick can debunk the conspiracy stuff if we're gonna tackle it at that angle.
But,
I think we got a good plan. Yeah.
So is it free versus free, or who's debating the other side?
I think it's just us versus the rest of them. To be honest, I guess anybody that wants to join.
Who's the most I guess who's the most notorious debater for the flat Earth side? Who's the one that's the final boss?
Quantum Eraser, but he's not here, I think, right now. I'm Get Big to Get. I am a flat earther. I know a lot of all the flat earth arguments and techniques. So, yeah.
It's going to be good.
Yeah.
We can talk about a lot of things.
We should
And
get
I
Xavier.
warn you, you should be prepared.
I wish we had Xavier here too.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to shout this group out to my Instagram and try to get some people to come and watch. Just give me... Where's the invite link?
Sure, okay.
God, this is going to be great.
Yeah, I've always wanted to hear Umar debate flat Earth because he is got some expertise in this field.
Okay, so can I start?
Cavendish experiment.
usually when we get new people coming in our server here, we ask them 3 questions, which are not a contest, they are not a IQ test. It's simply to verify the individual's knowledge on the subject matter. So,
yeah.
So, would you like to go through these 3 questions? If you don't know the answer to any of them, just say, I don't know, and we move forward, and that's it. Okay?
Let's do this.
Okay, so, first question. Do you know who in mankind's history proved that the Earth is a sphere, and by which method?
You lagged out the last second.
Sorry?
Yeah, you lagged out.
I think he said by which method.
Yeah, by which method?
I do know one method was Aristotle. I do know Aristotle. He had 2 distinct methods. It was the one where he used the direction of the shadow in the ground to determine like the Earth's circumference, and then he also used the ship going over the horizon in order to determine that the Earth was a curvature object. He used those 2 experiments to determine that the Earth was a sphere.
Well, and what will the doctor say? Answer.
What do you mean? What would the doctor say?
Oh, he's talking about me.
Novinsky.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I will
what
just.
will be your answer? Yeah.
I can't answer that honestly.
Oh, can you explain why?
One method of telling the Earth was flat, from what I've seen, is there was like a stick experiment that they used in the Middle East, and they showed that the shadows, something to do with the shadows, and over time they saw, something like that. I don't know. Umar can probably elaborate on that one.
That's the first one I gave.
You mean the method which they claim that the Earth is a ball, not flat?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, because okay, because you said flat. So
my check.
I hear you, Elijah. You're good. Welcome.
Hey guys. I was everything all good.
We're doing good. How you doing?
I was going through the 3 points with them. I just asked them the first question, and they said their answer was that Aristotle actually put a stick on the ground. He measured the length of the shadow and probably angles. And a second method was looking at ships going over the horizon. Yeah. So, would you like to take it over?
No,
here.
No, please continue. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No problem. I wish you can participate and help out because they are 3 and
Do you want to ask Nick the Prick for his answer too? Because Nick the Prick is participating in our discussion as well.
What's up?
He asked, how do you know who proved the experiment to show the Earth was a sphere? Do you know about that experiment, Nick?
No, I'm not like that informed on like who and what, but I just find it interesting, you know.
Okay.
Well, me and Davinsky gave so.
Yeah. So nice. I appreciate all you 3 guys' honest answer. I appreciate. That's it's nothing shame. It's not a contest, so don't worry. The correct answer is actually in ancient Greek, Eratosthenes, and indeed, one story says that he looked in a well, and in the city of Alexandria and in the city of Syene, one of his friends put a stick in the ground and measured the length of the shadow and the angles. And they were assuming that they are actually measuring a curved surface already. Anyway, let's move to the second question. So the second question is, do you know which man and by which method proved that the Earth, the world, is spinning around its axis?
On its axis?
Yeah, around its own axis.
That I actually don't know.
I don't know either.
The other? Okay. All of you three don't know?
Oh wait, you said on the axis? Oh, that it's spinning. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Copernicus. Copernicus is the one that did that. My bad. Copernicus.
Okay, Copernicus. Okay.
Yeah.
How did he do it?
Copernicus. He proved it by he proved the heliocentric model, and he proved that objects that are more massive than the Earth literally would have to follow an inertial reference frame, meaning the most massive object gives out the most gravitational constant, and that the thing that gives out the most gravitational constant would literally be the center of like the mass for whatever's being in that inertial reference frame. So essentially, the most massive objects will tend to have things rotate around it because it tends to dictate how the inertial reference frame is going to behave. That is what he
So
said.
that's
pretty much a story. How did he?
This is Newtonian mechanics already now.
Mm-hmm. And do I have to get into the Cavendish experiment to prove?
No. Wasn't Copernicus? Didn't he live before Newton?
Sure, but it's evident. It's evident that like there are many scientists or people who did theoretical sciences that like were later proved by like experts that weren't necessarily born in the same time. Like the Aristotle experiment. I'm sorry.
That's not how science and experiment works, though. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
And 1 second, Mr.
Yeah,
Bob.
hold on.
The last time you were here, you ran away, right? Remember?
Mm-hmm.
You ran away, right?
I need to get angry and.
No, I'm not
There's
angry.
no need to get in. Okay, there's no need to be confrontational. Let's continue discussing, please.
Just one can I just make one point? As one of Umar's caregivers, he doesn't like the term boy, so just don't refer to him as a boy. Thank you.
Right.
Caregiver. Oh, caregiver. Okay, dude.
Yeah, that was the whole issue, right? You were kind of fragile, and when people were talking,
could I explain as to why I got upset? There is an actual reason why. There's a historical context of that word being used. I don't know where you're from, but I'm from America, and in my country, that word was used to tell like a lot of black men who were in positions of like.
Right, I don't care.
I respected your position. Could you at least hear mine out though, so we can actually like because I'm not like fragile. Can I just finish my spot, please? You came in interrupting us, and we were in the middle of a discussion. So I was actually in the middle of talking. You rudely came in and interrupted us. Please do not do that.
Okay, I can.
He has the right to do that because he's a moderator in here, and he has to make sure that we will be civil in here and all that.
He's making it uncivil.
He's making it uncivil. He's actively doing that.
I'm about to start muting everybody because I don't feel 100%, and I don't really care for that. First of all, you asked me if I was sure, and I was going to respond with, yes, I'm sure. What do you mean, am I sure? Do we have to go through what an experiment is and what all of its fundamental parts are?
We don't have to because I'm a physicist.
Why are you interrupting me? Because if you're going to say something, and I'm going to say something, and we're quote-unquote debating, then we're going to have to do more than say things. We're going to have to then support what we're saying. So just because you say it with bravado, because you say you're a physics student, doesn't mean that you're going to follow your teachings to the letter.
Sure. So would you like me to demonstrate my teachings?
No, I don't care about that. I only care about whether or not, listen, I only care about whether or not what you're calling an experiment is actually a viable experiment and not pseudoscience.
I assure you the Cavendish experiment is not pseudoscience, and I can demonstrate it and reproduce its experimental.
Everybody else, just if he has something to say about it, let him say it so that I can respond.
No, Davinsky is the one that's adding on. He's adding on to what I'm saying too. Because
By definition, if it's accepted by the scientific community, then it's not pseudoscience, right?
No, that's not true.
And well, your
That's incorrect.
It doesn't really.
That's incorrect.
Pseudoscience definition. We can look this up.
Exactly. Go ahead. But the point is, if you tell me the Cavendish experiment, blah blah blah, I'm gonna say, okay, well, in order to have an experiment, you first need a hypothesis that's built on a supposition of why you think a phenomena in reality is actually happening. So then, in the Cavendish experiment, obviously following a hypothesis, I would want to know what your independent variable is.
What my independent variable is in the Cavendish experiment. Wouldn't the independent variable be the constant of G?
What?
The independent variable would be the constant of G, because G as a constant doesn't change.
G as a constant doesn't change.
True.
Okay.
Is G not equal to 9.8 meters per second squared, my friend? That is not true on Earth. Are you sure?
Well, we live on either an ellipsoid or an oblate spheroid. It can't be constant. You know that, right? It would only be constant on a. It would only be constant on a perfect sphere. So no, it's not constant.
I didn't say the shape was constant. I said G was constant, but you can measure and identify.
Well, G can't be constant because the shape isn't perfectly a sphere. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Maybe to like 1,000th of a percentile, but if you're looking at it at like a large scale, it's almost always certainly going to be 9.8 meters per second squared, like at any given point, except for like different parts on the planet.
No, sorry.
You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Can you demonstrate that?
Well, it's not my claim. First of all, things don't drop 9.8 meters per second squared.
It actually is, because I demonstrated my proof with the Cavendish.
Can you stop? You just said things drop 9.8 meters per second squared. Well, I just dropped my tissue into my toilet bowl. Definitely didn't drop 9.8 meters per second.
Oh, it certainly did. It might have a lot more surface area to slow it down and make it appear that it's going less than 9.8 meters per second, but the gravitational constant itself is still 9.8 meters per second. I can assure you of that. We utilize this, we know this using the Cavendish experiment.
So do you want to know why that's a begging the question fallacy?
How is that the begging the question fallacy? I know what that fallacy is, but I want to hear what the definition is from you. What is that?
I'm going to give you an example if I can go ahead and find it.
Can we just define it? Assume I'm stupid and I don't know what it means. Define what begging the question fallacy means. Define it.
When you assume your conclusion is baked into your process.
Okay. So how have I done it? Demonstrate how I've done it.
So you just said that G was a constant, and then I just dropped my tissue, and then you gave me a reason as to why it didn't do that, and you said it's still doing that. However, the result is different only because of X, Y, Z. That's how you do it.
Right, because surface area
Now, if I can find the example I was looking for with Einstein, actually. It's a perfect example of how people use begging the question all the time, but you're going to have to be patient. If you really want to have this conversation and be honest in this conversation and have it be fruitful for everyone, including yourself.
But
okay. I just don't want it to I feel like when I debate a lot of flat earthers, they do this thing where they tend to gish gallop a lot, and then they tend to not answer my point, and I'll have to ask the question over and over.
Well, I haven't gish galloped at all, and the only thing you've done is given a begging the question.
Let's not focus on what I've done. Let's just get to the example you have.
But can I just point one thing out? Elijah asked you for the independent variable, and you named a constant. You're supposed to vary and manipulate that independent variable. How are you going to do that with a constant?
You can't. Wait, isn't the independent variable the independent variable is the one that doesn't change? The independent variable is what affects the dependent variable.
The independent variable is the one the researcher is supposed to vary and manipulate.
Independent variable.
Yeah, the independent variable.
Can I just say one thing?
A variable that stands alone. Yeah, it says answer. An independent variable is exactly what it sounds like. A variable that stands alone and isn't changed by other variables you are trying to measure. That's exactly what I said.
Wait, let Davinsky speak.
So this is from the APA, which is the writing standards that, basically you have to write to if you're an academic. Pseudoscience, a system of theories and methods that has some resemblance to a genuine science but cannot be considered as such. Examples include astrology, numerology, etc. Various criteria for distinguishing pseudoscience from true science has been proposed, the most influential being falsifiability. And if you look at falsifiability, that's basically, can this be so falsifiability, the condition of admitting falsification, the logical possibility that an assertion, hypothesis, or theory can be shown to be false by an observation or experiment. So what Umar said earlier, I'm sure that could be proven to be false if it was false, could it not? So it wouldn't be pseudoscience.
No, because first it would have to be a viable experiment, which would make it viable science. But anyway,
But
so
if it wasn't viable,
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. You don't have to talk over me. I don't want to start muting people. I can't really speak all that loud. So the independent variable IV is the characteristic of a psychology experiment that is manipulated or changed by research. Right?
I just looked it up though. It literally said the definition of it is literally that the scientist does not manipulate that variable. I'm literally looking at the definition right now.
So why don't you just go ahead and post your source?
Yeah, where are you
Sir, can I
reading
get pig
that
perm?
from?
Can I get pig perms, please?
Can I get in here?
DM it, just post it for you.
There seems to be a misunderstanding with an independent variable, because what you read as a definition, I feel like you've actually misunderstood it. So when you said that it's a variable that isn't changed by the other variables, that's not what the other guy said. He said that it's a variable that's varied by the researcher.
So how do you change G? How do you change G as a constant? But how can you change G as a constant if like the G
You
is
don't.
G
That's why
observed
it's
by the Earth?
pseudoscience. You don't.
It's
That's
not
why.
gravity is pseudoscience.
He wasn't finished.
Okay, so I'm going to say what I said from the start, and you're not going to interrupt. Hopefully you'll understand. The problem is that you are conflating the researcher's effect on the variable with the other variable's effect on the variable, right? So what he said is that the researcher has to vary and manipulate the independent variable and then observe a change in the dependent variable. And you then said that the other variables don't have an effect on the independent variable, which has nothing to do with what he said. So
Right. So how do you change? So this is what you're not failing to understand. How do you change G as a constant?
She's not.
How do you change G as a constant though if it's literally?
So you need to understand that you've strawmanned him, and then you can start to approach it. Otherwise, this is a waste of everyone's time.
So how did I strawman him when you can't change G as a constant? Can you demonstrate how to change G as a constant? How do you change it? Stop! Wait! How do you change G as a constant unless you can only change that by going on a different planet? Explain that.
You asked me a question, right? I'm now going to
answer it.
It was in a rhetorical though. He was still saying stuff.
How have you strawmanned him? Well, actually, if you were listening to the previous sentence, I actually explained the strawman in the sentence, which tells me you're not listening.
Second of all, yeah, I muted him because if you want to continue to have privileges to speak here, you're going to relax, right? Because first of all, I'm the only guy not talking to you like that. I realize that you have an environment when you're at school and it gets like that. I know my young stepson gets like that too. It's okay, but you're definitely going to need to calm down. So first of all, how'd you straw man? Well, you're asking me how a constant would be manipulated. The G would be manipulated. Well, I told you that that's not possible. That's why it's not actually a viable experiment, because there's no viable hypothesis. Why would you be asking me that question when I told you in the offset that that's not possible?
So again, you haven't demonstrated how I asked him a straw man. When he asked me for a specific question, I proved the experiment is real because you can reproduce this experiment. If this experiment was bullshit, we wouldn't even be able to reproduce it and get the same results. So you need to demonstrate how me getting the same results by reproducing this experiment makes it a false experiment. Can you demonstrate how that's possible?
Would you like me to explain the strawman again, or do you want to just accept that it was a straw?
Would you like to answer my goddamn question, please?
Oh, calm down, dude.
You asked the question twice, and I've given an answer twice, and I don't feel like you've understood the answer either time.
Look, also, we don't need, like, listen, I'm going to moderate the kid, okay? So whenever he's done talking, I'm just going to mute him so the other side can say what they have to say without everyone screaming and making this unlistenable, because this could be a teachable moment. Please continue. Note that you're going to stay on mute until it's your time to speak. Everybody else doesn't have to have that leash because they're being reasonable. I applaud the rest of you for being reasonable, even though I've muted your friend. I'm not censuring him. I asked him a few times to relax, and I can understand where he's coming from. That's fine. But when other people are speaking, he's going to have to remain on mute. So
Can I ask his two friends, because it seems like he's got two friends, can I ask if they understood the point I was making? The Aussie guy?
Davinsky?
I'm just listening in. Umar's the one with the science, so he's the expert.
Yeah,
Actually, my point was a logical point, scientific point. So you understand that there's a difference between a researcher manipulating a variable and the variable being manipulated by another variable, right? Yes? No? Anything?
Are you asking me or Umar?
I'm asking you.
Could you repeat that one last time?
Okay. Do you understand that there's a difference between a researcher manipulating a variable and a variable being changed by another variable?
And you're saying that Umar's claim is that a researcher manipulated it?
No. So this was the straw man. This was the thing that got him in trouble before we could even continue the topic, right? So another guy said, well, your independent variable needs to be manipulated by the researcher. And then your friend said, oh, but I've got a definition here that says that the variable isn't changed by another variable, which has nothing to do with the original point, and then got him kind of hot and bothered and a bit shouty, right? So the problem is that he hasn't understood that he's actually strawmanned someone unintentionally, which has then caused all of the problems that followed.
I think that Umar needs to rebuttal this.
There's no rebuttal. This objectively happened, right? So the problem is that if he understands that this happened, then we can move on. But if he doesn't understand that there's a difference between what the original person said and what he claimed that person said, there is no progress.
Well, what does Umar have to say about that?
Okay.
Well, let's see. Okay.
After you get done with that, I want to answer something with Dr. Davinsky. Would you read something from, I don't know where, your source for the pseudoscience? After that, I want to get to that part.
Okay, sure.
So I'd like to make it clear for everybody, I'm not mad. I just get a little bombastic or my voice gets louder because I am in the work truck, but I am not trying to yell or scream at anybody. If anybody feels threatened by what I'm saying, don't take it that way. That's just how I am when I discuss stuff. But yeah, I did feel like I
already understood that, brother. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so as I was saying, I feel like I did answer the question like satisfactory, but fine. If you'd like, he can re-ask me the question and I can directly answer in front of everyone so that he feels like I've given him a satisfactory answer. So please ask your question to me again and I'll answer it. I'll try to answer it in a direct and like specific way to you.
So I'll ask again. Do you understand that there is a difference between a researcher manipulating an independent variable and the variable being changed by another variable?
Correct. But where has that, can you demonstrate where that independent variable has been manipulated by the researcher? Can you show me that, please?
No, but this isn't my claim. The point I'm making,
that's what I'm saying.
That the other person was defining independent variable in that way, right? And then you said, no, it doesn't change based on other variables, which wasn't what he said.
Okay, guys, you guys are arguing about semantics.
I feel like we're getting hung up on semantics. I want to know your position. I just want to know your position. What is your position?
My position is that you misunderstood his statement, right?
That's not what we're arguing about, though. We're arguing about if the Earth is flat or not. We're not arguing if I'm...
Then you can't... Look, if you don't
How about...
understand
Okay.
then you can't make a logical rebuttal. Obviously.
So here's what happened, and here's the problem. So I said it wasn't an actual experiment. You asked me if I'm sure about that, and I said, okay, well, what's the independent variable? You said the constant big G, and then yada, yada, yada. Then you tried to ask me, how would that possibly be manipulated? Therein lies the problem with your assertion.
Okay, so my assertion is, can you demonstrate like how the researcher is manipulating G?
Well, that's the thing. It was your claim that it was a scientific experiment.
I'm just okay.
Listen. It was your claim that it was a scientific experiment. It is not following the scientific method. Therefore, it's not a science experiment, and that's what we said is pseudoscience. Now, now that listen. I'm about to.
Okay.
You're asking us about where is the independent variable manipulated. It's not one of them. First of all, and the definition of pseudoscience, right? It's something that is claimed to be pseudoscience, but it's not, right? So let me read you something from let me read you something from MSU. Pseudoscience is as the name implies, something that is claimed to be scientific, but it's not. The modern world is loaded with pseudoscience. You can learn to detect it because it has properties that you can compare to the real scientific method. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, ignores one or more of these steps. The true scientific method is not followed, although the pseudoscience is littered with scientific sounding terminology. It is the method that counts, and that where it fails. So if it doesn't follow the scientific method, that is called pseudoscience.
So can you show me where it doesn't follow the scientific method, please? I know what
the question was. That's why Elijah asked you. That's why
I'm not asking you what the definition is. Just straight out pseudoscience.
Now listen. Right. This is the thing.
Okay, here's why it's pseudoscience. It doesn't have a viable hypothesis.
Thank you. Okay, how? How does it not have a viable hypothesis? Now we're getting somewhere.
Well, tell me what the viable hypothesis is.
No, you need to tell me how it's not a viable hypothesis. The hypothesis
because
is to find
there's no viable hypothesis.
The hypothesis is to find the specific value of G. We've already established that G is a constant. We just needed to find the exact measurement or value of G. That is what the hypothesis is.
That's not a hypothesis.
To demonstrate it's true, you have to
first
prove...
of all, yo, Gabiget.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's already me, Crypto. I mean, we're gonna have to either switch out or
go ahead.
Come on.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
So first of all, science. Roger,
Elijah.
come on.
Yeah, I just want one question. Ask him the title of Cavendish. That's the only thing you need to ask.
Okay, afterwards. Before we even get into all that, listen. First of all, science is quantitative, not qualitative. You're trying to find the qualitative, not quantitative. You're trying to find the quantity of something. So that's another problem. But second of all, what you said wasn't a hypothesis. Now, would you like to look up what a hypothesis is from various sources?
No, assume I know the definition is. Student for about 5 years. Let's assume I know the definition, please.
Well, I can't assume that because you didn't demonstrate that you know it.
But I did because I actually gave what the hypothesis.
Give it, Mr.
So now, hold on. So I muted you. So check this out. Remember, I said you're going to be saying things as if you're right. I'm going to be saying things as if I'm right. I don't know. I wonder if your friends think that we should both be giving notes and citations to support what we think we're saying is true. So you're going to have to validate what you're saying, not only by citation, but by example as well. We're also willing to do that. If you're not willing to do that, and you're trying to use bravado to win versus demonstrate how you're correct, well, you're not going to win here.
Secret fourth person? Is there a secret fourth person who's on our side debating? I don't know who you're talking to, but he asked me a question, and then as I went to answer it, you muted me. Why was that?
No, I muted you because I didn't want you to answer that question.
Well, he asked me.
I didn't want him. Roger, you see why I tried to stop you? Look at this now.
Yeah, go
Look,
ahead.
look what-
Can we have
but-
like a
but now,
1v1?
but now he's focused on what you said.
It's all right. Go ahead.
You're
wanna
kind of
know-
piling up on
whose
Umar
question?
and like bombarding him with a lot of
like-
questions.
We don't need that, Davinsky. We don't need that. Elijah, go ahead.
Not really fair. And then you guys blame
We don't
him.
need that, Nick. Nick, we didn't need that.
If he focuses on me, right? I only told him how he doesn't have a valid experiment because there's no viable hypothesis. He's not challenging it by asking. I told him how. His nuh-uh is not good enough. I said, okay,
How
well,
is this a
fine.
fair combo if you keep muting
if you
him?
think because he keeps talking after. Look, as soon as he's unmuted now, is he going to respond to what I just said? No.
Trying
He looks
to.
muted.
I'm trying.
Now
to.
he's not muted.
I'm trying to respond. So, which do you want me to answer? Because I was asking multiple questions and I was asking multiple things, and I tried to respond to multiple things, then got muted.
You should only
So,
be
what was
responding
your-
to one thing.
Well, maybe everybody should be on mute if like it's a one-on-one conversation, don't you think?
Well, that's what I tried. I mean, well, hey. What do
So
you
why
wanna
am
do?
I being muted? Why am I?
Only mutes us.
Because this is my house. Any more
Okay,
questions?
hey, your house, your rules, Big Papa. Hey, all right. So really
Okay,
quick,
but you
I
don't have
haven't-
to focus on everybody
I'm trying
else.
to-
I mean,
I'm trying to respond
You
to
hear
your
me trying to get
I'm trying to
get
respond to
everybody
your
else
answer,
under
sir.
control.
I'm trying to respond to your answer.
What answer was
Cutting me
that?
off. You were
What
asking me
answer
how
was
I can you just like let me talk, please? You keep cutting me off. You seem to do that a lot. But my thing is, I want to respond to you saying it's not a viable hypothesis. So I'm not satisfied with your answer. You have just gish-galloped and rambled on. You haven't demonstrated how it's not a viable hypothesis. So I'll ask you again, and I'll ask slowly this time. How is it not a reasonable hypothesis if it can be reproduced and repeated over and over again and get the same results? Please explain how that's possible if it's not a viable hypothesis.
Because a hypothesis is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomena.
What does a supposition mean? Because I feel like you don't know what these words mean.
You want me to tell you? It's what you
Yeah, 'cause I
think
don't think you know what it means.
is what you think is the cause of what you're looking at in nature. A phenomenon.
And we see that in nature, things constantly fall down and they have a gravitational constant. And that is what we were determining in the Cavendish experiment, correct?
Begging the question.
That's not begging the question if the experiment's been proven true.
It is begging the question.
I guess. You can feel that way. You can keep coping that way. But it's not.
Well, it is begging the question. I don't look at something and see that it's a gravity well because of a constant and blah, blah. No.
But that's literally what science is. Science is literally observing something and then trying to explain that phenomenon.
Man, what you see is falling down.
Sasha, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought this was a 1v1 conversation.
Sorry, guys.
We try to mute everybody, Mr. Ba. You keep complaining.
I'm not
Answer
complaining.
Elijah's
I've been on mute.
question.
I've been
Yeah,
I'm not
you're being very fragile again. Come on. This is between you and Elijah. Answer the question. Then we can move forward, right? All you did is complain.
complain if I'm on mute? How can I complain if I'm on mute? How
So
can I complain
answer Elijah's question. You're doing it again.
But how can I complain if
You
I'm
don't.
on
You,
mute, sir?
so what was the hypothesis of Cavendish?
The hypothesis of Cavendish was literally to determine what the gravitational accelerant was, what the gravitational constant accelerant was, and we determined with that experiment that it is 9.8 meters per second.
That was not his hypothesis.
You want to go over the experiment together, sir? Yeah, the Cavendish
No,
experiment is
I
a clever
want
way
you-
to measure. I'm reading it right now. The Cavendish experiment is a clever way to measure the gravitational constant that is stated in the universal
Mr. Ba.
gravitational equation. This experiment used a torsion balance device to track lead balls together, measuring the torque on a wire and equating it to the gravitational force between the balls. So yeah, it is
Yeah.
absolutely an empirical science.
So Mr. Ba, listen. What was the title of the paper from Cavendish? Can you tell me?
What was I don't think that matters. All that matters is that
What?
the data.
So that's not what I asked. You've been
You're asking me semantics. You're like that doesn't. You haven't
No,
demonstrated
that's
how
not
that's
semantics.
false.
That's
you haven't
just
demonstrated how that's false.
so
You have not
Mr. Ba.
demonstrated that.
I asked you a question. You ran away again. What was the
I didn't run
title?
away. I'm answering you, bro. I said
So
I
what
don't
was the
know. I said I
title?
don't know, but it's a
Okay. So measuring the density of Earth, right? Determining the density of Earth.
Yeah.
Mr.
That's
Bob?
what Cavendish tried.
G wasn't derived until 75 years after Cavendish was dead.
Yeah. Please take over, Indio.
And they don't measure the gravitational constant; they infer it. What do you observe in the Cavendish? Explain exactly what happens in the Cavendish experiment.
The Cavendish experiment literally refers to the inertial reference frame of the two lead balls literally being strung together on a string to literally measure the tension between two lead balls.
Okay, and then what happens?
Stop! Wait, I'm getting to that. You can't let me finish. Holy shit! We can get.
You're already wrong. That's why.
I'm not already wrong. I'm literally reading the process of the experiment right in front of my eyes. Google can't lie to me, my guy. Sorry, but like,
You can't? Why not?
Yeah, because why not? Because I'm literally looking at a college website of how the experiment was done. You think universities make this shit up?
Dude, I already know how Cavendish is done. I already know exactly what it does.
Yeah, and I did
I'm
too. And
asking you. You do. Then why are you reading it? Then you should just be able to tell me exactly what
Why?
happened.
Because I did, and I did this in my freshman year of university. Because, like, I'm almost done with college.
Well, I
now,
think you're
so
lying
this is
because
freshman
you don't
year
know what
shit.
it does.
Oh, okay. Do you want to look at my LinkedIn resume? Because I know Davinsky has it, and he's seen I've been to university. I can't make that shit up.
But I'm saying you didn't do the experiment. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. But how do I know?
Because you don't know what happens.
If I did the experiment, but how do I know the
Why
experiment?
are you talking so fast, dude? You triggered, man?
What?
You triggered?
No, I'm not
He's talking fast because he needs to get a point out because you cut him off every half a second.
Because because he doesn't know what the Cavendish experiment does. He doesn't even know what's observed.
Davinsky, look up the Cavendish experiment, read it out, and tell me if anything I said about it is wrong. I've literally given the exact value of what it found, and I'm sure. Here, look at the screenshot. Give me pick perms, and I'll be able to post.
Okay, listen. I asked you a question. I asked you what was observed. So when you set up the Cavendish, right?
Gravitational constant.
That's not what's observed, you clown. It's not.
But it is. Why do we know the gravitational constant is 9.8 meters per second? Then explain that.
That's not the gravitational constant, you fucking clown. That's the acceleration of gravity, dude, you dumbass. That's little g, you stupid fuck. That's little g, not big G. Dumb fuck.
Have you ever studied a physics class? Have you ever studied a physics class?
Yeah, I took physics 1 and 2 in university. Yeah, I did. That's little g, not big G, you dumb fuck.
And I know the calculus behind it, and what you're saying is completely stupid, because everyone knows G equals 9.8 meters per second squared, retard.
That's little G.
That's little G and big G. Little G and big G are the same exact value, moron.
Oh, they are?
You know that, right? Yes, 9.8 meters. Fucking fool.
This is going to be funny, because I'm going to post the big G value right now.
He's about to
I'm going to post the big G value.
Hey, Davinsky, what does that Cavendish experiment
I know he is.
say? You see that picture I posted, right?
Yeah, when are you gonna?
Yeah, I got school. That's where I already posted it. Look in general.
Oh, let's wait for big G value now.
Wait till you call him a boy. He's gonna
This is
flip
the
out.
wrong server. Hold on. Somebody give me
Oh
pig
my
perms.
god, this guy doesn't even know how to work Discord.
Can you give me pig perms? I need to have pig perms in order to
I
post the
DM'd
pic
you
along.
already. You can post it to my DMs. I've already
Sure.
DM'd.
Sure. So what's this? Right here? What about this? And I also sent the one for variable too. The Cavendish experiment is a clever way to measure the gravitational constant. That's what I've been saying the whole fucking time. My God.
Yeah,
I think the problem. I think I found out the problem with the flat Earth server. You guys are illiterate. Maybe that's the
Yeah,
problem.
now you got to talk about us. Now you got to talk about us.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean,
Little
you've been
chick,
doing it.
dude. Like a gossiping little chick.
I'm
So
like
I
I said,
still
I
want to
was,
know what's observed in the Cavendish experiment. What happens to the balls?
To actually have enough integrity and post that picture I sent him.
Just answer the fucking question.
I answered it. It said it. I answered it. I answered it.
The
And
balls
looking at
come
the
together,
gravitational-
then what happens?
Yeah, and then what happens?
Then what
yeah,
happens?
And then what happens? You measure the tension on the string, and then you can find the gravitational.
How do you measure the
constant by
tension on
measuring
the string?
tension.
How
You
do you
want me
measure
to
the
give you an entire physics lesson on how to measure
No,
tension?
I want
Sure,
you to
can do
tell
that.
me how.
So,
I
how to
don't
measure
need an entire
tension?
physics
It's very
lesson. I
simple.
need an answer.
Are you sure?
I just need an answer.
Oh wait, but I'm actually trying.
I need an answer. How is tension measured on the string?
So in order to find tension measured on the string, you're going to find the potential energy of the torsion on the string, right? The torsion being like the amount of stress that's pulled on the string in order to like literally enact force on it. So that tension was literally found to be like found at 9.8 meters per second squared within the inertial reference frames of the two balls attached to that like string.
You think word salad is going to work?
Meters per second squared.
Dude, he's blowing you out of the water right now. Like,
hey, man, Nowitzki.
Dude, you think word salad is going to work? What's measured? What's
literally
measured?
the science behind it.
Dude, you don't even know what's measured. That's it. I'm going to keep asking you what's measured. Oh, my God. Because then I'm going to tell you.
Davinsky, you're looking at what I'm saying in real time. What I'm saying is literally the experiment, right?
What's measured?
Well, I told you what's measured. How many times do I got to fucking answer?
Okay, what device did they measure that with?
I'm sorry. Are you like
What device did they measure that with? What device?
Balls and a string. Are you illiterate? Do you have
what device did they measure it with?
Amnesia. I told you the answer.
Did they measure the velocity? Did they measure the velocity?
Measured the tension on the string, buddy, in the inertial reference frame. Do you know what an inertial reference frame is? Do you know what an inertial reference frame is?
Listen,
what's an inertial reference frame? What's an inertial reference frame?
How did they measure the tension on the string? How'd they measure it?
You're getting blown the fuck out on this.
You're
no, dude, you're just
How did they measure the tension on the string? I'm just asking a simple question. You should know. You're the physics expert, so tell us, how did they, with what device did they measure the tension on the string?
With the scale.
Everyone else.
No, they didn't measure it with a scale. No, they didn't measure it with a scale. Tension on a string is inferred from the change of the angle of the ball, the velocity at which it turns, dude. And then the ball oscillates.
So how is the ball moving?
And then it oscillates. But you don't know that because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've never done the experiment. You don't know what
the only way those balls are going to come together.
They oscillate. They don't come together. They oscillate. You know what an oscillation is?
Like referring to a frequency. I know what oscillation is, dumb fuck.
Okay, so the balls...
Oscillation refers to modulation as well.
And the balls bounce back and forth because there's tension on the string. So they bounce.
Imagine quizzing me on oscillation when I learned about acoustic. When I learned about
dude, don't break your arm, patting yourself on your back. Apparently, you failed all those. You failed all those.
Dude, I literally got beat.
Again.
Did he get muted or is he just screaming? So the name of Henry Cavendish's experiment was determination of the density of the Earth. Cavendish didn't derive big G. Mitchell did 75 years later after Cavendish was dead. You don't know anything about the experiment, right? There's no independent variable. Okay, you don't have an independent variable. You said Cavendish causes things. Cavendish proves that gravity causes things to fall, right? Nothing even falls in the Cavendish experiment. Cavendish is well known to being hard to set up. I can post you videos of a professional physicist. They actually went and sawed the Cavendish, scientific grade Cavendish device that wouldn't work. And then I could show you it working with Christmas balls. Right? Determine cause and effect. You manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on a dependent variable. Cavendish is not an experiment in any sense of the word.
That did not answer any of my questions. You haven't demonstrated.
You didn't have a question. You just had word salad.
But here's the funny thing. How is it fake? Wait, no, I actually want to ask my question. I actually want to ask my question now. How is it that millions of people have reproduced that experiment and gotten this?
Millions of people have failed to reproduce the experiment. So what?
No. Can you demonstrate that's actually happened? Can you demonstrate millions of people have failed to reproduce?
Can you demonstrate a million people have done the experiment?
Yes, that's why we use G as
a gravitational constant. Show me the survey.
Sure.
Show me the survey.
Yeah, let's look up what Galileo did. Hold on. Let's look up what Galileo did.
Kid's spiraling. This is hilarious.
Yeah,
amazing. Amazing.
So you made a baseless claim. I made a baseless claim, right?
Why are 5,000?
You have no idea. So you had no idea how many people have done it. Neither do I.
Oh, they tried to ban Davinsky.
So guess what? I'm gonna ask you this. Because the only reason you're trying to prove gravity, it already works. So Newtonian gravity and general relativity both work on a flat Earth, right?
Do you think gravity is real?
What do you mean real?
Is gravity real?
Things fall. Yes, things fall. Is it? Because we're trying to determine is gravity the cause of the effect? Which one is it?
All right, maybe I can save you. You're not too far gone on
Save me? Oh my God, you're a religitard.
I'm not a religious. I'm an atheist, actually. I'm an agnostic atheist.
Well, you have a religion without a deity, and you don't even know it.
No, if you call science a religion,
Well, what are you
I don't
saving
think
me
you know
for?
what science is.
What are you saving me
I'm
for?
saving you from being a dumb fuck. I'm saving you from being a dumb fuck.
I know more about the experiment you cited than you, and I'm the dumb fuck.
Sure.
You don't even know what it did. You didn't know that oscillated. You don't know how they infer.
Okay. What does
Listen, you don't know how
oscillation
they
mean
infer.
again?
You don't know how they infer the force from this timing.
What does oscillation and modulation mean? Really quickly. What do those two terms mean?
On YouTube. You could have
what
looked
does
at that.
oscillation mean? What does oscillation and modulation mean? What are those
It's a
two
periodic
terms mean? Since you
motion.
know it.
It's a periodic
motion. Modulation mean? Is a combination of what two waves when you're referring to acoustic waves? It's a combination of what two waves? Sine waves. It's a combination of two sine waves.
You mean Gaussian waves? Yeah, great. Fantastic. What we fucking do? What's your point?
Is one sine wave affecting the frequency, while modulation is the combination of two sine waves overlapping with one another. Also known as
What's that got to do with the price?
Also known as superpositioning, buddy. So why are you saying oscillation?
Listen, superposition is also the linear combination of two vectors. What we fucking do? Who cares?
Oscillation has nothing to do with
listen, Cavendish experiment. The balls oscillate. The balls oscillate in Cavendish.
I don't know what
and you don't know that because you've never done the experiment and you lied.
You're just saying shit.
But listen, let's get to the point. Newtonian gravity and general relativity both work on a flat Earth, and the only reason you're even fucking around with gravity because you think that particles form a sphere under Newtonian gravity, and that is That's right. That is incorrect. They've run this on simulation, and it does not form a sphere. You want a published paper? You want that citation?
You can give me the citation, and I can give you the citation showing that the Cavendish experiment has been reproduced and actually been shown.
It shouldn't be that hard to prove that it's round.
I could reproduce it, and I can listen. You have demonstrations where it's not reproduced.
Why do you keep saying you listen? I've let you ramble on like 6 or 7 minutes now. Like you got to let me respond. It's
Dude, you listen. You're like a ferret on.
It's not fun if you're the only one.
I'm not here for your entertainment.
Well, I mean, mass attractive mass was debunked by Einstein anyway, over 100 years ago. Kid.
Exactly. It's not an experiment, number one, and you're going to have to show how this is associated with general theory of relativity, the new hotness.
So what's the definition of mass?
Wait, can you show me how mass was debunked really quickly? Can you show me how?
What is mass?
No, how was mass debunked?
What is mass? Define
it. Mass is literally just mass. No, what is mass?
Hey, he got a B+ in science class in 9th grade. So
my connection cut off. Hold on.
Define mass.
Mass by definition. Sure, mass is literally just a quantitative measure of inertia. So it's literally describing how much of something is in something. That's all.
Quantitative No, it's not. The number of atoms.
I'm looking at the definition. Well, it's wrong. Encyclopedia Britannica is wrong.
That's correct.
Encyclopedia Britannica does not have science definitions. You go to a physics book.
Quantitative measure of what?
I'm muted.
Quantitative measure. What?
The quantitative measure of the resistance of an object. So it's literally
of what's resistance of an object?
It's resisting, and it's literally dealing with inertia. Do you know what inertia is?
What's inertia?
Are you slow?
What's inertia there,
tendency for an object. Inertia is literally just a tendency for an object to change its position or to resist change.
Wrong.
That is literally what it is.
Wrong. That's not the literal definition. Incorrect. Incorrect.
Slapping his keyboard.
Incorrect. Let me show you, numpty dipshit. Are you in voice text?
Keyboard. I'm at work. I'm not on my keyboard.
Are you in the text chat?
Oh my God,
you motor mouth. Motor mouth. Are you in text chat? Are you in text chat? Listen closely. Are you in text chat?
I can't be
I'm
in
gonna
text chat if I
debunk
keep
your
being
dumb
muted.
ass right
I
now.
can't be in text chat if I'm muted. So,
all right,
but
so,
unlike you, I'm
yeah,
not.
You
can.
can't
I'm
see.
gonna mute
You
you if
can't
you
see the
I'm at
voice
my
text.
job.
All right. So, from your alma mater wiki, mass is both a property of a physical body and a measure of its resistance to acceleration, a change in its state of motion when a net force is applied. Rut-row, Shaggy. Inertia, from your alma mater wiki, is the resistance of any physical object to any change in its velocity. That's acceleration. This includes changes to the object's speed or direction of motion. So you got a big fucking problem. What's mass and what's inertia?
So you realize mass is related to inertia, right? Like that was the stupidest.
I didn't say what it's related to. What is it?
Yeah, but it is though. So like this is the thing.
It's not that.
The concept with that.
It's not that.
You just replied as if he denied what you said. He just asked you again this question, dude. Dude, you like a fucking wind-up toy. You have canned answers, dude.
Why do you guys keep muting me? I guess.
So let me
Because
ask
you're
you.
not answering the question.
So Cavendish measured there was two bodies that you said mass attracting mass, so resistance to acceleration attracted resistance to acceleration. Is that what happened?
I'm muted. I can't answer if I'm muted, bro. You're gonna have to stop muting me like a.
We can all hear you. Just answer the question.
Nobody's muting you.
Okay. Yeah, somebody is actually. I can keep screenshotting. Yeah, he is muted.
I'm sick of his fucking crying.
He unmutes
I'm
you
not
on
crying.
YouTube talk.
I'm not crying. Can you also unmute Dr.
No, I'm gonna.
No, we're not muting your friend, dude. You guys can yell nigger or something, and yeah, like you're not doing that.
This is why I'm muting him. I'm trying to mute him whenever you guys talk, and also when he's not answering the question, because of course it's gonna have us go, "You're not answering the question," and then it's gonna spiral because he's yelling and we're yelling. I'm not doing that. But the bottom line is, QE didn't ask you what it's related to. He asked you what it is.
Oh my god. I mean, dude, I've literally given my
Feigned exasperations are not answers. So you said mass attracts mass, right? So, and then you define mass as its resistance to acceleration. Then Indio said, wow, that means the resistance to acceleration is attracted to the resistance to acceleration, which is dumb fuck muppetry.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this like has run its course. If I get muted again,
You're a dumb fuck. Go back to primary school. You have no idea with what you speak of. You're an idiot.
I gotta get my key. No, I don't. I only need the.
It sucks that the Globe guys just lose their cool whenever they just lose it. They just can't keep it together.
hard. You guys project so hard. Like you guys.
I just jumped in. Here, I jumped in and I heard you screaming, and that's it. Just chill out.
He's so fucking backwards. Cavendish never performed an experiment. He didn't have a viable scientific hypothesis. He didn't find Big G. In fact, this pseudoscience was debunked over 107 years ago by general relativity. He's 107 years out. Do you keep up with your continuing education credits? You're 107 years out of date there, sunshine.
Yeah, it's a 1700s experiment. It's, I mean,
he ran away.
Yeah, it should give you like some kind of when you keep on quoting things from like kings and queens times to be your answer for now. It should tell you something. Like it should tell you something. Man.
Well, I'm 2 for 2. I've asked 2 Globers what happened, and I've never asked them this before. I assume that they know what happens when you set it up, but they don't even know that.
And
they just think the balls come together and just stick there, but they don't know that that's not what happens.
Yeah, well, they're going.
They approach each other and then rock back. They oscillate back and forth.
School teaches you this is how we know gravity is real. This is how we. So that's what they just forget to think it through to that point. You know?
No, he claimed he did it.
Yeah.
He claimed he did the experiment. Did it. But he didn't.
The Cavendish experiment.
He never did it.
The problem is he doesn't even know what the Cavendish experiment is, but actually magnetism explains Cavendish scam experiment.
Listen,
You know what you guys do a lot in order to think that you've won the debate is when Umar is explaining something and he's using.
No.
Focusing on one term
Don't
he's
mute
using,
him.
and that
He's
pivots away.
unmutable. Go ahead, Dr. Davinsky.
So my problem with this whole debate with Umar is when he was explaining something, right? He'd use a term, and then you'd be like, "What's friction mean?" And then he'll start explaining that, and you'd be like, "What's that mean?" And then so it's taken away from what he was originally trying to explain, and using those terms as building blocks to his main point, and then he ends up having to defend and define positions which were words that were used. You know what I'm saying? So it takes away from what he was actually trying to explain, and it just pivots the conversation into this semantics nonsense, which goes nowhere.
But you understand that he's
It
making
was
a lot of
actually
things.
not true.
Sorry, Elijah. Go ahead.
It was actually.
that's what the
Gish
entire
Gallop.
debate is.
Listen, it was actually Gish Gallop. That's the purpose of asking. There's nothing wrong with asking someone to define terms. Nothing wrong with that, especially in a
you
debate.
don't even know the terms yourself, and you're asking all these specific questions.
That's nonsense.
But
That
then
is
when
a
you're
baseless
turned around and
bullshit
asked
claim.
the same question,
He
you
didn't
can't
know them.
answer it.
He didn't know
but
them.
You didn't know them either.
I do
So why
know
are
all.
you asking
Listen,
the
that
question?
is bullshit. Listen, I'm on a phone. I didn't have to Google nothing. Nothing.
So he was trying to explain.
I've debated this fucking 7,000 times in the last 4 years.
First of all, you guys had like 3 or 4 people switch out, but then you muted us. So how's that?
First of all, don't talk over the admin when he's talking. Jesus.
Oh, sorry, Lord Supreme Leader.
Look, you're making
Don't chop
baseless
my balls off.
accusations, right? And asking him definitions is perfectly normal. Okay,
you're gonna ask him to define like 20 words in a sentence, which he's trying to use.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The debate should have been at the end, and there was
Saturation. We asked him to listen. He's making a claim. Mass attracts mass, right? If he doesn't know the definition of mass, what's the point? He never did the Cavendish experiment. He blatantly lied. Okay, he thought Cavendish derived G. He didn't. Okay, Mitchell did. Like 75 years later, he didn't know anything. Cavendish wasn't trying to find G. The concept of G wasn't even a fucking thing.
I just have to say that you guys are fucking retarded. You got blown out and just cope and sieve.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so his last words were insults, and then he ran away. I muted him just before he could do that.
Yeah, he had to chill out. That's all. He just had to chill out, and he didn't. And then that's all. And everybody talks crap at the end. And that's it. Don't focus on that as the whole thing.
Look,
he's back. He's back, right?
I don't care. I don't care. The bottom line is this: like, it's all of this other stuff is irrelevant. He asked how it was an experiment. I said because there's no viable hypothesis.
No viable and variable.
What did he respond with? Yeah, huh? And then I said, well, let's get a citation. What is a hypothesis? Did he want to look into that? I was the only person trying to mute people, trying to get control of the people in the stream, trying to have a decent conversation.
Would you let him back in, right?
He's back.
Well,
yeah.
But the bottom line is, I mean, if he wants to say something is science when it isn't, how am I supposed to respond to that?
Right, he didn't even know what the IV was, or what was an IV?
No piling on. It takes too much time.
If he was here, he would have smashed my TV and my phone. I mean, he was going nuts.
What did he respond when you asked him what was the IV?
He said it was the constant of G or some blah blah blah.
Yeah, correct.
Well, how did he manipulate that?
That's what he asked me, and that's when crypto came in and said, "You're straw man."
He's welcome back, though, right?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
No problems.
So check this out, right? He brought up Cavendish. He doesn't know anything about it, right? It's just a parroting what something he heard some other anti-flat earther say. He doesn't know anything about it.
I think CB or somebody posted what he sent. He was posting something from something. I forgot who. Let me see if I can find it.
Y'all reposted schoolforchampions.com.
Yes, School for Champions. That's what he posted. That's what he was reading.
Yeah, we also have a new guy called Q. Q, are you there? You wanted to pipe in when the debate was going. You had some complaints.
Yeah, this was CB just look at what CB just posted. That's what he was reading from.
All I said was it's not a fair debate if you're just going to mute him every couple seconds.
Yeah, you were here, right, Q?
Yeah, I've been here for a bit.
So if I ask you to define hypothesis and you don't, is that then a debate, or is that him running away from the question?
I don't know whether he defined it or not.
He didn't. He said, let's assume I know because I went to uni for 5 years. But
so what if you unmuted him now and he answered it for you?
He doesn't answer. He doesn't answer, right? He didn't know what.
And that wasn't the only. Roger, that wasn't the only problem.
Let's see. Let's just see. Move on. Let's just see. Okay, so listen.
Hold on, Elijah. I want to answer Q because that wasn't the only problem. Elijah.
But I don't want to have conversation about what went on.
Yeah, sure.
We're here now. There might be new people listening right now, and I want them to hear after it was stated by Roger that he wasn't going to answer what a hypothesis was. Now I'm going to unmute him and see if he is going to answer.
I don't think he's here.
He's not here.
Did he answer any question?
There you go.
And the problem was that he would talk over everybody when he was trying to ask him a question as well.
Well, timeout's over, is what he's saying.
Look, there's a reason we ask questions. We're trying to lead him to the answer because he obviously didn't know what he was talking about. By asking questions, we can just lead right to the answer. What's the hypothesis in Cavendish? There isn't one, but if he would have tried to answer it, he would have realized that.
Yeah, his answer was that millions of people have done it, so why would it be wrong? We had to prove him. Why would the Cavendish experiment be wrong if millions of people have done it?
What's that? That's populus fallacy?
Yeah, it's
First of all, but he isn't even one of those millions of people.
Yeah. Indian, if he gets back, I started this conversation with him, trying to get him through the 3 points. But after all this debate, I want to ask him something about the metal lead. If you ever unmute him and get him back here. So, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Q. So let's get past this, right? Have you looked into the topic?
I don't know much about that stuff. I'm in high school.
You don't know.
But
well, that's not a problem, right? So, have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
I mean, I think it is, but no.
Well, yeah, sure, but you can believe it's a ball, right? That's perfectly fine. But my question to you was, have you ever experienced it as a glow Earth?
I mean, I don't exactly know what you mean by that. The Earth is pretty big, so I can't, look at it as a whole. You can look at satellite images. Some people debate whether they're fake or not. I'm not here to debate whether they're fake or not because I don't have an answer on that. I'm not going to say I do.
Sure. Well,
I only talk about what I know.
By experience, he means like, have you seen curvature? Have you felt motion? Stuff like that.
The Earth is moving. The reason why we don't feel it is because we're not accelerating or deaccelerating.
Q. That wasn't. One second. That wasn't the question, right? The question was, have you experienced it? Not the question was not, can you explain why? Mm-hmm. Can you give an explanation because something isn't why you don't feel it? No. The question was, have you ever experienced it as a ball? And the answer would be no.
No, right? Because I can't.
Right. Everybody ever alive, right? Everybody ever alive has only experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is how the Earth presents itself to us, to every human being ever alive, right? And then you can go into stories why stuff that is happening is not noticeable, right? That you can do that, right? You can imagine things that you can make up stuff why things aren't as they are presented, right? But to you, as a human being, the Earth does not curve and does not move. Only experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So would you think that it would be impossible to measure the surface of Earth?
I mean, maybe they could figure out a way to do it, but as of right now, I guess not.
So 10 miles would be impossible to measure?
You can measure that. I'm saying
Okay.
you cannot measure the entire Earth.
Right. But so do you know how much curvature drop there should be over 10 miles on the globe Earth with the radius of 3959?
No, I do not.
66 feet.
Mm-hmm. How do you know?
So
22 meters.
Well, that is the globe math, right? They gave us the radius number. 3,959.
I
Who's
would
this?
say you can't particularly measure the whole Earth because that would take a very big ruler, and we don't really have enough material to make such a big ruler without it being too bendy.
Have you heard my question, Stoggers? Have you heard my question? Would it be impossible to measure 10 miles, Stoggers?
I mean, that would be quite a bendy ruler, but I reckon you could probably do it, yeah.
Yeah. So do you know how much curvature drop there should be on the globe Earth with the radius of 3959 over 10 miles?
I mean, didn't you say 66 feet?
66 feet, correct. Well, according to the globe theory, right? To the globe religion, yeah, that should happen, but it never does, right? We never measure curvature, ever, right?
The Earth is not completely round. It ain't like
That is the story they told you, Q. Whenever you look at all those NASA pictures, right? You just refer to, the Earth looks like a ball, right? A perfect sphere.
It isn't perfect.
So how much would that differ around the polar and the equator radius? Do you know?
No, but I'm just saying the Earth
so
is
like
not a
70
perfect
miles. 70 miles.
You're just saying though.
No, so 70 miles. So it is pretty much a sphere, right? 70 miles isn't that much, right? Q. It isn't a potato, right? It isn't a potato, right?
I guess so.
No. So let's get back to Stoggers, right? 10 miles, 66 feet. When we measure over water, and the basic physics of water is that it seeks its level, right? It seeks its level when it's in rest. So whenever it's in your glass or in your bathtub, in your pool, in a small lake, big lake, sea, or ocean, to you, the water will always look flat, right? It will always look flat to you. And when we actually go out and measure the surface of water over big lakes, on beaches, the water will always measure flat. We can use lasers, we can use landmarks, we can use mirrors, flash with mirrors to the other side of the lake. And you will never ever measure curvature, right? So if all of the water that you can measure flat, how can it be a ball, Stoggers? Or Q?
I don't know. Your question kind of lost me, honestly.
So water, right?
Yeah.
Water. The surface of water is flat wherever you go. And when we go to large lakes, 10 miles long, 20 miles long, and we shoot a laser over the lake, and the laser shoots parallel over the water, and it hits the other side, it hits the target at the other side, right? That cannot happen on a globe Earth because from point. If you have a laser at point A and the target is at point B has to drop away 66 feet in 10 miles. It has to drop away from point A. But when you shoot a laser over the water, it does not show curvature. It measures flat, right? Is this something you can replicate for yourself? Very easy to do, right? And we are not here in the business of convincing, right? We are here to try. We are here to. We want to give you the tools to do it yourself, right? When you go to NASA, they tell you, well, look at this beautiful picture I took. Yeah, I took it, but you can't do it yourself. No, you have to trust me. Look at this, right? Now, we are telling you stuff you can actually do for yourself. You can go outside and try and validate if the globe Earth is actually a thing, right? You can go out and measure curvature. I would encourage you to do so.
So you're saying with a laser, if you point it at the end of a lake, you're saying it doesn't hit anything, so
it does. Yeah, it hits the target, right? So a laser shoots straight, right? We use lasers to build stuff. The military uses lasers to acquire targets over many miles, right? 10, 20, 30 miles. The military uses lasers to acquire targets. So the use of lasers isn't in dispute here. So when you shoot a laser over a large body of water from point A to point B, if the Earth was a ball, the laser should not hit the target. It should overshoot the target. But whenever people shoot lasers over lakes, it does hit the target, showing no curvature.
Personally, I think this is because we can't really tell where the curvature drops off. We can't really tell. So
that's incorrect. So if they claim the ball has a radius of 6,371 kilometers, so from every point where you're standing, the Earth has to curve away from every point, right? Imagine yourself standing on as an ant on a basketball. This basketball is curving away from you, right? This is just the physicality of the globe Earth. That has to happen. So yes, if you look at all those images they give you, right, from NASA, you see the water bending around the ball, perfectly around the ball. So yes, it has to curve away from you at that specific rate.
I see what you're saying. It's a good point.
Right.
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, honestly.
That's not a problem, right? So we're not saying you are a flat earther now, right? Go look into it, right? That's the whole deal, right? We all were a globe earther at one point in our lives. We all believed that we were on a spinning water ball hurling through space. And then, in my case, somebody told me the Earth is flat. And I was like, nah, that's just batshit crazy, man. You're stupid. And then he told me again, and then again. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to debunk this shit. And I looked into it, and I I came to the realization that he was correct. The Earth is flat. The water is flat, right? And if they say that 70% of the Earth is covered in water, and all of the water, the surface of water is flat, then it cannot be a ball. Awesome, man.
Do you have any proof? Sorry. Do you have any proof as to why? Okay, so I think you think that the Earth doesn't spin. Do you know why the Earth doesn't spin? Why do you think it doesn't spin?
So the only thing we ever observe is stuff moving above our heads, right? When you look at an airplane and you see it going over your head, you don't think, oh no, it's actually the floor that's moving, right? It's not the airplane, it's the floor that's moving. So the Earth doesn't rotate because it's never been measured. Never. There's no measurement of Earth's actual rotation, and it's the base axiom is that we don't experience movement. The only time we experience movement is when the Earth actually moves during an earthquake. But yeah.
So in a counter topic to that, oh, sorry. Wait, let me get this up. Okay,
we
sorry.
have measured the sun's movement, things like that.
Yeah. So just talking about the Earth, moving, I think the reason why we don't feel it is because the speeds are constant. There's no
That's not
acceleration or
correct.
deceleration.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
I haven't.
Yeah, but you said it's constant, but it's incorrect. We are allegedly making elliptical orbits around the sun, so it's not constant. Okay.
If you're in a car, when you're going 100 miles per hour, you don't feel that you're going 100 miles per hour.
That's a false paradigm. We're not in a car. That's a closed system. Sorry.
So
it has an elliptical orbit, so it has to speed up and it has to slow down if it has an elliptical orbit. And they give you an average speed as well, which means that it's not a constant speed. There would be no need to average it if it was just the same all the time.
Yeah. So let me get back to the car, Q. So it's non-analogous, right? Because the car is not Earth. The car is going in a straight line. Earth is they claim is doing is rotating around its axis, right? It's not going in a straight line. You are rotating. It's a circular motion, which means constant acceleration, and the Earth is also making elliptical orbits around the sun. So a car moves straight in your analogy. Plus, I drive a car every day, and I feel my car every minute when I drive it. I feel everything in the car. When I drive, I feel the wheels touching the asphalt. I feel the suspensions. I feel the engine. I feel everything of the thing, right?
I see what you're saying. You feel the car moving, but if you actually felt it going at 100 miles per hour, you'd probably throw up.
Have you driven at 100 miles an hour? Because I have, and you definitely feel that you're going a high rate of speed.
Plus, you entered the car, Q. You stepped into the car, and you went driving. So when you know that you are moving because you stepped into the car and you are moving. You absolutely know this because you stepped into the car, right? This is not something you can say from on Earth because you haven't stepped outside of Earth or stepped into Earth, right?
I agree.
So, and the car is, in your analogy, going straight. It's not going in a circle, right? Do this on a roundabout with the car, and then tell me if you don't feel it. Right? And then the car has a roof on it, and Earth, they claim, doesn't have a roof on it, right? So take off the roof of the car, and then tell me if you don't know if you're moving.
You take off the roof of the car when you're sitting in a buggy and you're going 100 miles per hour. You're definitely gonna feel that. Really feel that.
So a car isn't analogous for Earth.
You could say that.
Right.
Well, I see your point.
Oh.
You made some good points.
Thank you.
Fortunately, I gotta go, but thank you for talking to me.
Q, last thing, if you really are interested, if you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels for you to do your research. We have a beginner's guide, introduction videos. That's a good place to start, right? Because you have questions. Those can be answered in those channels. Yeah.
Later.
Thanks for dropping by, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for your honesty. Have a good one. Bye. Wow. That was refreshing, I might say.
Yeah, real questions.
Sorry?
Versus scrolls.
Thank you. I was saying, Roger.
I tried.
Good day, Roger.
Good day, Sonny.
Nice to hear you. Sorry I intervened a couple times there.
No problem. No, it's not a problem.
Sometimes they need a judo chop. Stop here. Stop right here. Don't go anywhere. That's what I try to provide here lately. That's like my new modus operandus is like the conversation's off the rails and somebody's got to intervene. So I go, stop it, reset. Like, I know people get pissed, like especially the flat earthers. But if it's going nowhere, it's deep in the weeds. I like how you stay on topic with the people. That was a good conversation. Anyway. Yeah.
Short but good, yeah.
We have another guy here called Wonko. Hey, Wonko, you there, bud?
Oh, he looks like a flat earther. You look at his PFP.
Yep, just noticed.
Hey, Albariqua, how are you?
Pretty good. How you doing, bud?
All right, man. How's your little neck of the woods over there?
It's cold, man. Here in Texas, it's kind of cold. Don't like it.
Yeah, I bet it is. Shit, man. Yeah, I kind of miss that weather, actually. Those extremes.
Warm, humid weather.
I've always liked extreme weather. Like when I lived in the Northwest, I went out in the middle of a blizzard. I got all geared up with everything, man, and it was so cool to be out there and not be cold at all in a blizzard.
I went once to I went to Boston. It was a long time ago, maybe 15. Probably way more than that. That's 25 years ago.
Oh yeah, wow.
It was 25 years ago. We went to my cousin's birthday, and it was April, and all of a sudden, this huge blizzard out of nowhere. In freaking April, we're like, "What in the world?" Which delayed us about a week or so over there.
Yeah, it's really strange. It seems to be nothing seems to be constant anymore like it used to be. Like things used to be constantly like at this time of year it would do this. This time of year it would do this, and now it seems to all just like nothing specific, especially over here, I guess, because it seems like spring is going on here from like December through like March.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you'll get like all of a sudden you'll get these freak storms where it'll change 20 or 30 degrees in less than 24 hours and start storming. Like it'll go from 75, almost 80 degrees to like literally below 50 degrees and thunderstorms. Anyway, Wonko, does Wonko want to speak? Are you there, Wonko? Guess not. Well, you're not muted, so Wonka, if you want to speak later, if you're listening, whatever. Might be away from their keyboard. First day. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but just wanna. Should have been here like I think it's like an hour ago. Oh my god. These three guys came in. They all propped up one guy, and yeah, it was hilarious.
Isn't that interesting when they do that? It's
yeah, and then and then the funny thing, if the one guy gets trashed, then the other three jump in and then, oh, you're doing this and that.
Right. How about like massive concern trolling, like from multiple angles?
You know, what's funny is when they came in, they were like, "Oh, it's gonna be us three against all of y'all, right?" So first it was like, "Was it gonna be one against one, or is it us three against them?" And the guy that was debating was like, "Yeah, it's gonna be us against them." So he was up for the challenge, and then all of a sudden he didn't like it. He didn't like that very much.
Yeah, it's so weird. Just a little side note. Like this one corner of the street, they've dug up all the streets, all the sidewalks on the corners, rebuilt the ramps, but they're always redigging them up. I mean, I'm wondering, why did they have to jackhammer and dig up this same corner 3 times in 6 months? Literally. It's so weird. I don't get it.
I think Elijah wanted to say something.
Why would they do that? More fiber optics for the freaking surveillance system, I guess. Sense when you're walking over to, like, if you're 6 feet apart. I don't know.
It's scary. I don't understand the motivation. Well, how could I, right? Ask a liar what his motivations are. So I guess we'll never know, but it's unnerving how people come in to fight for these concepts that aren't theirs. That they've been hypnotized or something to specifically think a certain way, and it's like, what do you? It's like body snatchers out here.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder. Like, it's not even theirs. Like that point right there, it's not even their story. Why? How did they get to the position where they're supposedly representing it, and what they seem to be presenting to us as evidence is nonsense?
Dude, and that one guy wanted to, the doctor guy wanted to present that pseudoscience. If it's accepted by the community, science community, it isn't pseudoscience. That's pretty much what he was trying to lead to. I don't know. I wish he would have posted the source that he said it was pseudoscience. I forgot what he said. Let's see if I can find it in the live stream. But it was nowhere close to definition. I'm pretty sure he found a definition and he went to go look for another source. Because when he would have Googled pseudoscience, first thing that came out was that first definition.
I said the sun is a ball of gas, and the vacuum of space. I said, why would you believe that when gas behaves exactly the opposite of that? We always experience it expanding to fill its available volume, its available area. And he says, you're wrong. Mass attracts mass because the Earth has an atmosphere. No, that's you don't experience the sphere Earth
Welcome
holding
to.
the air in a vacuum. You don't experience that. You've been told that. Like, why can't people get that? There's no way you experienced a ball Earth holding gas here next to a vacuum. That's not what you've experienced. That's exactly what you were told. I've experienced.
It's called Welcome to the Show, the new game show. Count the presuppositions. Let's see how many presuppositions we can count in that whole paradigm. Start counting them. I'm telling you, man, it's amazing, folks. Dozens in one paragraph of presuppositions and assumptions. I love it. Just pick them out.
Oh my God. Trying to unlock my bike. Fucking lock is not opening. I don't know what to do. Won't have to open no matter what. Whatever.
Elijah, take a lighter to your key. Heat your key up and try some more.
Eat the key? I already poured hot water into
That'll make it
the hole. I figured then I spray some WD in there. It's over now. I need somebody who has like a power saw or something, just saw this shit off.
Yeah, if you heat that key up, you can probably get that thing warmed up enough. I'm a locksmith in the cold, so I know what I'm talking about.
So even despite me doing everything that I did, you think that I could heat the key up and potentially get it?
Is it a U-lock?
Yeah.
Okay. And those run on little bearings are in there?
Yep.
Is it a flat key or a tubular key?
It's a tubular key.
Flat key.
Oh, it's a flat key. Then it's okay.
Yeah, insert that key into the keyway and just take your Bic and keep that heat on there for as long as you can, and then try it again.
Don't burn yourself.
Yeah, just so that the lock is holding the key.
I used to do locks too in the Navy. So they have little pins. They're probably just stuck. It's super cold. It's freezing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So probably one of those little pins in there.
Tomorrow when it's like 30 degrees or 39.
It got frozen in the up position. They have these little pins. Is it a two-sided key, or the? Yeah, I guess right. You have notches on both sides of the key.
That's just for drunks. It doesn't matter which way you put the key in. There's a pins on one side.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, yeah, that if the pins are on one side, then otherwise you'll have pins on both sides.
They do make those. Yeah, just get that puppy warmed up, Elijah, and probably get that thing off of there.
Maybe see if you can get the key in and push it in and out of there. Get all that. Try to get that all working. Like.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't get the key inside.
Oh. Yeah, it's one of those are stuck. That's it.
He froze it, but just heat the key up and put it in as far as you can. Heat it some more, and then even take a pair of pliers or something you can use as a hammer to whack that thing past.
I'm surprised you can't pour hot water in there at the same time, and then jam that key in there, in and out, and then jam it in and turn it.
Hot water.
Yeah, I've tried that one. That's why I'm trying to hear what he's saying, buddy.
Yeah, sorry.
I tried the hot water. I tried all that. So
water was a mistake.
Only get a little torch or something, and try to get some heat on this thing. Should I try to put some heat directly into the lock too before I do that?
Wouldn't hurt. You probably right now you're not too worried about messing things up. You'd just be melting plastic or something around the lock itself, maybe. But just getting that brass heated up enough, you only have to do it a few degrees before things will start moving.
Okay. Damn, I wish I didn't pour that water. So what about the WD? It's gonna blow up in my face.
You didn't hurt anything with that, but isopropyl alcohol would definitely help dry the water up.
Yeah.
But right now, your lighter and your key's the best bet. Otherwise, yeah, cutting it off is your next step.
That's just wild, man.
I could wait till tomorrow. It's like 20 degrees hotter. But since I already did the WD, I figure I may as well keep trying.
Yeah, dry flow is a better lube. WD's a solvent. It leaves shit behind that can gum things up.
Yeah, won't it dissipate the water also, though? Even if it's ice, won't it melt that ice, the WD?
Isopropyl would be a better dryer.
Yeah.
I am reaching the maximum of my energy now. This is a lot.
Has the key gone all the way in yet?
No, it hasn't gone in at all.
So you got a block of ice in there. But you can pound past that.
Are you sick, man?
Yep.
Do you feel smell and taste?
Yep.
Oh, that's all right. Other things? Dizziness?
Yep.
Pressure in the ears?
Okay, maybe not talk about his symptoms right now.
No, I want to know. I was like 2 months ago. I feel like shit for 2 weeks.
Everybody I've talked to that got jabba jabba do, all were sick. Guess who wasn't sick?
Yeah, I don't feel. I mean, I'm feeling better already. I was ready to go to work today, but I only threw up twice, and I only felt nauseous for like 6 hours the first day. and then I had back pain, and then I've just been kind of fine, except for a fever that didn't make me feel nauseous, but I was dizzy. So to me, it's like a flu. That's how
Yeah,
I mean, I felt it before. Like,
Yeah, it's like this seasonal thing that
yeah.
happens to all of us.
You
This time of
describe
year,
it
I try
pretty.
not to get chilled. That's like the most, like if I'll start shaking. Like, you know, those chill feelings? You don't want to get chilled. I guess I'm talking because I have like 0 body fat.
Impossible.
Probably 5%.
why do you need Cavendish to prove gravity? Newton have done that?
Man, with Cavendish fever will go up.
So I know it's kind of a side note, but I discovered online this little camp stove that literally can burn anything that's combustible in it to use for cooking or heat, and it folds up to the size of a small notebook. Like, it's totally thin. It folds up. It's like stainless steel. And so, what a great tool that is. Like, think about that. You never, like, if you're somewhere, you know, use whatever's around you. Seaweed, kelp, dried anything you can burn in this and cook with it. So I thought that was a great little invention, a backpack like stove, little wood stove. Elijah could use one of those right now. He could just put it right underneath his lock. And sorry, I don't know why I thought of that. Hey, that's an idea. Find someone that's got a camping stove. Little butane stove. Shh. Or a torch. Shit. Torch that bitch up. Use the pliers. Use the pliers on the key. I don't know. It might melt some shit. I can't imagine
So
having
somebody's
that.
gonna have to come cut this shit off. I'm done.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, pay attention to that, man. Your energy.
But I don't wanna. I don't wanna cut it off because I don't want people getting ideas
Yeah.
when I get my next lock on there. This fucking sucks.
Well, good luck with that, Eli. Hope. Take care of yourself, man. I'll talk to you a little later. I'm gonna go. Later, guys.
All right, man. Later, brother. Have a good day. Nope.
I'm looking, or is this a cow?
It's broken.
Oh, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
2 little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just our doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
sofa. She said she was a flat earther on our way to the conference. I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life, always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean, all these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life, always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean, all these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cogdice causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Nice.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere, I'm looking for how can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that clout. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. 'Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope, so stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I know lots of things.
I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track. I do not care, I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your, toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, yeah, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a Diet Woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get her, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called
Bill Nye Saves the World. And this is from episode 1, season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things, coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. And carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay.
So as you can see, he tells you the truth right there, then geniusly covers it up. Now here he is on another show called Big Think, and he actually tells you that there's no place to go. You can't leave the Earth. Take a listen.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. Just let go of the idea of throwing stuff off the Earth.
So there you go. Just wanted you guys to see some more truth right in your face. Anyways, thanks for watching. Everyone have a good night, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep open my bubble.
Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just turned to a mess.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
You
is
lose air.
People are leaving left and right. Jesus.
What's up, Pooch?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. What brings you to the server? I mean, I've seen you here a couple of times, but I haven't really spoken to you.
Oh, damn. Yeah. So I was debating Excel about I was screaming Excel, like, you know, so like he knows the shit, so yeah. Because like Excel, like it's very educated, like he's very educated at the flat Earth, so he's studying about the Bible, about the flat Earth, so, and this public school system is Lucifer, so the private, if you're in like a private schools, you know, and yes, they talk about the flat Earth, you know, public school system is government owned, so, and they do tons of like witchcraft in the books, because like you hear then you listen, open your ears, okay, then you listen, so that's kind of like a little witchcraft a little bit, so that's my example. So
what do you think of the shape of the Earth, bud? What do you think of the shape of the Earth?
And the Earth is directly flat, so directly flat, you know, if we in spheres, you know, like if gravity pull us, the gravity like when you like if gravity like if living in the center of gravity like you know, it's like skyscraper, you know, it's like if you jump a skyscraper, you'll like fall down the like in like space, so yeah, that it's kind of bullshit. Everything's bullshit, so or chaos, so yeah, that's yeah, so.
So you're just learning now, right? I mean, you're just kind of trying to figure out what's going on.
No. I kind of wear it because like, no, I kind of like I get very educated, very educated. Like I'm the only like smartest one. No, I think I'm the smartest one in my whole family, I guess. So I'm the smartest one. So you know, so and like, oh, okay, you know, like it don't care about your degree, you know. It's about your like knowledge, like. And so if you're like, it's about your knowledge and experience. So only the smartest one in my family, because like I tell about like the occult, you know, they do, you know, and like and trying to bring me to psychiatry. I say hell no, and I drive back to my mom's house. So I drive back to my mom's house because they changed up in that shit. So yeah, if the truth set you free, but like there's some fucking demons. These are demonic careers like a tri-tree. So so I think one flat earther. Like I forgot the year is. Talk about the flat Earth. About NASA. Is they really in the farming? There's just like a real document. Yes, you talked about flat Earth, about astronaut, and like 2 days later, you put in psychiatry, and this is demonic. So, and continuing education is hypnotizing too. It's being in our heads like 2 years. Yeah. Why people in education? You only need a high school diploma. So, okay, yeah, okay, like if you apply more of it, so like, so I'm very educated. So, and my parents very educated too. So, I just do homeschooling college, make it safer. So. Yeah, so who's controlling Mars? It's the Vatican. So the Vatican is controlling the every educational system in the planet because like about the Earth. So every government in space. So and then I can look up. Oh, you ever heard I'm not getting no conspiracy talk. Really nice one, so.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we'd be sea drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Creating mission, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so he can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so he got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies get paid. Some bat in China Lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell, like this is the beginning of hell. Yo, yeah, any sci-fi movie that's
A
seen.
new world order. Presidential decrees cascading from President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means to
Running
be.
it. Oh boy. As things change, rearrange, and get strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper. Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't want to give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, the whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales Police are patrolling Sydney streets
And if you
as
believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
But I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with the microphone, beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What I sound? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China? Can't go and get any toilet paper? The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there.
To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last, the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide, which had closed the ice in around us, finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean, and here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge enough of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then our supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds. Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original Commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
Here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
All right, let's just look at the board right now. Almost 127. West of the Rockies right here. We have Get Effie Batman, Adam Unsalt, the Julius J, Mr. Anderson, Pooch 34. Not sure who RTM is. If you'd like to speak up, please use your microphone. Seb and Will Be Flat. At this moment, let's take a look at the chat. There are some panic attack and seizures that are flaring up bad, like a case of hemorrhoids right now. There's a group of, atheists in the chat and scoffers that are so mad at a small group of people that aren't even allowed to speak, and they have had a temper tantrum. So let's go to the chat and look at what types of seizures we are having on aisle 1. Okay, first up, we have a fake flat earther, of course. They put flat earth in their name. There is name on the level, of course, little Antichrist, Chris. Yeah, buddy. It's too bad that somebody deleted your messages because I was gonna actually read those out loud because they were so hysterical. Poor little guy just had a literal meltdown for some reason. And this is just, for the record, this topic absolutely pierces the hearts of criminals hiding from morality. And that's what this conversation's about. People are scared to death that their actions may have repercussions. That's that judgment. Little thing called judgment. Look at the Grand Canyon and I'll show you what a little bit of God's water can do. And that's why these people hate this topic, because once you take away that magical outer space religion, excellent job, KJ. I mean, as usual, she's coming through. She is the sweetest person that you'll meet in the chat, very polite and more than liberal to allow you to give you about 77 chances to say something that doesn't literally mean do anything you want, but to say something that is about your own belief system. Why are atheists, which is a hard term to use, I'm sorry, KJ, you got to give me some more options here. Give me an example of what I can call these people. Of course, the other terms would be scoffers, and these are loose terms. So we got to clean up our terminology. And there, CGI fan, I'm still looking for that curve, bro. I know that you're having the shakes right now. I don't know what to tell you, but they see the sunset. Yeah, they see the sunset, but we can't see any curvature. Same people claim that it's observational science, say you can't trust your eyes. So yeah, oxymoron would be an understatement of the year. So here we are again, the crew of bendy light magicians and magical witchcraft doctors that tell you can't trust your senses, can't trust your eyeballs, can't trust your proprioceptive senses, and of course your equilibrium. That's a real big problem. Because once you do, you realize, oh, I don't live in a magical fantasy cartoon ball outer space religion. And remember, these people say that, oh, babies aren't really alive, but there's germs on Mars that are alive. So just put that in your back pocket for a later date and a more important and thorough discussion regarding the morality of psychopaths that are scared to death. One big pond. People are scared to death. If you don't believe me, ask Indio 007, one of the smart gentlemen around here that is one of the lead moderators that can assist you in this topic. And that's where we're at. One big pond. CGI fan. What else we got? KJ. A little empty out there. We got Roderick out there. Haven't met you yet. Nice. And again, at any time anybody wants to speak up in this chat, feel free to interrupt me. I'm just one of the participants. In fact, I'm just a janitor. I'm here to make sure that the floors are clean. I've got them swept, mopped, and buffed for your pleasure. Of course, they're very flat. Bathrooms on the left right now. Somebody spilled something in the women's bathroom. I caught one of the atheists in there, so that's going to take a little while for me to clean up. So watch out when you're walking through the hallway there. And of course, snacks are in the back. Hopefully, Chocolate Sand did not take them all. And here we are again. This day, January 11th, 2022, literally, I'm 3 months away from my 7th year anniversary of realizing that it all came crumbling down on that fateful day, April 5th, 2015, when a lovely lady that I met said, the earth is flat. Of course, that scrambled my mind for a couple seconds, and I had a little bit of a glitch, and I thought, wait a minute, that can't be true because I, for one, have seen the curvature myself. Andy Karakis, if that's how you pronounce your name, please correct me. I apologize if I said that wrong. Karakis is another, I guess, option. Andy, thank you, sir. And when that person told me that, my beady little eyes kind of stared off into nothing, and I realized, everything I had already done agreed with that sentiment that there is no such thing as experiencing or correcting for or even seeing or knowing when we can see this magical thing called curvature. Because when I looked at my own photography that I took from, again, a plane at 37,000 feet, yep, moderators aren't going to believe me. Indio 007, if you're listening, don't strike me down for this one. I thought I saw the curve. I was one of those idiots that said, you're not going to believe this, I think I've seen the curvature from an airplane. Yes, yours truly, the XO, was that stupid. Can you believe that, CGI fan Dan? I was one of those idiots. So I pulled my unsmart device from my pocket, pulled up my photos from G Plus and looked at them and realized, uh-oh, that's not what I remember. I thought I was taking a picture of Earth curvature. Then looking at the photo, I remember clearly, yes, that's the photo I took. And that horizon was as straight as a horizon can be. That's why the word horizontal exists. Yeah, it's not the other way around. Horizontal is based off the fact that the one straight line that creation has, a slip of the tongue there, which they tell you there's no straight lines in this designed creation. Oh, yes, there is. That is literally your optical limit of view of where the sky appears, that means apparently, to meet the ground. That is as straight as a line can be. And the farther you get away from it and the higher you go, the flatter it looks. And then I knew at that moment my life was going to change forever. I did not have to look at an internet video. I did not have to pull up something on YouTube. I didn't have to do any research. I literally was packing away all the nonsense in my mind to be shipped out and replaced with a whole new world. That is this. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is the channel right now. Broadcasted across the entire plane of existence, the only international group that you will find. And it's not a cult, it's not a religious channel. In fact, you'll find more disagreements within the channel, the participants of these rooms that are virtually used to discuss our reality. Like Skeptic says, this is the number one place on Earth to talk about Earth, which turns out to not be an object. Let that be your lesson number one. Earth is not measurable. You cannot go to the depths of it. You cannot find the breadth of it. You cannot search out the width of it. It is beyond a cartoon fantasy that you've been given on TV. It's much more beyond that term flat Earth. That's an interesting phrase, and there's many ways to interpret that. But once you come here, realize that no, there's no edge of this Earth. You see, the end of the Earth, which is the word you were looking for, is true. And at the end of that Earth, the what continue. Anytime you've ever been to a beach, did you notice that the waters continued away from your feet at that beach? Yes. Look down. There's the end of the Earth, and the waters continue. You are living in a world that's a water world. Thanks, Kevin Costner, for giving us the hint. We should have listened a little bit better, but you're kind of a weirdo, just like everybody else in Hollywood. So why should we trust you? But isn't that weird? There's more truth in movies than there is on the news. One thing's for sure, you're going to learn something. And when you come into this room, even if you meet one of the new participants or a veteran like Indio 007 or even KJ, the new person, your life is going to be changed forever. Someone is going to plant a seed, especially if it's Glat Flobe. He's going to plant a seed in your mind that you will never be able to throw away. Even if it's a tiny mustard seed, it is going to be forever embedded in your mind. And the evidence for that is the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or countless people that have to and will return to this topic. Whether you meet them tomorrow or not, someone who has been here or who hasn't is going to show up, and you're going to meet a new person that has talked about this or has not. For the first time, or they heard about it 10 years ago, they let it go, they came back. This is a reciprocating topic. It is not something that you can just take out of your mind. Once you've looked at some of these things, you cannot unsee them. The reality is you've been lied to your whole life. You have been driven by an outer space fantasy that has destroyed your ability to think. They took away your up, they took away your down, they took away your equilibrium, they took away your eyes, and they took away your ears. Because when we meet these scoffers and these psychopaths that get scared to death that it turns out that they've been lied to and that their entire man-made consensus of pseudoscience falls down as we pull the proverbial ball rug from out beneath their feet, comes tumbling down all the black holes and the quasars and the magical other pseudo-terra firma, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, and Pluto cartoons of your life are going to go right down the toilet into that, shall we say, garbage disposal and out the window. I'm sorry it's over. It has to be this way. And I'm sorry that this is a new beginning for so many people. And yes, if you're not interested in the truth, if it does not take precedent over all things, maybe this isn't for you. You might need to actually turn around right now. Don't make a move right now. Don't hit that dial. Just turn around, put your internet device down, and maybe just go outside and take a walk and ask yourself what matters to you. Does morality matter? Does truth matter? Do you have a conscience? Do you think that there should be a judgment? No, if you say no to all those things, go to a different channel. Go turn on your atheist channel. Go read a magical book like my Evolution 2009 college textbook where they give you 1 million examples of normal reproduction while claiming abnormal reproduction. If that's what you want to believe, congratulations, because guess what? I got a secret for you. You are giving me my job security. Because without you scoffers, without the madmen, without the insane and fantasist pseudoscience preachers, I would be without a job. Literally, one of the most amazing things that you'll find about this topic is that it is 100% powered by hatred. Because the world is scared to death of the truth. Once they turn into fear, their fear turns into hate because they have to panic and turn around and beeline away from it. But that's fine because you'll be back one day. You'll either be back in the chat to scoff and to make fun of us and to make up straw men because you're scared to death of your own claim, as we found out. Millions of you are. Or you'll be back and you'll finally give in and say, you know, guys, you're right. I've been lied to. So tell me what's going on. And this is the place that you will enter and you will find someone someday, may they're not me, somebody else, but you're going to be different. You're going to be a different person. So when you leave here, realize that it's a revolving door. This place is so liberal, though, and so open that even when they ban you for trolling, they're going to give you another chance. It couldn't get any easier, so there's no more excuses, guys. Time's running out. Here we are. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, live, as Helio says. 138 west of the Rockies, several hundred miles south of the 37th parallel, where the Judgment Scar lurks. The Grand Canyon. What a wonderful sight to see. And remember, if you can't measure the Grand Canyon, you probably can't measure the Earth. Step right up. Test your strength. Enter the building. You will be welcomed with open arms. Thanks for playing. This is the XO. And I turn the microphone over to anybody else who'd like to speak. Thanks again. Uh-oh. Anybody hear the last thing I said? Did I get cut off there? Am I lagging? Anybody else here? Get, where you at? Johannes Midgarder. Interesting name here. Let's see you. Well, you don't have a VC verification yet. Johannes.
Hey, XO. I want you to know that I heard you, but I was doing a little bit of housework.
Good. Good. Hey, however it landed, that's how it was supposed to land. If I get cut off, if the connection leaves, and I don't get to speak, that's fine too.
It was good. It was all good. Perfect. Yeah,
hey.
And I like very much everything you said. Yeah.
Hey, you're too kind, Get. You're too kind, sir. I do not deserve any of that praise at all. Please slow down. I had to throw my ego away a long time ago.
Shut up. Don't be. I always love hearing you.
Oh man.
Yeah, so
hey, you know what? You know, get the reason I'm here is remember this. The ironic part is because the rest of the world had to ban me. So let that be known that the hatred of this world is what leads us into our pockets, into our corners, into the places that we find.
We are the most persecuted, literally persecuted. The ones we are those. Yeah.
That's why I love the topic. I love the topic because so many evil people hate it. And the one thing I noticed, when I first realized it was all over, is all I had to say was, watch this, because I knew it was going to happen. I said, watch the types of people that hate this subject. And I knew it was going to be the largest group of demonic possessed schizophrenic psychopaths you could ever imagine. You're talking, listen, I'm not kidding. You're talking about the dumbest people in history, the evolutionist, naturalist, antichrist, literal psychopaths that run this world, and their minion atheists and haters of the truth are why I'm here, and actually are the reason that most of us are here, whether you like it or not. You see, people aren't powered or empowered because they're treated nicely. People get motivated. Yeah, go ahead.
I was like that before. People were talking to me and I was not hearing. All I had was my own mind, myself speaking with myself in my own mind, and I was the supreme knowledgeable person. And I wasn't quite stupid in everything, you know. I was very gifted in my field domains, but spiritually and morally, I wasn't. I was very poor, you know. And I know how this deception is when you have this feeling that when everybody praises you that you're the most intelligent and wise and blah blah, you know, but they are actually not telling you the truth. They see that you are a fool, you know some stuff, but overall you are a fool in life. And you can't see that. And I saw this to a couple of few young men who visited the server about an hour ago. We had a chat. I started going through the 3 points with them. One of them was a physicist, and another one had the name Dr. Davinsky, something like that. But he wasn't a real doctor after all. But man, Indio, Elijah, Crypto, even QE at the end showed up and tried to debate this young man, and you just cannot talk with them. They don't hear what you are saying, and they don't understand one word. And any question you would ask them, they take it as a direct attack, or I don't know what's in their mind, but it's just baffling for me not to be able to answer one question.
Right. That's because it's fear. Glat Flo put it in the chat yesterday, moderating as usual. He said the word. All you have to put is one word in the chat. Fear. They are scared to death. Now, I mean, I've never seen people this scared in my life. You see, they're scared so bad. They're scared to they even claim that they're Globers now, that these people are so scared that they don't even want their own beliefs to be challenged, which is the most religious zealotry you could ever imagine.
Yeah, true.
Remember, there's no such thing as an anti-flat earther. I know that's a new term. They are antichrists, and I know that's controversial.
Yeah.
But I don't decide what their titles are. They do. I don't decide. They did.
Yeah. It's not with us that they have a problem. They have a problem with the doings of their lifetime, what they did, you know. There is punishment for that, for all that lawlessness.
Well, they want to keep doing it. They want, they want again the what it says in the good
It's
book.
not that they want to keep doing it. It became their only lifestyle that they have.
It's become their personality. Any attack against that way of thinking is an attack against them as a person. They don't understand that we're trying to help them see something. They're taking it as us saying they're wrong, and it's just crazy.
Yeah. Well said.
Right. I mean, you can't even find. Listen, ask Glatflobe right now because he can't help it. He tries to get away from monitoring the chat, and he can't because that's where all the psychobabble goes. They're scared to death to come in here and talk to me, so they have to, like cockroaches, hang out in the YouTube chat and just spew filthy, disgusting, perverted straw man non-claims all day as they scamper away. As all evolutionists, remember, you're dealing with a psychosis of a community of people that believe they come from magical sea monkeys that grew on a chia pet ball in outer space, because of course everybody knows that anything grows in a vacuum, right? Everything can grow in a 17 to the minus torr negative air pressure system with no life at all. Just throw a ball in there and water, and eventually it'll grow people. And that's what they believe. So they're not just protecting their globe religion. It's actually much worse. They're protecting their infanticist outer space entire paradigm, their universe. Right? They're out of many one, or everything into one. It's a self-worshiping. So here's the point. They are their own God. They want to be God. They want to be worshipped. Remember, they worship themselves. So once you take away this perverted outer space paradigm, they now are no longer a God. And again, but realize that they are just like the Hulk says, puny God. That's what they are. They're scared. They're scared of their own claim now. They can't even come in and say, "Oh, like I did. I said, hey, I thought I saw the curvature. I was wrong." I immediately said, "Oops, sorry about that. I made a mistake." And within 2 minutes, I knew that it was over. The exact opposite goes for the scoffer.
I love it that you speak the way you speak, because I would have speak the way you do. I would have say those things you say, but they don't come that easy to me, to say that fast when I debate an English person. So, yeah.
Yeah, we got one in the chat right now. He was, of course, his comments were deleted earlier because he was just perversely. I don't even know how he's able to make 10, 15 comments like that. But eventually he was removed from the chat. He's back, so he was timed out for probably a few minutes, but he's already back, just perversely slandering people, pretending. Remember, these atheists, perverted evolutionists, they can't even be themselves. They have to pretend they're, two different types of people. Watch. They have to either pretend they're a flat earther, or they have to pretend they are a Christian. So let that sink in. That's what they hate. They hate two things above all. They hate take anything to challenge their outer space religion, which allows you to just be whatever you want to be, and you can use whatever bathroom you want. You can get caught in the female bathroom. You know what I mean? That's what they want. Yeah. It's an LG, and I'll stop there. It's a community that, again, can't trust their senses. So they can say, actually, I want to identify to be a female, or I want to identify to be a walrus, or I want to identify to be a box of a Kentucky Fried Chicken box, or I want to identify to be God. And that's what they do. It's ultimately so that they are God. Remember, only a God can manifest and be anything at once. And that's what the evolutionist has turned into. So the evolutionist now, the naturalist, believes that he can magically, in his mind, become now a woman so that he can go into the woman's bathroom. That's the type of person you're dealing with. They believe they are gods. It's a self-worship, you see?
Yeah. To me, that is equal to someone. I think they are equally messed up in their minds, just like a pedophile. Those kind of men.
Oh, they are, and I'm glad you said the word. I didn't say it. Don't say it again, though, for a while. I think we got one allowance for every... Hold on, relax. Just listen. Hear me out. Yeah. So I think you may be allowed that word every 12 to 15 hours once. So be very careful, but that's what a lot of them are. They don't care. Remember, they want to be an animal. Listen, hold on. They have already admitted, ready? People like Bendy Light, and these people that are like these trillions and these weirdos and these tummy people, whoever you call, these people that are trying to listen, remember, they're not making fun of me. They're making fun of all of you. They're saying things like, oh, my mom told me the earth was flat, therefore the earth is flat. So they're literally turning into these sycophant psychopaths that are literally just having permanent seizures. And what you just said is exactly what they are. Listen. They've admitted if it happens in the animal kingdom, then it's okay for them to do it. Okay, this is not a new claim. Hear me out. Listen, they have now admitted for the past several decades that if the evolutionists, okay, which are of course mostly atheists, whatever you want to call them, people that believe in this evolution religion that are of course antichrists, that's their real title, not atheists, I'll admit that. Remember, there's no such thing as really an atheist anyway, and we can talk about that later. Of course, actually, the moderators here know this, okay? And I'm not saying anything that a lot of these moderators in this channel don't know. Right? That they actually agree with this fact. Remember, the moderators here are not stupid. So listen, the moderators haven't filtered out through this world at all. The people that are moderators here also do not like the sickness and disease and lies of this world. That's why they're here. They're actually, right, we have that commonality. But make no mistake about it, the person that pushes the evolutionary paradigm is trying to justify the actions of the animal kingdom. So now you can do things like that. You can even be a cannibal. You can eat your own babies. You can do all kinds of disgusting things that I can't even say on here. That's what they're literally trying to justify. Bendy Light's a perfect example. They won't even deny it. Watch this. Watch. Just listen. All you have to do is say, are you saying, Mr. Evolutionist, that it's okay to do as long as a consensus agrees with it?
Oh my God.
Listen, I'm not kidding. They won't answer because yes is their answer. They admit that as long as the majority agrees with it, it's okay to do anything you want because you're just an animal anyway. There's nothing. So they look for several different excuses. Watch, there's 3 different excuses. Watch this. You got to hear me out. Excuse number 1. If the majority agrees with it, it's okay. Insert the democracy of literally the most perverted groups of criminals. I can't even I can't mention them. I can't tell you what they do. Watch. Excuse number 2. If it happens in the animal kingdom, it's also okay for me to do. Oh, wow. Oh, can't even go there. Number 3. Watch this. Number 3. Outer space is so big, it's not going to matter anyway. I can do whatever I want. And that is what these people are. They are just looking for an excuse. They are not only godless, they lie. They believe in God. That's why they're not atheists. Listen, they believe they are God. They are not atheists. Find me one atheist, and within 2 minutes, he will admit he's not an atheist, or he'll maybe admit that he's a box of chicken, or maybe a bag of sour candies, or coconut fudge caramel. Listen, no, they'll admit that they're a coconut fudge caramel cookie, because remember, there's no absolutes. Remember the person that Crypto spoke to a year ago and they made a video of, the young man that thought there's absolutely no objective truth, therefore we might have a robot that invaded your home and developed a relationship with your life, so it's okay that you caught your wife doing that because that's actually a robot, right? There is no objective truth. They can literally, if you say, how do you know you're not a coconut fudge caramel cookie, Walrus? They'll say, I don't know. I'm really not sure. I might be a coconut fudge caramel cookie walrus. And in fact, I might be a coconut fudge caramel cookie walrus with my brain in a vat. How could I know? I'm just an atheist and I'm trying to justify my lifestyle. I'm not making this up. You hear me out. I didn't write this book. I can't make this up. I'm not a fictional writer. It disturbs me. I've never been a good lyricist. I just haven't. Ask Latflow what it's like to write lyrics. I don't know anything about it. Okay, I'm not a lyrics writer. What this information has come from is because I've been talking to these people for 20 years. These same scoffers that have attacked me for 20 years, remember, I'm going to go where the enemy is. The same scoffers are now here hating you. They hate the people in this channel. They hate Indio and Helio and Mimas, Tullins and Crypto and all the people that are the users here, right? Why? Because if you take away the ball earth, all the other psychotic, this is for most people. Now remember, there are exceptions, right? We have there's a weirdo of every type of group, and this is really not a group. This is a meeting. What this is a meeting. This is a perpetual revolving door of people that meet to discuss the deceptions of this world in a controlled environment that's not going to be literally trolled. Instead of trolled, it's controlled. Ooh, that was nice.
Yeah.
So the reality here is that we have separated the people here, the participants, the people that have joined the server have separated a conversation from the rest of society to protect it. Because without the moderators, without the system that the moderators have developed, this conversation is not protected. If I were to go somewhere else right now, if I would want to tell you this truth, if me you Get Beget and Glat Flobe went to another server, we would only be allowed to talk for approximately 30 seconds and the conversation would be over. So the necessity, which is the mother of invention, forced people, dozens of people to create this place so that we would have the freedom and ability to discuss the alternative, which is called reality. That is the alternative to the beast system, the world, the cartoons, the sycophant, the psychopathic programming, the black screens, the super information beast system highway, whatever you want to claim, whatever you want to talk about. It is a controlled world. Anywhere you go right now, you are going to be censored. In fact, there's things we can't talk about. But for some reason, there's one topic that they still censor and also allow at the same time. Isn't this weird? There's one topic that's a double-edged sword, and that is the flat earth. You can't make this up. Thanks for playing.
Hey, I'd have a question for you.
Hello, go
All right,
ahead.
1 second. Portu, have you been verified? Did you talk to a somebody like a moderator in the VC before you came in?
I talked to him like 1 year ago. I forgot.
Oh, okay. Be careful. Okay, so we're going to have to, I just want you to be careful because there are rules to the channel. I want you to stay here, Portu, and I could tell that you are a little bit new to the topic. You were here a year ago. Did you get kicked out or banned?
No, I got sent to cognitive dissonance and that's about it.
Okay, relax. There might be a reason. So just slow down, okay?
Yeah.
So I want you to just talk to me for a second. Remember, we're just a group of people that want to have the freedom to talk about reality, Portu. First of all, is that okay with you that we can talk about reality?
Yeah.
Right, and just so you know, Portu, not everybody here agrees with me. In fact, everybody here disagrees with me. I'm a cat person. Most people here are dog persons. I'm a Bible reader. Some people don't like the Bible. We're not a cult. We're not a consensus at all. We actually just want the freedom to talk about reality. So some of us might have the answer. Some of us might not. Some of us might even have the wrong answer, right? So remember, if I'm talking to you, this is just the opinion and belief, right? Belief, be careful, of one person. This is not a consensus group mindset, right? We're not a hive mind. We're not insects, right? So if it pertains to the construct of our existence, then we're going to be able to help you with it. But if it's beyond that, it could get dicey. So be very careful because I don't want you to get banned. So go right ahead, Portu.
Okay, so you were mentioning atheists believe themselves as their own god. I think you were talking about Satanists, not atheists. That's a different thing.
Okay, very good. Interesting. Okay, you know what? You might be right. So be careful. Now I have to turn on to you. I have to ask you something. I'm not even saying you're wrong. See, we're so liberal. Your first comment was to tell me that I might be wrong, and I'm not even disagreeing. You might be right, Portu. That's how friendly we are here. So watch this, Portu. Are you an atheist? Would you call yourself an atheist?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know anybody who's an atheist?
Yes.
Okay, okay, that's good. Now, hold on. What would you call yourself? Because I'm going to tell you what I am. I'm just going to give you my title that I prefer to be called. That makes sense, right? I'm going to tell you that I'm called a Christian. Okay, Portu?
Okay, and
okay,
so am I.
Oh, so you are a Christian as well. Okay. So that's excellent. Now, that's not something that we can center around the energy of this server. We're not going to make it about that, but I appreciate you being honest with me. I hope you are, and I'm being honest with you. So is there anything else regarding this atheist topic that you'd like to discuss?
Oh, I actually came in to actually talk to you about the flat earth, but I heard the conversations so yeah.
Okay, so for the record, I'm just going to say this, is that do you think there's anything or any such thing as a person that knows that God doesn't exist? Because you've already told me that you believe in a higher power, a creator, correct?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that somebody knows there's not a creator?
Might be.
No, not might. Is it possible? Hold on. That somebody knows, right? Do they know there's no such thing as a creator? Is that possible to know?
Know or believe. There's a thin line behind that.
Right. But listen, right. It's impossible to know there's not a creator. Do you understand? That's impossible to know because you'd have to know everything. And you know, I'm 40 years old, Porto, and I only know about 0.0000000 add about 1,000 zeros and then put a 7 there. And that's how much I know, right? So the other people that are atheists probably don't know much more than that, right? Let's say they're a really smart atheist. They still don't even know 1% of all knowledge. So it would be impossible for them to claim that they know there isn't a creator. Does that make sense to you, Porto?
Yes.
Right. So in conclusion, there's no such thing as an atheist, Porto. So I thank you for proving that with me. Yes. So hold on. There's no such thing as an atheist. We've just proven that by without a shadow of a doubt, without the process of even getting down and asking an atheist. Because I don't even have to ask an atheist. Everybody in their right mind who's not a psychopathic weirdo. Hold on. Listen. Everybody in their right mind who's not a psychopathic weirdo that's cringing up my chat right now, where Glatflow was watching intently. Anybody in their right mind knows that it's impossible to claim that you know there's not a creator. So we've already disproven that atheists exist. I don't believe in them either. That's the point. The problem, part two, is that they call themselves atheists and they don't even know what it means. You see, they're not. You were already right. The other word that you used was what?
Satanists.
You are absolutely correct. What a smart young man. Yeah. Thank you for proving the point that that's what they are. Man, you're doing good. What is your next question? Where would you like to hold on. What is your next question? Amen. Let's go. We're gonna
applying your logic of you have to know that there is not a higher power to be an actual atheist. By your logic, you're not a true Christian because you cannot know there's a higher power.
Wrong. That's a negative. Absolutely not true. No, I do know that there is not just a higher power. He's much higher than you can understand. Holy moly. We can't even talk about him here. So the problem is the moderators have informed me that this chat right now is not actually permitted to discuss any further belief systems that are considered religious by the consensus. So by the rules that have been stated to us that we have to follow to stay here, that's not something we're going to be going down that road. But that's not a negative claim. So listen, the negative would be the position of the atheist, which is proving or to themselves that they would have to claim they know there's not a higher power, which is impossible. By reduction, we've already proven that. It is very logical, and the only answer is that there is a higher power than you, because I guarantee you did not create this place, part two, did you? Did you create the place we're living on right now?
No.
Exactly. So there is a higher power. Period. End of story. You don't even have a claim. So let's go back to the flat earth discussion. What would you like to be talking about when it comes to this creation that exists under the heaven?
Basically, your seasons do not have sense on flat earth.
Oh yeah, well seasons, right? Seasons, yeah. Seasons only work on a flat earth. Yeah.
No.
Would you have a question? Okay, I'm gonna let Orion. Okay, hold on, Orion. I'm gonna listen. Okay, one at a time, Orion. I'm gonna now give the floor to you, Orion. So Orion has spoken up because this is not this is what it's gonna be. One at a time. Orion's gonna speak to you. It was nice talking to you, part two. But now Orion is going to speak to you. So one at a time. Go right ahead, sir. Thank you.
Share the mic.
So we observe the sun moving in a transit above our heads. In a circle above our heads. It comes into view, then goes out of view, follows a curved pathway, and we observe this curved pathway, becoming a larger curved pathway as it moves further south. So that would be the summertime in the south, wintertime in the north. And so I'm just saying this is what we observe, and we don't observe the Earth spinning on an axis, orbiting the sun. That's what, we were told makes the seasons happen, is being on a tilted axis and orbiting the sun. But we do not observe that. We have no evidence for that. We've been searching for evidence for that. We've come up completely empty-handed. So it's just simply the sun making a larger circuit above our heads, which would be our winter time now in the northern hemiplane, and then a smaller circuit, which would be our summertime.
All right. So my thing is, you do know, in Antarctica there are periods where there is 24-7 hour sun in the Arctic. I think you know that during the summertime.
There is no official recording with that. A full 24 hours video.
Yes, there is an official recording. Yeah, hang on. Have you seen it, bro? The clouds
Not
just
a
somehow
complete 24 hours, and that's what I said.
Yeah. The official recording is a joke, bro. The clouds are exactly the same. It's like a, what do they call it when they just, retake it?
It's a camera trick of one kind or another.
Yeah, it's called
It's CGI. You duplicate the same cloud over and over.
Basically, with this in mind, your tiny sun on your flat Earth model, for one, wouldn't be able to cover the entirety of the Arctic, and two, wouldn't make
Nope,
sense.
sorry, no. I'm sorry, young man. I'm sorry. We're not talking about models. When I told you when you were talking about this conversation, we're talking about reality, not cartoon models.
Okay.
You don't even have a model anyway, so relax. You don't have a globe model. There's no such thing. So back to reality. We experience what these gentlemen have explained to you, not a model. Reality. Thanks.
Okay. Well, so basically, you would be wrong because it wouldn't make sense. At Point Barren in Alaska, it would have to be completely dark all day. So how would that even work?
That's called a lie. There's no such thing. You don't have any other experience. You're basing that on a cartoon you've watched. You don't even understand what you're saying.
Wait, hold on. Can you say that last thing you said one more time?
Okay, so it would have to be full day in Antarctica, but it would have to be full night in Point Barren, and somehow there will be, at this point, a gap in your sun, to say the least.
I'm not quite following what you're saying exactly, but I think I have an answer for what you're saying, which is that light can only attenuate so far through the air until it attenuates to extinction. So the air that we breathe is a medium, and it can block a lot more light. There's a lot more humidity. So obviously, if you're trying to shine your car light through the fog, you're not going to be able to see very far through the fog, and the light's not going to go very far through the fog. But the same thing, even if there's very low humidity, for hundreds of miles or even thousands of miles, the air itself blocks light.
I want to tell him something. The air, which we usually see through, has a refractive index according to weather. And this means that is not a perfect transparent medium. It means it will obstruct light.
But I think he's getting confused that the sun must still be a giant ball that illuminates all of the one surface of the flat Earth. Whereas when you actually look at the sun, it's a little small ball that rises up on the horizon, moves across your sky, and sets on the other side. So you've been told that ball is 864,000 miles in diameter, effectively hundreds of times larger than the Earth, but you see it as a small circle that rises on your horizon. But just in your imagination, you see that sun being hundreds of times larger than the Earth, and therefore it must illuminate the entire surface. Like he said, then there must be a gap in our sun. Why can one area have darkness while another area has light? And the other guys already explained to you that the air will effectively the same thing with the ocean. If you descend in the ocean, after a kilometer, it's dark. Why? Because the light has been refracted through the water and it's not penetrating further anymore. And it's the same with the atmosphere. As the light travels through the atmosphere, it refracts. So it reaches a limitation, a point of limitation, and then it becomes darkness for that region. But effectively, you've got to change your thinking. Not that the sun is this giant orb that's shining light from millions of miles away, but that actually this is the light source for this earth. It was created for this earth to light the day. And it's a small little light in the sky, not hundreds of times larger.
When you go at an altitude of about 100,000 feet,
let's just see that the guy understood what you said and then what I said.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Who's the new guy?
Alright, so I kind of understood what you said. But anyways, I have one more question.
Okay. So you say it made sense about what we were saying. What part of it made sense? Just then you can move on to your question, but just so that we can conclude that point.
Basically what you said about darkness and yeah.
Yeah, so you've got to think of it differently, because a lot of the times people think like the heliocentric model, but then they're trying to make that fit into a new flat earth paradigm. And then they're getting it wrong because they're trying to take two models and blend them into one. Whereas the flat earth is what we observe. So we see a flat horizon and we see a small orb of sun rise in the east and set in the west, and then a small orb of moon rise in the east and set in the west. We're told that the sun is stationary and we're moving around it, but both it and the moon both rise in the east and set in the west.
All right. One more question though. So you claim that the moon landing was faked, right? Okay. So why is there that thing where if you point at a certain point on the moon with a high-powered laser, it reflects?
Golden elephant question. Yeah, I love those golden elephant feathers. Continue, Solar.
So if you go and look when that was first bound, sorry, Orion, maybe I'm jumping into your convo.
I'm pretty sure you're going to say the same thing anyway.
Yeah, so if you look at when the first moon bounce was done, was 1958, long prior to the moon landing, or 1968, sorry, prior to the moon landing of 69. So they were able to bounce signals off supposedly the moon. Then there's also something called the ionospheric bouncing. So we know that we can bounce signals off the ionosphere. So therefore, you'd have to prove whether you're bouncing it off an ionosphere or the moon. But then keep in mind that was done prior to them and their story of placing reflective dishes to send the signal. That's not even withstanding the ludicrous nature of sending a signal 250,000 miles away, and then just through reflection. So not even recombining that signal, collimating it and sending it back. Just through reflecting it off an object, it can then travel back 250,000 miles. When you start to look into signal path loss or attenuation, you'll see that most radio towers can only output a radio signal for about 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of kilometers. So you need an incredible power source to send that signal. And then when you look at how much of the signal is actually collected afterwards, it's very similar to what they call the background noise. So they say, correct, one equivalent of one photon that they say they have received from that dish. And they know that one photon couldn't have come from another star or another light source. It had to have come from that bounce, because in their computer, the computer says it will be received in this time. And then at that time, they collect that one photon and they say, there you go, proof. So it's actually a very deceptive thing, bouncing light off of a moon. It's one of the things that they claim all the time. So I'm not surprised you're asking this question. But effectively, if you did it before landing on the moon, does that make the moon landing real? And if you want to explore the moon landing, look for bubbles in space. Bubbles in space will show you that there's hundreds of videos showing bubbles in space, because they train in water pools in the NASA Zero Buoyancy Lab. It's actually a giant swimming pool with a full-size replica of the ISS underwater, which water is the opposite of vacuum. Water creates inward pressure. As you go down, it presses in on your ears. Whereas when you're in space, you'd be expanding outward because there's a vacuum outside you. So it wouldn't even make sense to train in a swimming pool for zero gravity environment. But yet they always just say, oh, but look, it looks like they're floating. Well, when it looks like they're floating, that means that they can be recording it as though they're in space.
Solar, I would like to touch also a point to ask the young man a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a bike?
Yes, I do have a bike.
Okay, and do you have this?
Stop stealing people's bikes. Don't steal his bicycle again. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So, do you have those cat eye reflectors? Any such thing? Those plastic things?
No, I don't think so.
But have you seen?
Yeah, I have seen them.
Yeah, like at night when you drive with your dad the car, and there is a bicycle on the road without any lights, but when you have your car headlights turned on, you see them reflecting like they are being lit.
Okay.
Despite the fact that they are not light sources, they only reflect the light from your car headlights, yeah? They reflect it back to you. And you see it, they look like they are lit. Or, yeah, the road signs at night, when you shine light at them, they shine back at you very bright because they have a light reflecting paint.
Right.
What's the point, Get?
So it is a reflector. These people, they claim they have installed such a thing on the moon. Now, if you go and buy yourself a laser and you point it at the moon, you should be able to see a red or green dot on the moon bouncing back at you.
So if I go to Constanza and get a laser, should I be able to do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's test this out.
Yeah, I mean, if their story is true, that they claim they installed a laser reflector on the moon, yeah, which you can use your laser to bounce it back from the moon.
You would
So
need
when you point your laser at the moon, you are supposed to see that laser dot just like you're shining it on a building at night.
Okay, you would need a high-powered laser for that, you know that, right?
How much high power?
I cannot really say that, I'm not that experienced, but...
Well, I tried to do the math, what will be the power output, and a 10 petawatts laser will not be enough to shine on the moon.
And you can't get that here.
Yeah.
If you buy a 1 megawatt laser, it basically burns through metal.
Neither
can shoot about 30 kilometers.
Yeah. There is no such powerful laser in any part of the world except in Romania. And they haven't done this, and they haven't used it to shine it on the moon. That's just a failed, dead project. You know.
Wait, excuse me, I'll be right back. I want to get a glass of water.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, I have a question about this claim that they made of shining the laser to the moon and hitting that reflector, moving it back. Did they claim that they use some kind of targeting system? Because they claim the moon is, got a diameter of 2,160 miles, and that, there'd just be this little area where they claim that they put the
it's in motion
landings. So like, did they use their hands to do that? Did they use some kind of a robotic arm? It doesn't really seem to add up.
Yeah, there was an elevation
they
angle.
will need They will
But it's
need
not
some
laser.
special stepper motors with very expensive harmonic drive gearboxes for ultra high precision positioning.
But who said that they've bounced a laser? Because it's normally a signal, and they say that they send a signal either from a ham radio, so it's more like a radio signal being bounced off of something, and then they're receiving what they believe to be the signal back. But light, there's no laser beam in existence that can travel 250,000 miles, let alone bounce off of something and travel back.
It's so cute. It's so adorable. People fucking believe that shit. Oh.
Yeah.
Are there any public images of what they claim did that thing that they claim, shooting a laser, like the gearboxes you talk about and the laser? Are there any actual photographs of this quote-unquote equipment?
Reflector. Yeah, on NASA's website there was. I'm not sure if it's still up there. But it was literally like a 1 meter diameter reflector dish that was placed at some unknown angle, which technically you'd want it flat on the moon's surface so that it's always pointing towards the Earth. But the problem with signal bouncing is that you need to be stationary to receive your signal. So the Earth is meant to be spinning. So we send this little signal out, and it's supposed to, while we're moving, we're hitting another moving target that's also spinning and rotating. But you're tidally locked according to the Earth. Then the signal hits the supposed dish, starts to return, but the Earth is rotated out from underneath the original position where the signal was sent from.
Somebody in Japan's getting a rude awakening.
So someone else in another continent or in another country, or maybe on another latitude line or longitude line, would actually be the one receiving the signal, definitely longitude line because of how the rotation spins. Someone on a different longitude line would now be receiving that signal. So for the same person to say they've bounced a signal off the moon and then received it at the same equipment, effectively they've just told you they're stationary.
Yeah, if they
I know what the part on the moon looks like, but when I asked that question, I was asking the component on the Earth, because I mean they say they put that damn thing on the moon. They say they're shining a laser from the Earth to the moon.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of pictures of that thing they claim they put on the moon. Where's the laser on the Earth? Where's the gears to position it the right place? You know, like that. Wait, what? Where's that?
No, so that's why I said it's radio signal. It's not laser beam. So you basically align your radar dish with this elevation angle at so many degrees northeast or whatever, and you bash out the signal supposedly in the right alignment to line with this moon. And then it sends an invisible frequency, and an invisible frequency is quote unquote received. And then proof. Sphere, moon landing, hip hip hooray.
Wait, so was that a misquote then? That it was a radio signal, not a laser, that they use? Their claim?
When they
claim a laser?
talk about moon bounce, it's about a radio signal being bounced off the moon. But what Get was saying is that if there are reflectors, the same way that a reflector reflects light at night, then I should be able to point a laser at that reflector and get it to reflect back. But that's if it's like a cat's eye type reflector designed to reflect light, or whether it's a radio, like a satellite dish for bouncing a signal back, because that would also give it a different property.
Well, then I'm curious with this claim of sending a signal to the moon and back, I mean, exactly which device in their inventory do they claim that they use to do this?
A laser that you can't get anywhere. They had to build it themselves because it goes so far. So there.
Alright, so I have one more question. Basically.
Yes. What's your question?
Okay, so basically the Soviets and multiple other countries got signals, from what I know, from the moon landing. Why wouldn't they have claimed it was fake if they hadn't caught them because it wasn't real?
Because they're in collusion with each other. Very simple answer. Because you see that they tell you that the Russian government is the enemy of the American people, and in Russia they tell the Russian people that the enemy of the Russian people is the American government. But the reality is, the United States and Russia and many other countries are in collusion with each other in many different ways, and they really just put on a show to make it seem like they're fighting with each other and in competition with each other. But the reality is, the enemy of the American government is the American people, and the enemy of the Russian government is the Russian people. They're just working together.
Add to it, Earth measures flat.
So you're meaning to tell me the USSR and the USA worked hand in hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, affirmative.
On many things.
Correct.
Can you give an example?
COVID protocols.
What?
Space programs.
Okay, so the present medical condition that we find the world in at the moment, they're sharing the same type of response to the public. So they're working hand in hand when it comes to how to medically treat their population. When it comes to the ISS, you'll see it was a joint venture between the United States and Soviet Russia. When you see that the Soviets send rockets up sometimes and have Soviet cosmonauts versus the Americans having astronauts. So when you look now, the Americans scuttled the shuttle program. The shuttle was the little aeroplane-looking thing that used to go on the side of the rockets up to the ISS. The Americans scrapped that program, destroyed all those planes, so that they can now buy a seat on Russian rockets at $2 million per seat, per astronaut. So every time we want to send a rocket up to the ISS, supposedly to swap people in and out, the Americans are piggybacking on the back of Russian equipment with Russian scientists.
Yeah.
Then they go and spend weeks in space. And when you go and look at, especially on the medicine side of things, then you go into Antarctica and you'll see that the USSR and the United States are both signed as treaty members on the Antarctic Treaty, where there's more than 59 nations that have all joined hands to say, we'll be in peace when it comes to the bottom of the earth. But yet, when it comes to our countries, no, we'll still fight. How does that make any sense? So when you start to look, you'll see that the US and Soviet Russia and China, it's all a puppet show.
So you're meaning to tell me all of the proxy wars and crisis were all a facade?
Yes, theater show. Control of the people, keeping them in a low state of lifestyle, yeah?
Yes, in Soviet Russia.
Not allowing them to develop.
It is same thing as compartmentalization in America when we do the build cars. Yes, so one guy does not know what the next guy is doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How was my my clown show accent there?
Very. I don't know how to describe.
Weird, right? Weird. Just say it's bad. You can tell me it's bad. No worries.
You sounded like a Sergey and not quite like a Vladimir yet.
Yes. Нет. Yes.
Нет.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Hey, add me as friend if you like. I think you are Romanian and I am Romanian too. And yeah, I can share with you information on this topic and provide you sources. Yeah, so
And then we can get together and make some Takana Mama Liga.
No way.
I know how to cook it well. I'll cook you some. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you cook.
I don't like Tokana.
Well, see, you got to add the Mama Liga. You got to add the chicken.
Yes, Mama Liga is what Tokana is.
Yeah. Do you use polenta?
What?
Polenta, cornmeal?
Oh. What? Palin? Yo, get. Can you say it in a good accent that I can understand something?
Yeah, but I'm not sure what glad flow means by.
Oh, no, I'm interrupting once again, so don't worry about what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I urge you to research bubbles in space.
Bubbles in space.
Yes, like bubbles in the swimming pool, like bubbles in space, and you'll see hundreds of videos where they've caught bubbles coming out of the space shuttles or wherever they're telling us that they are is obviously not. Then another good one is A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. It's a documentary. That's the name of the documentary. A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Sibrel.
Okay. And what was the funny thing that happened on the way to the moon?
Is that they showed that they were still in low Earth orbit on the day that they supposedly walked on the moon. It shows how they filmed the supposed blue marble shot using a window of one of their capsules. It shows how all the telemetry data has been destroyed. 19,000 reels of film. NASA says they just recorded over it. Then they destroyed all the technology that allowed us to land on the moon. So Bart Sibrel, in this documentary, got full access to NASA, all their records, and basically he was trying to show that they did go to the moon. Yet the evidence was just lacking. So that's A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Another one is called Wagging the Moon Doggy. Wagging the Moon Doggy. And these are all documentaries which pretty much after an hour, you've seen 80% of the evidence that suggests that it may not be the story that we've been sold. And if you look back at the space race between Russia and the States, the idea of going to the moon was to have the higher ground. So whoever could get the higher ground would have the dominant position militarily. So this whole race to the moon, both from Russia and the United States, they were both faking it, but they didn't want to point each other's fakery out because it would make them seem more powerful in the eyes of the rest of the world if they were capable of launching rockets to the moon. Because that meant that they could launch rockets from their country to anywhere on the earth if they were capable of sending rockets to the moon. So it was literally a complete fake. They did it in the 60s. They realized that it did look fake, so they stopped pretending to go to the moon. And then when we asked for the evidence so that we could now corroborate or prove, say, in a court of law that they truly were there, then all the evidence seems to be missing. The original photos are missing. The negatives of the photos are missing. And that was still a day when they took photos with film. And what you must remember is that space is full of radiation. And if you take a piece of film, like photographic film, into radiation, it completely destroys the film. It like overexposes the film. So if they'd gone to the moon and tried to take a photo with film, none of the photos would have come out. But yet all of their photos were perfectly focused. And those, I think it's called a Hasselblad, the camera that they had mounted on their chest, that camera needed to be manually focused. So not like our cameras today where you pull out your iPhone, You point at something and you just take a photo. In the old days, you had to, play with the lens to get the image back into focus based on the distance of the object from the observer. So the old cameras that you had to manually focus were on their chest, so they could never see what they were actually photographing. But yet, every photo came out perfectly.
All right.
Sorry, there's a bit of a storm here. Can you hear it?
Not really.
Oh, wow. But lightning right above my head.
Oh.
So tell me something. How old are you, Portu?
I can tell you I'm older than 13.
Okay, great. Well, you sound like an interested person, someone who's interested in the world around them. Which gives me a... Yeah, go ahead.
I may be interested, but I can tell you I will probably never believe in the flat Earth.
That's good. You don't want to believe something, my friend. Wouldn't you rather know something?
I would rather know something, but I do not think I will be convinced to actually believe in the flat Earth.
Right. Again, no convincing, no belief involved. You know the best way to find out about your reality? Check this out. Go test it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. You'll love it, man. Trust me. The first time you see that we see too far, given the globe math, you're going to be like, shit, I got to go check this somewhere else now. Uh-oh. They might be right. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you said that you don't think you'll ever believe flat Earth. And like Glat said, no one in this room believes flat Earth. That's the thing that's probably the most puzzling about this. That we used to believe we were on a globe. We used to believe the globe spun around the sun. We used to believe in a fictitious force called gravity. We used to believe that water, when being level, actually curves around the outside of a sphere. We used to believe all these crazy ideas like man has been in space. Those are beliefs because you cannot prove it. You yourself cannot go to space to see that it's a sphere. You have to believe someone else. However, when it comes to the flat Earth, like Glat just said, this is where you can prove it to yourself. You can go to a body of water, that means like a large ocean or a large dam or a river network that you've got, and you can know that downstream is 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. And then you can look down there and you can see maybe buildings, maybe the other shoreline, maybe many different things. And when you go and look at the globe maths for the curvature, if you go type in curvature calculator, you will see that the curvature of the Earth should be set because it's a physical ball. It's a rock planet, right? So then the curve of the Earth must be physical. I must be able to go and measure this rock that I'm on and show that it curves like the sphere that they tell us it is. And when you go and look, the longest distance photo in the world is over 300 kilometers. It holds a world record. Now, if you can see something 300 kilometers away, that means we see too far. Because when you go and look at the globe maths says that your horizon should be no further than 3 miles if you're 6 foot. So if you've ever seen further than 3 miles in your life, you've proven it's flat to yourself. Because the globe says your horizon will be at 3 miles. And everything after that 3 miles will be curving away on the backside of a ball. And that's why things disappear in the distance, is why they say, because everything's going behind the back of the ball. But then you go and pull out a really powerful camera, and you can suddenly zoom in 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. We've done laser experiments at 38 miles and 40 miles. People have done radio. Okay, so anytime you want to send a radio signal, you need line of sight. That means the two dishes need to be pointing at each other. Go and look what's the longest radio transmissions, and it's hundreds of kilometers. So if hundreds of kilometers can be line of sight, that means you draw a flat line on the bottom called sea level, and then you place your two dishes above that sea level so that they can communicate to each other over hundreds of kilometers. That's how you prove that you know the earth is flat. Never that you believe it, because no one would be silly enough to try and pretend to believe something unless there was actually reason to go and say this.
Yeah, Purdue, got to be honest with you. You know, you're a little young. I hesitate to talk to you about this, but I will. Not everybody can handle the truth, Purdue. Most adults can't either that I meet. But the problem actually is, well, it's not for us, it's for you, is that the whole world actually already agrees with us, because 8 billion people admit they don't experience Earth curvature or spin. So everybody's already riding on our shoulders. I don't have to make a claim. That means the governments, the militaries, the scientists, the technology makers, you name it, whoever you've ever met is depending on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So I don't have to make a claim. Do you remember that word model you brought up earlier? Guess what all working models, when it comes to things in reality, have in common? Oh, that's right. They're also based on a flat, non-rotating Earth. So all models that work are already dependent on being flat Earth models. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, so go ahead and think about that for a little while.
All right.
And then when you come back,
have you ever played a game?
Go ahead.
Sorry, have you ever played a game where you have to shoot something that's either moving or you're moving while you have to shoot something?
Yes, I have.
And is that different to when you're stationary and the object is stationary?
No.
So if you're running, so say you're playing Counter-Strike and you're running to go shoot a guy and he's also running.
Yes.
Do you just aim where he was, or do you have to aim ahead of him for when he runs toward the bullet?
I aim ahead.
You aim ahead, correct. All right. And if he's standing still and you're standing still, do you still aim ahead of him?
Oh.
Okay, so that's the question I just asked you. If you're moving or your target is moving, do you have to do different calculations to when he's stationary, not moving, and you're not moving?
Yes, you do.
There's different calculations. Now, that's what EXO just said to you, is when you go and look at all military documents about if I'm going to fire a cannon and I want to shoot a rocket, say, 50 miles away or 60 miles away, they factor that they're stationary and that the target is stationary. They aim at the target and then adjust for wind, altitude, all of those other bearings, pressure, and then they shoot at the target and hit the target because the target is stationary, like when you're shooting a guy standing still in Counter-Strike. But if that guy was moving, which the Earth is said to be moving, every time someone did try and shoot someone, they would have to aim ahead because the Earth would be moving, the target would be moving. The moment the bullet left your gun, starts going on this straight line, the object on the Earth that continues to rotate would be moved while the bullet's traveling towards and that doesn't happen. So like EXO said, all of actual models, when you try and model how to shoot a missile or shoot like a sniper rifle bullet, or you're going to take a flight, you have to assume that the ground is stationary, and then you take your bearing or you choose your direction and your speed, and you get to your destination because your destination is also standing still. But we're told that it's spinning. Now, like Exo said, no one has ever shown it to be spinning.
Right.
But this is quite a big topic. This is quite a big topic for a teenager to wrap their mind around.
Well, we would just launch things straight up in the air and then fall back down, and we would be in a different place.
Exactly.
Right. So if I wanted to go to Hawaii, I just go 98 degrees straight up for 15 minutes, then come back down. Ta-da!
Should be that simple. Because the Earth would turn underneath, and then you would come down at your destination. If the destination was westward. If it was eastward, you may need to stay up there for a bit longer than 53 minutes.
Right, right. Well, don't forget it is spinning at, 1,468 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, one more question. So, if Antarctica is military guarded, why can't I literally just book a cruise to Antarctica right now?
Well, can I take this one real quick?
You go right ahead.
Thanks. So, there's this first thing you need to do is look up the Antarctic Treaty. Hold on a sec. Who am I talking to again? What's your name?
Portu.
Portu. Okay, Portu. Got it. So in a Google search or however you search for the Antarctic Treaty, and just have that window up for later when you read about it. But basically, it's most of the nations of the world signed a treaty that they would basically not allow anybody from any country without express UN permission or military permission or direct permission from a certain country to go to Antarctica for any reason and explore. Not only that, if you want to book a cruise to Antarctica, that's fine, because guess what? The ocean is where you go on cruises. You don't go on cruise on land, so you can cruise all next to Antarctica, and they could tell you anything they want about what size and shape it is. And then when you get out onto the plateau there, if they let you get on the ice wall, boy, you can only walk maybe 200 yards in, and then they're going to say, all right, we're going right on back. That's about all we can do here. It gets a little dangerous in there for you folks, so, and that's it. You don't go to Antarctica. You're not allowed to explore. People who do go to Antarctica to try to explore either get killed or arrested or detained. And, why should that be? It's just some land over there. It shouldn't be that big a deal. So anyway, Antarctic Treaty is very interesting. It's the only thing in the world of its kind where almost all the countries in the world, especially all the countries of consequence in the world, signed a treaty saying no one's allowed to go here unless we say so. That's kind of sketchy.
Okay, why can you literally apply for jobs in Antarctica?
You can work on the side of an iceberg. Yeah, sure. So
yeah, there's lots of jobs in the inland on the port islands and stuff. Yeah.
Sure, just like any place, just like, close to the North Pole. Up there in Alaska, there's tons of fucking jobs up there on the ocean, on land, yeah.
Okay.
So that doesn't denote globe Earth, and it doesn't say anything about Antarctica other than the fact that we just can't go there, dude. We can't. They won't let us. And listen, if you want to pay for one of those seats on one of those cruises, it's a lot of money. But even the people with a crap load of money aren't allowed to go do what they want in Antarctica, excuse me. And that's weird.
All right.
Wait, we should clarify this a little bit more, though. So you could get a job and work, relatively close to one shoreline or another. But I'm pretty sure if, even if you got a job and you're working in Antarctica, I'm pretty sure if you left the base with some supplies and continued southward, if you're really ballsy and you're, don't fear for your life and you're not afraid to die at all, by all means do it. But if you want to continue to live on, don't do it.
Yeah, you can't. So it's like, say, for instance, he was Orion was working in Antarctica, and he wanted to, find out what's further south. So he gets some equipment together, this, that, and the other. Well, it's illegal to even drop some droppings, take a little poo-poo on the snow there. It's illegal to leave it there. You can't bring any fuels. You can't burn any fuels there, so you can't keep yourself warm anyhow. So, you know what I mean? Those in charge have made Antarctica, as if it weren't already, they have made it the most uninhabitable, unattractive place for anybody to ever want to go to.
Oh, can I add just one thing?
I didn't finish my thought properly.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is someone would stop you. What I'm saying is more than likely, even, not you necessarily getting shot, like if you resisted, yeah, they would. But I mean, like, what I'm saying is someone would stop you with a gun at gunpoint and make you go back to the camp, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let me just add one thing to this. There's been a lot of explorers that explored the inner, into the inner of Antarctica, and they mostly use, or they were only allowed to use, like dog sledding. So all expeditions ended up eating all their dogs. Okay? So there's not really snipers out there hanging out waiting for people to break camp. It's so harsh. If you look it up, there's sometimes it's 400, negative 400 below zero. Like, that's almost impossible. So,
Okay.
Well, then I guess the same concept still applies, but just with the process of getting equipment out there so that you could go further south. You're not allowed to do that.
yeah, you would have to bring, like, you couldn't just bring like a little like fanny pack full of like granola bars. All right, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have to spend millions just to get into the inner core of like inland, deep inland, and even then it could be thousands or perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles.
They also call it the driest continent because there is virtually no freestanding water, fresh water to drink. And if you do take water with you, it freezes overnight. So it's very difficult to even keep water in a liquid state down there. And then when you step outside, it goes to, I don't know if you deal in centigrade or Fahrenheit, but well below minus 100 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Now, that, unless you've experienced incredible cold, minus 100 plus, minus 120, I think that's one of the things. And then they say that the wind gets up to 200 miles per hour. When you look, the fastest winds on the planet, quote unquote, is in Antarctica because it's the outside rim of where we live. So the winds would get up to a much higher speed down there. And then, like you were saying, most of the people who've ever tried failed, died, lost half their team. And generally, they were trying to cut a corner. They were trying to just go across the peninsula. They weren't even going through the center. And then you also look, Antarctica is the highest of all elevation continents, out of all the continents. Antarctica, its average elevation is more than 2,000 meters above sea level. So there's some really peculiar things that go on down there that make it difficult to explore. You can't take fuel, you can't take equipment. What we normally say is that you cannot independently explore, meaning by myself, with my own resources, go and look where I want to look. We can do supervised field trips. So someone can go with us, they walk us to a specific location, and they take a photo of us and tell us we're at the South Pole, but we can't prove it, can't verify it, we can't test it. We just have to take their word that we're at the South Pole, and then they walk us back and say, now you're done. Now go home, please. So you may not go there and explore on your own independently.
One more question. You do realize having troops in Antarctica would be a huge logistical nightmare to actually get supplies, water, or food, and
Well, of
other
course.
commodities there.
Of course.
How would you even do that?
Well, if you look into Operation High Jump with Admiral Richard Byrd, and then Operation Deep Freeze, your answers will be met. Operation.
This requires.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, this just requires a little bit of research because you'll see in the 50s, I know it's well before your time, but in the 50s, they were looking at the North Pole and the South Pole as military positioning points. Because if you were based at the North, you could attack Asia, North America, China, or Africa immediately. You could just choose where you wanted to start your attack and you go. Whereas from any other continent in the world, you've got to overcome certain distance. So in the Northern Hemisphere, they set up the dew line. And the United States and most of Russia that fall along the dew line, it's very heavily militarily guarding. There's a lot of guarding going on from the military, basically. So when you go to the South, the same applies. If you were in the South, you could attack South America, Africa, or Australia, New Zealand, without them even knowing you're coming. So just from a military perspective, this was desired. They wanted this. And they went down in the 50s with Admiral Byrd, with, like the guy just said now, Operation Fishbowl and Operation Deep Freeze. And then they tried to go as deep into the southern region as they could. They took hundreds of military vessels, thousands of men, was given almost an unlimited budget, and they had to turn around. They couldn't even make it with all of that.
Yeah, Admiral Richard Byrd went down there with 6 vessels, 2 icebreakers, they went down there with an aircraft carrier, and then they shot up. They flew
battle cruisers too.
Yeah, they flew all their supplies into the up on the ice shelf, and then they started their second mission, which was Operation Deep Freeze, going into the inner workings of Antarctica to explore even more south. And they only went so far, and they had to come back. Or they could be still exploring today. Operation Deep Freeze is still continuing. Like hopscotch. You go as far as you can. You start building Camp 2. Who knows? They could be Camp 67 right now. You know.
Those were all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Well, look up Operation High Jump. You could probably watch some good documentaries of it on YouTube. And then Operation Deep Freeze. If you type those even in YouTube, search Operation High Jump, you will see footage and some information on that.
And then also look for Operation Fishbowl, where they shot missiles at the sky because they realized we're in a fishbowl. And they called it Operation Fishbowl and started shooting the largest nuclear weapons man has ever created, in the size of about 1,000 megaton, up at the sky for no good reason at all.
Yeah. And
which is also very peculiar.
And then Operation Dominic.
Yeah. Porto posted me a link with some Antarctic cruises, and those are actually journeys, cruises to Antarctica near the ice wall. But you don't get off from the ship, from that cruise ship. And those cruise ships, they have border control on board. If you try to jump off that cruise ship, it will be like trespassing the border of a country. That's how they will treat you. And on those cruise ships, they have a lot of systems, radar systems and infrared long-range camera for human identification and detection.
But the biggest thing is, a lot of people don't understand this, is that for you to even get out that way to Antarctica, you need a full steel hull vessel, or you're going to perish. Period. You would not want to land your little naked body in that ocean. Okay?
Oh no.
Not even 3 minutes. You wouldn't survive. Okay?
And
You'd probably die
the
as soon as
problem
you hit
is,
water.
in winter in Antarctica, it reaches, there has been recorded temperatures below 80 Celsius.
Well, you can actually, it's called pack ice. You can actually, the ocean will freeze around you. Literally trap your boat in frozen, and then destroy the boat, crush it. And then the ice melts.
The problem is when you are in minus 80 degrees Celsius cold, you cannot survive without special breathing machine. Which will have to provide you with a air pressure of 7 psi, half of what we normally breathe, and a much higher concentration of oxygen. If you breathe 14 psi at minus 80 Celsius, one breath will kill you instantly.
Yeah. That's right.
It's lethal. Yeah.
Excuse me, but I kind of have to go.
Yeah, it's pretty late. It was nice to have you, and do come back.
Maybe.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day or night.
Ciao. Ciao. Good night.
Să rămână.
Servus.
There's no edge. That's the problem. That's why you can't make a model of reality.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable.
That's right.
That's all it is.
That's it.
Yep. And that's where, like, I hope that Globers and us can come to an understanding. Like, there's so many things about reality that are objectively unfalsifiable, and if we can agree on that, if both camps can at least agree on that, then we can both camps go after the unfalsifiable stuff and try to figure out what the fuck's going on with it. But they can't get past the pride point, so they aren't willing to admit the truth. So that means they're not willing to actually learn, and that's we're just at an impasse at that point. You know, we can't get any Globers to come out and test it with us. You know what I mean? I will spend a lot of money and a lot of my time if a Glober genuinely wants to come with me and test the world. I'll do it. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah, 10,000 each. We'll get a nice.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, I'll pay as much as I need to go on some fucking trip. It can't cost that much.
Right. You know, it almost boils down to that you have to start off like primal. We have to go right down to, let's start with fire. Put your hand in the fucking fire. Does it burn you? Yes. Okay, let's start from there. And then keep going. No maybes or what ifs or theories. Facts.
Remember, it wouldn't be an edge. It'd be an end, you know. It'd be where the ceiling meets the ground. You know, it'd be an end of the earth.
No.
Well, yeah, because we're inside a container, you know. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Well, that container
you know
could
that,
be
right?
great bigger than you think, right? It could be the celestial floor.
But if
right?
it is, then it would still be an end. That's my point.
I don't know. That's just our concept as being human and studying the celestial clock that's been moving across the sky since we noticed.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is if we lived in a world where there were a lot more people openly acknowledging that the Earth is flat and stationary, you know.
Well, of course.
They
Yes.
probably wouldn't get away with this Antarctic Treaty bullshit. And if they weren't getting away with that, then we'd probably be able to make maybe not an entirely complete, but a more complete, quote unquote, if you will, model. Not that I even really give a shit about that. I don't give a fuck about a model. I'm just saying so many people do, and they're always crying about it, and they're always whining about it. And the point is, they get their fucking bottle if we got rid of the Antarctic Treaty. That's the point.
Yep. It's crazy. And there's nothing you can really do about it, even if you were like one of these billionaires, like Elon Musk or the Virgin guy. You know, drives me nuts.
Well, it's nice to see that the 14-year-old teenagers are the tip of the spear of the army of Satan. I hope you atheists are proud of yourselves and you globers, since you can't even defend your own religion. You need now children to defend your belief system for you. Congratulations. I'm sure you're proud.
The XO, right on point.
Disgusting. They're going to be begging to be in this server when they're burning for eternity. Begging. You're going to be begging for another chance. Why didn't I just listen? I loved outer space, but I just wanted to make fun of people, and I didn't want to lose my outer space. It's just unbelievable.
You know what they don't serve at the end of all this, Globers? They don't serve Pride burgers, so you better eat them now.
Eat them now, while they're hot.
Yeah, you'll be eating yourself alive. Insert death metal intro, Glatflow. Yeah. Like, that's the perfect, like, I just want to, like, make samples. I'm going to start just making samples, and I need, like, Creation Bear or you to someone just to play, like, extremely brutal intros, you know?
Oh, I can send you a couple of riffs, bro.
Yeah, do that. Get a guitar player to do it.
Well, I'm talking about bands like Deeds of... I'm talking about, like, extreme level, like, not even Cannibal Corpse. The Cannibal Corpse is too lighthearted for this. I'm talking about, like, Deeds of Flesh.
How about Nile or Circle of Dead Children?
Yeah, no, okay, that would not be an appropriate name. I wish you would not have said that, but thanks.
Yeah. Well, there's some
just
dark magic right
let's
there.
try to. We got to outdo me. Just go ahead and outdo me with a sentence like that. Great. Now I got to shut up.
No, I've played some dark metal over the years.
Yeah, Gladflow. Can I call you GF instead of Gladflow? It's so much
Call me
shorter.
Sean. Call me Sean.
Sean.
I'm serious. Call me Sean.
Account?
I know, yeah.
Yeah, it's a new account, same name.
It's still the new
And
account.
who is Sean to you, Glad?
Who is Sean to me? That's my first name. So it's me to me.
It's like a pseudonym.
No, my mom said, hey, tell everybody you're named after Sean Connery. And I was like, yeah, but then that makes me less cool immediately. No way.
Welcome to the Rock.
And how old were you? Okay, hold on. How old were you when she told you that?
I don't know, maybe between 5 and 10, something like that.
Yeah, see, that would be the issue. That would be instructions to a 7-year-old, not who you are now.
No. I mean, yeah, no, you're right, absolutely.
You're welcome.
And at the time I was like, my mom's so cool. She told me I'm cool because I'm named after Sean Connery, because she's obsessed with Sean Connery. And the more I grew up, the older I got, I was like, please don't talk about Sean Connery around me right now. Thank you.
He passed away October 2020.
Yep, The Hunt for Red October 2020.
Interesting.
XO.
Yes,
I
sir.
joined Nathan's channel this afternoon, and I just heard you and QE like having a complete miscommunication. What was going on there?
Well, Solar, if you can't tell by now, if you have an ego, it's going to get hurt. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, is that people don't like being told things when they think they're at the top of the hill, Solar, and some guy comes along with a little sack on his shoulder and maybe just, $3 in his pocket, doesn't have a lot to show for, and that guy all of a sudden is telling you things that you should have thought of yourself a long time ago. That's going to hurt your feelings, Solar. And here's the deal. Here's why. It's because the Earth is not an object. And when people can't get that out of their mind, that there's this end of the Earth, because the Bible says so, yes, that doesn't mean the water ends too, Solar. It doesn't say the existence ends. It says the Earth ends. And that doesn't mean that you can measure the Earth or understand the depths of it or the breadth of it or the width of it. I mean, you can't even measure the Grand Canyon, which is just in one small, tiny little area just north of me, a couple 100 miles north of here, let alone measure the Earth. So if you can't even fathom the entire embodiment of something you're talking about, you can't call it an object. And not just him, but somebody else who was, of course, helping. You know how junkyard dogs got to get together and join forces. It hurts the pride of people that think that they are, oh, I'm really smart. I know the Earth is flat, yada, yada, yada. And they still are being hindered by man's knowledge. And that's still the problem. You know, the flat Earth doesn't solve anything. It's just a new set of glasses, guys. Literally just a reboot, a refresh. You've been unplugged. That's literally all it is. So if people get stuck on it and think that that's the end all, when there's so much more, and there's so much more information, and literally so many different levels of information, and you are proud about what you've done, staying, paddling, and like a doggy paddling in the kiddie pool for 3 or 4 or 5 years, it's going to hurt your feelings when somebody else is way ahead of that, who doesn't have a big channel or isn't popular or doesn't have a big following. And that's just how it is, Solar. That this is a David and Goliath situation. And that's where I've gotten my information from a book called the Bible. Some people get their information from man. Some people think that the scientific method is actually something that's even relevant. What if nobody even uses it anyway? What if people figured out that ketoacidosis and all these issues with the problems with scurvy and the medical system didn't even use it anyway? What if we've been lied to about that as well? What if we've been lied to about the very words? What if the Bible already knew it's science falsely so-called? This is just a little bit about what's going on here, Flat Earth Solar. There is more than meets the eye. And again, the Flat Earth is just a reset. It's just putting on new glasses. There's a lot more to learn.
Yeah, it's actually pathetic that so many people can't get past the flat Earth stuff. Like, why are we stuck on flat Earth? There's so much to do. There's so much that we need to get done right now. And the dummies are still stuck on, the reason you can see too far is, it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't fucking matter.
It's because of the Earth tides, bro.
I have one more question.
Go.
I have one more question.
Oh, you're just saying that? He kept saying that. Yeah, he had like 7 one more question.
Okay. You give him this elaborate answer. Okay, I have one more question.
He's fine. I think he's learning.
I know there was more people in the room with him.
Yeah.
Oh, and you were saying, it's pathetic. You can't get a 41-year-old to put their pride aside and learn a thing or two, but you can get a 14-year-old to do it, no problem.
Yeah, giving us the same recitation of the programming that the adults give us. Literally nothing different. That's how pathetic it is.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Jenny's here to lay the law down. Let's everybody be quiet.
Hey.
Hello, Jenny.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi, Glenn. Hey, everybody. Good to be here. What's going on?
Oh, we're
Welcome
just...
to Flatters 24/7.
Welcome. Yeah, we're just... we're being Karens about Globers. We want to talk to the manager. We want to talk to the manager of the Globers.
Karen's in charge.
Manager.
Oh, boy. So how much time did you guys waste on that? Because I usually can call it within a few minutes. I can get that vibe, from somebody.
Okay, check it out. Speaking of.
You guys stick it out a lot longer than I do. Anyway, go ahead, Glad.
That's because I'm a loser. Okay, so check it out. Ben Delight in the YouTube chat says, my observation of a sunset tells me it's a globe because it matches every other observation I've made in my life where objects that don't change angular size no matter where you observe them from are very distant.
Oh!
That wasn't a sentence, by the way. And then lastly, he says, and if something appears to drop below a surface, then that means it's behind that surface.
Wow. Glad we have a world traveler in this Discord right now. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No idea. Yeah,
Well,
Ben, tell us all about your travels, Gulliver.
One hand clapping to our world traveler here.
Well, I'm going to elaborate, Jenny. So let me elaborate on this. Actually, this is Superman. He can actually fly across outer space, but he doesn't have the ability to. Okay, so watch this. He has the ability to fly across outer space because he can do things no other person can, but he can't get on a Discord and use a microphone. Thanks for playing.
Oh, he's in a broken mic gang. Get him the F out of here. Fling him into the void on Discord.
He doesn't have a broken mic. He's got a broken soul that will never be repaired, and that's why he'll never talk to us.
That's one of those samples right there.
He's got a broken soul.
Well, gee.
Blast beat. Yeah. Insert blast beat.
What do we do with that?
Okay. You go ahead and sing and we'll. Where's Helio Skeptic? Because we need a guitar player. But you go ahead and sing and I'll.
Hey, you guys! I've been singing today.
To the chopper.
I've been singing all day today a song that I've known for a long time, and was out put out like the year I was born, which was 1971. 5 decades ago. But anyway, it's called The Point, and it was narrated by Ringo Starr, and the main character, Oblio, was Mike Lucaland, otherwise known as Bobby Brady. And it's pretty cool. So Harry Nilsson did the songs, and the one that I like the most is Think About Your Troubles. It's pretty cool. In fact, I'll post a link. Because, I'm an old timer now, and I got to say that they don't make songs like they used to. I wonder how close I am to being a boomer. Does anybody have a generational demographic chart handy by chance? I have one somewhere, but who knows where the F it is?
Aren't you a boomer already?
No. I am not a boomer, sir. I'm Generation X, graduated in 1989. I'm not a boomer. We got God Rockin'. We got like about 5 boomers in here, I'd have to say. But nope, I didn't see the moon landing on TV kind of thing. I remember Reagan did something. I don't remember what it was. Or maybe it was that I was in grade school when he was elected. Maybe that was it. It's strange because I don't really recall, other than memorizing the order of the planets of that heliocentric model, I don't remember discussing it too much in school. Like orbital mechanics, how it all really works.
Yeah, like how like where we can find the golden elephant feathers. Yeah, same thing.
I mean, come on, I took geometry. Shouldn't have been that the main example? The curvature of the earth? Come on, people. How much simpler can you get than that? I mean, first you figure out the basic geometry, then you go to spherical geometry. I mean, so frustrating.
Okay, can I put you in the hot seat, Jenny? Since Globers are extinct. I'm sorry, Jenny. You're not gonna talk to Globers anymore. They're done. They just sent in their best participant and lawyer, and he was a 14-year-old boy in Romania. So that was the best they could offer right now for their.
Oh
for their
man!
advocate. And I wish I was joking. Okay,
so awkward.
Right, so we're not going to get any more Globers. It's over, guys. I'm sorry. We might have to change the Discord name eventually, but right now we'll keep it flat now. So yeah, Jenny, I just want to tell you that there is no such thing as a heliocentric model. Okay, so we're going to have to argue about that. If you'd like to fight me about this, that would be, I would feel better. So just so you know, there's no such thing as a heliocentric model. Would you like to challenge me?
Well, yeah. For all intents and purposes, that was I wasn't really comfortable saying that. I'd rather call it the old heliocentric theory. That's what I really like to refer to it as, to be honest with you.
Okay, okay, there we go. Old. So it was it superseded by something? Now we're getting somewhere.
Well, no, because it's not.
Oh wait,
so maybe
sorry,
that's not
I think
the right
it is.
word.
Oh, so I'm going to have to now attack you again. Okay.
Yeah.
So
no. Go ahead.
Yeah. There's no current heliocentric anything.
You're correct. But we have to name the deception and point it out somehow. I mean...
Yeah, you're going to have to use the proper words.
Theory.
So when are you going to start using the proper words?
All right, what is the proper words then?
It's an outer space cartoon religion.
Yes, it is. I agree with you. The heliocentric space monkey religion.
Nope. There's no heliocentric, and there's no model. Two things, two problems.
I didn't say model at the time.
Right. There's no model. So watch this. Anytime, remember, these people are addicts. They're addicted to an outer space cartoon fantasy, and they believe, they will tell you it's a model, and they might even say heliocentric.
Yeah, no, I didn't say model the last time I referred to it, I swear.
Right.
I swear I didn't.
They might
because I
say
know why.
I know
why.
Yes.
I do know why, sir.
There you go. Right. So either one of these two words.
Model. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, either one of these two words are like giving them like if they're an addict, they just got off crack cocaine, and now I'm going to hand them another bag of ball crack cocaine by saying either one of those words. I am enabling them to stay in their outer space cartoon.
Okay, what about this? Hold on. Okay. So if I say the heliocentric model, not scientific model.
Oh my goodness gracious. No, two laws were broken right there. Two of them. No, not only did you hand him a bag of ball crack cocaine, you just handed him the pipe as well.
Well, geez Louise, how am I supposed to help these people, XO? I mean, come on.
You're supposed to tell them you don't have a model nor a heliocentric belief. Let me show you what your beliefs is, sir. You believe the sun is also spinning around the Milky Way, and you also believe the Milky Way is spinning around a giant black hole known as the Great Attractor. I shall be right back just after these messages or a long silence. I'll be right back. Excuse
Okay.
So.
Hey, you know what? I don't mind making sure. Oh, sorry, Get. Go ahead.
Once upon a time, there was nothing. It exploded. Everything was condensed into a tiny point, like smaller than the tip of a needle, and it exploded. And that place where was that condensed stuff in the size of a tip of a needle became the biggest giant black hole in the universe.
How odd.
Yeah.
How could they possibly know that? How could it be? How could that possibly be? I think it's a figment of someone's imagination. Is what that sounds like to me.
Correct.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's just a figment of someone's imagination. It's the space monkey religion.
Space monkey.
We can't give them that.
Space monkey. Flying space monkey religion. So, no, you know what? Actually, I prefer how Santos Bonacci refers to it as a Santa ball.
Yeah.
And I guess I shouldn't bring that up because I don't recall his exact verbiage to describe why he says it, but, you know, it's, I don't know if you guys follow him or not, and you can pick up my slack, but if not, I'll get back to you. Because
do you know Ham? You know Ham?
Well, I've watched a dozen or whatever of his videos over the last however many years, 4 or 5 years.
Oh.
But like an avid follower, no, I'm not. In fact, he started putting out content under a paywall, and I'm like, I'm out. That's why I never really got into Oh.
I don't mean that guy Santos Bonacci. I mean Ham.
That okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Ham was
Like in the Bible? Like in the Bible?
No. It was the first monkey astronaut.
Get out. Are you serious?
Yeah.
The Russian, right?
NASA. US. Yeah.
I thought Russia
the
was
Russians
first
put a
on
dog.
something. Oh, with the
Laika.
dog? Okay, sure.
Yeah. And the Americans put a monkey, a chimpanzee, Ham.
That's what they came up with?
Yeah,
Jeez.
and thanks to Ham, Neil Armstrong and all the NASA astronauts learned and knew how to do stuff in space. So Ham was the pioneer teacher of astronautism.
You know what that reminds me of? That person who confronted what's his name, Scott Kelly or whatever, in some sort of conference. He asked him how there's bubbles in space.
Oh,
and just the whole conversation is so awkward, man. It's just so awkward. And how many
he messed it up.
how many deaf ears is that going to fall on? That's really sad, because that person's going to be looked at as a crackpot. I think he was escorted out of the building or something.
Yeah.
That's how they do that.
I don't really blame Ham for doing that, because you got to keep in mind, that was a long time ago, and 50 million bananas. 50 million bananas is a lot of bananas back then.
Oh,
Yeah, that's how they were training the astronaut chimpanzee with bananas.
Jeez, that's so awkward. Cringe. That's the first level of cringe. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alrighty then. So yeah, we're just gonna have to learn to live in here without Globers, people, I guess. I mean,
it's over. Sorry, Jenny. Yeah, but here's another thing, Jenny. Though to now ease the pain, and I want to make you feel better about this, and this is gonna help.
All right.
All the top flat earthers, and I mean all of them, continue to make the same mistake. So there's nothing to worry about. They have.
I know
also
you're pretty
enabled
strict. You're pretty strict.
That's right. It's almost too strict, right? It's almost scary.
Okay.
That's the thing. If I wasn't hired for this job, which is a subject that is not meant for the live stream, I wouldn't care that much.
Okay.
I would not care. So listen, the top flat earthers are too stubborn to change their terminology as well. So I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just saying,
No. I'm interested. I'm anticipation over here. Go ahead.
If I meet an addict and I continue to enable them, right, with these buzzwords that continue to implant it back into their mind, I'm literally just handing them the bottle, I'm handing them the pipe, I'm giving them the bag, I'm giving them the snacks, and I'm letting them have free room and board. I'm allowing them to live here on my flat plane. Right. On my flat plane of existence, I'm allowing them to live on my flat earth while I continue to tell them heliocentric models, blah, 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 blah. And that's just not going to work.
So you're saying ultimately we cannot use that term.
Actually, you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying that in the long run, you will be happy when you now get rid of those drugs out of your own mind and go, wow, I didn't even realize I was enabling them by the programming that was still stuck in my brain.
Wait, okay, I'm not clear here. You said the biggest flat earthers, they keep making the same mistake, and you're saying that mistake is what? Again, I don't think I...
Well, if I say, show me evidence for your heliocentric model, first of all, he doesn't have a model. Secondly, I'm letting him know there are such things as model. And thirdly, he doesn't believe in a heliocentric religion anyway. So I'm literally giving him words to stay in a fantasy. Watch this. And instead of saying that when I meet somebody, let's say, for example, somebody says, well, I have a model and you don't. I get to say, actually, you don't even have a model. So sorry, that doesn't work. So that's wrong. Instead of saying, oh, you have a model, I say, no, you don't. And then they'd have to prove to me that I have a model. Instead of talking to them for 2 hours with the preconceived premise that they have a model, I just spent 2 hours wasting it because I already told them they have a model. If they have a model, they're going to stick with the model. If I allow them to have that fantasy, then they're in a fantasy. I'm allowing them to stay in the fantasy, and that's not going to help them.
Well, then they're not clear on, what the supposed model is supposed to be in the first place. They don't understand that.
Right. So watch what it really is. It's a cartoon they see on TV. It's not a model. It's not even heliocentric because remember.
Well, yeah. Okay. So wait. A way to apply this would be something really simple. And I'm ashamed of myself for bringing this up because I haven't done the calculation. I haven't done the calculations, but Tycho crater, for the size that they say that it is, we should not be able to see it with the naked eye. Isn't that correct?
That would be a side point, right? Okay, and I wouldn't even go there. I wouldn't even. Yes, because I'm not talking about that crater. I'm talking
you that the model's not accurate. If there was one,
there is no model.
I said if there was one. If there was one, it's not correct.
Okay, so you have to pretend to be a Glober, or would you like Glat Flobe to pretend to be a Glober? And I can see, because I can't just make it up. It has to happen organically, and then I can show you how it works.
Oh, do we have a groan in the audience?
That's hard.
Oh.
That's hard. I'm not.
You know where I'm coming from? Because me and EXO don't always perfectly see eye to eye.
I mean, I can do it for a little bit.
Wait, no. But did you hear me?
Yeah.
Glad did you hear me just now?
What'd you say? You don't agree with EXO on anything?
No. That's not what I said.
Yes,
I said we don't agree perfect. We don't agree perfectly on everything.
Oh, good. That means the science isn't settled between you two. That's how adults should work.
If you agreed with me on everything, I would start to be a little.
No. I don't want to stir the pot, but for example, a certain word usage starting with the word L and referring to teachers, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that topic, that discussion.
Learning.
You know what that? What is the word? I'm sorry.
And maybe this doesn't apply to you, EXO, so I'm not trying to throw you under the bus or anything here. But saying people who pass along misinformation, calling them liars, I don't agree with that. It's the people putting out the disinformation, those people are the liars.
Well,
so
I
when
would
you
say
say your teachers, your teachers and, what have you interacting with people.
Right, they don't have to lie. They believe it just like the weirdo nobody that has no life experience who comes in here because they saw it on TV. The teacher does not believe it because of evidence. The teacher does not believe it because they've been given the information by their controllers. They believe it for the same reason everybody else believes it. It's a cartoon on TV. End of story.
School is rote memorization. We're told what to think and we're told to memorize it enough to take a test, and then we don't ever use that information going forward in life, and so therefore it's just some passing thought, and then kind of goes into a belief when you mix it in with propaganda and everything else on the world stage.
Right. So if I tell somebody you don't have that, you need to show it to me, and they say, oh, yes, I do. And I say, okay, can you show it to me? And then they say, well, I don't feel like it. And then I say, okay, well, then maybe you shouldn't make the claim. And they say, okay. And then 2 minutes later, they make the claim again. Now I got to redo this again. Listen, you just said you can't show me evidence for it.
Then you're dealing
eventually, eventually that's going to lead to, okay, now you're making stuff up. Do you know what another word for that is?
Okay, no. Okay, this is what I was going to say. Now you're starting to talk about someone who's suffering from cognitive dissonance, and that's a psychological condition. And so those people, I don't think a finger should be pointed at them. I think they should be allowed to get to the grieving stage of their paradigm shifting.
They're addicted, right? So again,
well,
here's
there
the
should
problem.
be some empathy. I think there
Right,
should
so
be
there
some
is. So by the empathy, because I care about them, I'm now going to take those drugs away. Okay, I'm sorry, but you're
I
not going to
get
be able
that,
to
yes.
use these while you're in my home, which is right here.
Right.
As long as
Tough
is
love.
Indio 007, if he allows me to be in his house, and Indio 7 isn't at the door right now, and somebody comes in here, and where's Indio 007? Oh, he's not. Well, right now, I'm sorry, I can't allow you to tell me those things because that's a fantasy you learned about on TV. So do you have evidence for the fantasy? Oh, you don't? Okay, then let's move on to something else. See, or let's move to a different understanding. Or what is your claim? Have you experienced something other than what we experience? And there's a million ways. Remember, there's no cookie cutter way to do it. It's an organic thing, and that's why I want Glat Flobe to pretend to be a religious zealot, like the father of the young religious zealot that was just here 30 minutes ago, to tell me the exact same thing. And remember, when he came in here, I did it to him, and if you notice, Glat, he had to stop in his tracks and go, uh-oh, I guess I can't just say those things, because words have meaning, and if I say words that have meaning and I can't back that up, that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I can pretend to be a Glober for a little bit, but that just means that the YouTube chat's going to kind of go crazy unless someone else wants to be the bad cop there.
Let them.
Okay,
Elbow.
so
Or ask Elbow. Hold on, let's... Elbow.
No, KJ's in there. She's badass.
Flat Earth Solar would be a great...
Okay.
Flat Earth Solar might be able to do this. See, I can't. I get sick if I try to do it, so I can't do it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Glat, they can like cannibalize themselves for a few minutes or whatever. I mean,
right now, watch. Now, Glat can moderate between Solar and me, because Solar can get angry now. He can start attacking me if he wants, right?
he
You
was
see what I'm
talking
saying?
about the YouTube chat.
Oh, well, okay, that's fine. I'm just talking about that we can do this nice and consent and slowly, but it's up to you guys.
So what is my role again?
Whatever you want it to be. I don't make up the rules.
Somebody's
I'm just
gotta
the
be a
janitor here.
Glober.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
was
here
going
to
to play
clean
Glober.
floors and make sure your drinks are topped off. That's all.
Okay, I was going to play a Glober.
Glober until you feel sick.
Until I feel sick, which
And what
the
do
whole
you do,
time, but that's
Solar?
fine. I'm getting used to feeling
You
sick.
pass the baton. You tag me in.
Okay, I'll tag you in when I'm done.
Good. 2 versus 1. Perfect. Go.
Fuck yeah, dude.
That's how we
Glat Flobe, how'd you get
Globers
here?
roll.
Perfect. Glat Flobe, that's an interesting name. Looks like you're new to this topic. Any particular questions since you're new?
No, actually, the Glat Flobe is a dig on flat earthers. It's a spoonerism for flat globe, and it's because you guys are ridiculous and you think that the Earth's flat.
Yeah, right. So, did you have any evidence otherwise than the Earth being flat?
Sunsets.
Oh, okay. Besides hiding from the topic, I understand we can go somewhere else, but did you want to talk about the actual topic, which is the Earth, the construct of the Earth we live upon?
Gravity.
Okay,
What
cool.
do you mean?
Gravity forms
hold
things
on,
into
hold on,
perfect
Jenny, now
spheres
let him speak.
because
Now,
it
hold on
pulls
now.
everything to the
Hold
center
on.
of
Wait,
mass.
sir, you're interrupting me. So my rebuttal, sir, is that yes, gravity means weight, and that's only possible on a stationary level surface. Do you have any other examples otherwise?
Damn it. Hold on.
Of course. In Australia, things
Solar.
fall upwards. Proof. If someone's standing in Australia and they drop something, it's gone up. And then if someone drops something on the North Pole, it goes down. So you're wrong about the flat.
Yeah, it's all relative. It doesn't look upside down if you're there.
You're ganging up on me.
Yeah.
So, Solar, do you have an example of that, or is this something that's happening in your imagination?
Everyone knows it's a globe.
Are you sure? Because everybody admits to me they depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. Do you have an example otherwise?
8.8 million scientists, dude. Who are you?
I want to know about the axial rotation. That's what I want to know about.
Okay, well, that would be something that's in your imagination, and I can't explain your imagination.
No. That was to the Globers in the chat. That's who I was wanting to hear from about the axial rotation. Like, how does that work exactly?
Well, the reason that you don't feel the spin is because it's going so slow, but then it's also going so fast. So that's why you don't feel the motion.
Okay,
Correct.
Elon Musk.
RPM.
Okay, we got Elon Musk in the room right now.
Okay, so it's an assumed belief
what I'm
system.
finding-
So
Yes.
Okay. One at a time. Well, wait a second. I got to answer. Okay, it's not a bombardment. So I got to
The
answer.
Glober always has to talk first. The Glober always has to talk first. Okay. So this this is actually, it's blowing my mind because you're asking good questions. And now a glober doesn't listen, but I do listen. And I'm listening to your question, and it's
My
difficult
answer. Yeah,
to
it's challenging you.
give
Yeah.
the global answer because you're actually giving hard questions. But go ahead.
Right. So you're saying this is something you imagine, though, right, Glatt and Solar?
Dude, no, it's reality. I mean, astronauts. Every photo from space. You know how many photos we have from space, dude? How can you be a flat earther?
See, but
Okay.
he was saying like mass attracting mass. That's been
Yeah, that's gravity.
superseded. That's been superseded.
Oh, but I was taught that in school.
Okay, well, listen, Jenny seems to have this under control anyway, guys. But if you have a claim for something in reality, let me know. Otherwise, you also depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin, and you've already agreed to that.
Fine. The horizon is Earth curvature because boats disappear behind it.
So you're saying something that's flat proves something's curved, Glatt? Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
No, yeah, I'm going to keep distracting and tell you that because boats go out of view and because of atmospheric extinction, I mean, Earth curve, Earth's curved, so you can't see the boats, period.
Right. So if I show you that everything that disappears on a surface level, that's a flat surface, always disappears from the surface up, we would be okay with that assumption, and you would now go back to reality, right?
Yeah, but the horizon
That's
is
not
curvature.
proven. That's not proven because you always put the camera below the eye line, the center point of the camera. Then you put it just below the table, and then you're forcing something to be blocked by the table. Where in real life, we're never putting our eye in the sand.
What do you mean below the
you guys-
table?
Yeah, it goes below the table. It goes inside of the table because that's the same way that the world works.
Now, hold on. So, no, that's not I haven't given you an example yet, Solar. You've jumped the gun. But I say an example would be when I'm driving on the road, right? As we drive away, lamps on the roads or street lights always appear to be going higher as I get closer to them. And in my rearview mirror, they appear to be going lower. Have you experienced anything besides that?
Dude, ships appear bottom up. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So we agree that everything always disappears from the surface up, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's because the curvature does that.
Because of
So, yeah.
curvature.
I'm glad that you noticed that, Flat Earther. Maybe you'll learn something today.
Everything that we've ever seen disappear always disappears from the surface up if it's on the surface. That's what we see. Everything on flat surfaces disappear. Do we agree on that?
You said flat surfaces, but we live on a globe and it's curvature that you're talking about.
Well, okay, do you have any examples of any known flat surfaces of something disappearing that's not disappearing from the surface up?
I don't need to. Horizons
I have
and
a point on
sunsets,
this
dude.
one.
You don't need to.
I have
Go
a
ahead,
point
Sol.
on this one. A glober the other day was challenging me, saying that we claim that the object is disappearing in the vertical. So the bottom of the object's being like disappeared, and then the top is also shrinking due to perspective. But they say that there's no horizontal shrinking of the object. So because it doesn't squeeze in on the sides as much as it obstructs from the bottom up, therefore our whole perspective claim is bunk.
Yep.
What
The
would your
surface
retaliation
problem here,
that be?
Solar. The problem is that we're not looking at a cube or a hallway. The surface is only on the bottom of all objects that we see disappear. Would you agree?
When looking out at water, then definitely yes.
Right.
The whole bottom is water.
The surface,
but there's
the
no
surface of the boat.
sideways. But there's no sideways
Right, because the surface is not on the sides. Right, you agree the surface is not on the sides of things, Solar, correct?
The surface is not on the sides. Absolutely
Right.
correct.
Yeah, so that means everything disappears from the surface up. Yep.
That's fine. What about the moon?
Yeah, well, if you'd like to move away from the Earth, you're already conceding that you only experience a flat, non-rotating Earth. Is that what you're saying, Glatt?
Why do we always see the same face of the moon?
Right, so you're saying we see a two-dimensional moon, basically flat, but that can't work on a flat surface. That can only work on a ball?
Yes. And tides.
Yeah, tides.
Right.
Tides.
Wait, have you ever seen the tides? Have you ever measured the tides correlating with the position of the moon?
No, somebody else did that. A lot of people did, and
Somebody
better
else
than you
did
did.
that. Now,
Better than you
were
did
those
it.
now, you're right. Now,
All
watch
the
this. Were those
scientists.
people right now? Were any of those people adjusting for curvature spin of the Earth?
Of course.
Okay, would you like to
They
demonstrate
must
how they
have.
were doing that, Solar? If you just demonstrate one thing in history, anybody ever adjusting for curvature or the spin of the Earth, I will concede to you.
Every scientist. in
Every single one.
Every
Okay,
field.
just give me one name and quote them. Give me the citation right now and get the quote into the live stream voice check right now, and then we'll wrap it up.
Dude, have you even heard of Einstein?
Yes, Einstein, the guy that
General
married his own cousin.
relativity.
Yeah, the guy that married his own cousin. Yeah, tell me more about him. What do you know about that?
How can the sun rise
He proved the
south
globe,
of
man.
east?
He
Okay,
proved the Big
Einstein,
Bang
right,
made things bendy and spacey.
Now, I don't remember him ever talking about Earth curvature. Do you even have Einstein, a single quote of Einstein talking about Earth curvature at all, Glatt or Solar?
Hold on, let me
No,
spend
since-
25 minutes
no,
looking
that's
and
fine.
not bring the answer
Okay,
back.
so pretend 25 minutes goes by, and of course you'll come back and say, I have another question. So great. What was your other question, Glatflow?
No, well, Einstein was looking into space. He wasn't talking about curvature of the Earth. He was talking about
Right.
general relativity and
So
the
did-
bending of
so did-
space-time
okay.
and all that cool
Right. So,
stuff.
right. Was Einstein ever able to go to this place to test these ideas?
Yeah, he would close his eyes and then he would visualize, and he would say that
Perfect. Excellent.
imagination and creativity.
All right. Excellent. Well, thank
go
you for
hand in hand.
conceding that's imagination, Solar. Flat
No,
Earth
no,
Solar. You
he
just
was
proved my
going there.
point.
He was
Amen.
going
Thank
there.
you.
No, he was
Right.
going
Third eye blind. So you just conceded
Correct.
again that you have an imagined belief system. That was excellent. Anything else, Glatflow?
Einstein said something about the moon. I can show you.
Right, the moon. Now, if I measured the Earth as flat, let's pretend we had advanced technology called a radar using the electromagnetic spectrum, and it not only proved but confirmed that everything in our system that's ever been done not only proves but is dependent on a flat stationary plane of existence. Would it matter what the sky does? Would that change any of that?
Because it's moving up there because we're moving.
Okay, so you're saying that we see something move in the sky, which means I'm moving. Is that where your claim is, Glatt?
We're moving. That's why the sky is moving, okay?
Right. Is it possible that if I just showed you one example,
the
of seeing
only
two
way.
concentric, right? So watch this, guys. So both of you, I want you to think about this. If there's any point on Earth where I can look up into the sky and see two concentric star trails moving in opposite directions or converging and diverging from the same point on Earth, do you understand that that means that the camera or the observer is not moving?
As a glober, no, I understand zero of what you said.
Okay,
It
that's
just
what I thought.
means
So back, right?
It just means
Right.
that you're in different hemispheres. That's what
Right.
it means.
So if I
when you
prove-
see
so
the
if I
two
prove-
circles.
For sure,
Right.
dude. For
So
sure,
watch this.
hemispheres.
So hypothetically, if I proved the sky was flat, would that also prove the Earth is flat?
It's called a celestial dome.
Yeah,
So
it's
we
a,
know that
there's-
it's
it's
a-
a celestial
relax.
sphere.
Don't-
Why would they call it that
Don't
if
hide
it
from
weren't
the
a sphere
question. No,
globe?
you're hiding. Both of you are hiding from the question. If I prove the sky is flat, does that prove the Earth is flat?
It doesn't say anything about the Earth. Oh shit!
I'm just exactly correct. Exactly
says
correct. Thank
everything
you for
about the
conceding.
'Cause
That was another concession.
every
Excellent.
60
Now, if
miles
anybody,
is 1
now I'm going to
degree.
ask you a question. Now, listen, you guys are doing great. So I'm going to ask you both a real quick question. Write this down if you need to. Have you ever seen outer space cartoons on TV?
How would you prove
Yes.
that the sky is flat?
Oh, wait
I've
a minute.
seen
That wasn't
cartoons.
that's the point.
Cartoons don't mean anything about flat Earth, huh?
Now, is it possible that you believe in this outer space belief system because of what we are shown on TV, Glatflobe or Flat Earth Solar?
No.
They put it in all of the TV and propaganda because it's true, and they want to make sure people know it.
Right. Now, if it turned out that that was not true, would you want to know about that, Glatflobe or Flat Earth Solar?
No, I want to stick with what I know and am comfortable with.
Perfect. Thank you for conceding that the magical outer space religion destroys your morality. Anything
Sorry,
else,
I
Flat
want to
Earth Solar?
stick with what I think I know based on at the very best secondhand information because I'm comfortable
Well,
with that.
but you've
Straight
already
after this-
conceded. Thank you. Go
Straight
ahead, Flat
after
Earth
this,
Solar.
yeah, straight after this, I'll ask my 5 most stupid friends the same questions, and then they'll all laugh and say it's absolutely not, and then I'll know that everything you just said to me is wrong, and that
Now, for
5
the
of
record,
us,
would you say
Yes.
right?
6
so
of
that's
us,
perfect.
all right.
That's perfect.
Get him, Solar.
Perfect. Now, would you agree? Would you agree now that it would be impossible? Because I know that you think that I don't trust NASA, but actually, would you agree that you wouldn't trust NASA if they said the Earth was flat?
No, well, NASA sometimes lies, but most times they're telling the truth. So
Okay, good.
That's
so
what's
you're
like
admitting
really
that
convenient.
sometimes they lie. Good. So as a concession that you just gave me, you're admitting that even though you know they lie sometimes, you'll still trust them.
Yeah, but it's like the small white lies, like the
Okay, well,
irrelevant.
I'm going to make it so easy.
Not the
so
big ones.
Okay,
The big ones,
Now,
they definitely
that
told
makes
the
sense.
truth.
That makes sense. So right now, I'm going to concede to you, and you're going to win anything you want, and I will be your slave for eternity, Flat Earth Solar. If you can just give me one claim from NASA, who you still trust, when I can start to be able to see curvature and at what altitude, when and where, and how high do I have to go to see the Earth curvature start to begin to be visible?
I think the official claim is from 35
No, you're going to have to give me a citation. You're going to have to give me a citation, Mr. Flat Earth Solar.
Okay, I'll look for it, but I think it's from about 35
You're going
miles
to have
up.
to
You
give
should
me a
see it on Google
citation.
Earth.
So you're going to have to give me a citation, sir. Oh, I got bad news for you. Google.
I'm citing. I'm citing this now.
I'm
You
the
can cite me as
citation.
the citation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Flat Earth Solar,
So-
you've never done it.
No,
so
but
you
that
just
counts.
conceded again.
No,
You've
but
just
that
conceded
counts,
again since
because
you've never done it.
citation,
Okay, have you ever
if
done
you
it?
go, So you go
Perfect.
on
Okay,
Google
I will
Earth,
let you. Okay,
go
I'll
on
give in to
Google
you right
Earth
now. I
up
will.
to
Right, I
35
will listen. Hold on.
kilometers, and you'll
Okay.
start to see the curvature.
All right. So when did you do that? If you just tell me when you did that, I'll concede right now, and I'll sign over this channel to you.
I did it. I do it every morning when I see a sunset. Boom.
Okay, not a problem. So how did you record the data, Flat Globe?
I don't need to. It happens every day. You can see it too.
Okay, great. So when was the first time that you did this?
I don't know. When I was a child, the first time I saw a sunset. Just go look at a sunset, dummy.
And you went. Okay, so and you went up how high, and you saw the Earth curvature again? How high?
You can always
Why
see
doesn't
the
the
Earth's
sun?
curvature.
Why doesn't the sun shrink away into a tiny little dot? If you guys say it's perspective, then it should go like a little tiny dot into a pinprick, and then that's how we should experience the sunset. if this was
Explain
really
that,
flat.
genius.
Sunsets, globe Earth proof. Mic drop.
What's this? Flat Earthers don't have an immediate
Oh,
response?
I'm sorry. So here's this.
Oh,
So
yeah.
what is? So again,
Victory
so
lap.
I accidentally
High
muted
five.
myself. I'm sorry. So here we go, Flat Earth Solar. So what is the angular? What is their angular resolution variation for an object that is 100 miles away, that is 3 miles wide? How much will it shrink optically in 1 mile, from 100 to 101 miles away, if it's 3 miles wide? What is the angular resolution differential?
It would be discernible, and it would be calculable.
No,
and then
from
you
1
would
mile.
be able
no,
to
you
watch
got-
it go from the
When
horizon
did you witness this?
to
Okay,
overhead.
so okay, when did you witness?
you
Not
would
a problem.
see a
So when did you witness
radical
something disappearing out of your eyes? Out of your eyes at 100 miles. When did you witness this?
Something disappearing 100 miles out of my eyesight.
100 miles away.
When I last flew across the country, then I looked over the mountains and I could see some landmarks, and then I knew it was about
Right. So,
maybe
so what happens here? So, Flat Earth Solar, what happens is that the farther something goes away from you, based on the inverse square law of the limit of your optical ability, an object or something such as a mountain or volcano will start to get smaller less and less. So once it reaches a great distance, you're actually not even able to tell that it's shrinking in angular size. When something is close to you and it moves away, like your hand in front of your face, it immediately changes the angular size and appearance, right? But as it goes farther, that gets less and less and less and less and less, and all of a sudden it's not really shrinking anymore. So how far away is the sun?
Well, listen, because I'm a glober, the words inverse square law are basically like Japanese to me, and I never will
Right.
address the point.
So let's say, how far is the sun, guys? So all we got to do is find out how far away the sun is, and then you're probably going to be right. So how far away is it?
Yeah, sunsets, dude. Drop the mic.
Cool.
the
How far
fact
away
that the
is it?
sun, the fact that the sun is still an identical pixel size on my screen, above my head and at the horizon, not 3 miles or some small little insignificant amount,
right?
But directly above my head, all the way to sunset, the sun stays the same size, and that means it
so since
cannot
you-
be a
all right,
perspective.
There you
thing.
go. Perfect. So since you've conceded that you don't have a claim, let's say I proved to you that the Earth measures flat. Does anything the sun does at any way, shape, or form, pun intended, going to change the fact that we've measured the construct of the flat plane of existence below us?
So you agree that sunsets prove that it's a globe?
So again, Flat Earth Solar, if I prove that the Earth is measurably flat, is there anything the sun or moon or stars or anything in the sky, no matter what it does or does not do, does that change the fact that we've measured the construct of the plane of existence underneath our feet?
Polaris, dude. Fucking, it's all spinning
Good
around,
point.
makes a
Does
circle in the sky.
Yeah, so Polaris, how much does Polaris move? Is Polaris in
degree.
the same general area?
Well, when I did all of my extensive experiments on Polaris, yes.
Okay, perfect. Do you think that we could be moving with 6 different vectors and your great attractor outer space religion that you didn't know you knew about? If that was happening, do you think that we could see Polaris in the same position for eternity?
You don't feel it moving because it's such a precise movement of the 7
Okay,
directions.
so you concede you don't have a claim. Back to you, Flat Earth Solar.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense because
It
it's
makes
like
perfect
relative.
sense.
It's like relative. So
there
like,
you go.
you know, if you
1
if you
degree per
take-
arc year or some
if you-
shit.
you-
There.
Sure.
You hold someone's
15.
hands, like if you hold someone's hands and then you guys spin, but you just look at each other, you'll still see each other even though you're spinning radically around the room. So it's
Right.
all
There
it's
you go.
relative.
So how fast are we spinning around the great attractor?
It's so fast you can't feel it.
Okay, so you admit that you just believe it, but you
And you
don't
were
understand
born-
it, right?
No, you were born at that speed, so you've never had to feel the acceleration up to that speed.
Right.
So
Okay, so
Google
just
says
used
1,000
to-
miles at the middle of the Earth at
No, that's
in
not
Ecuador.
that would be if I asked you how fast is the Earth spinning on itself. I said how fast is the Earth spinning around the great attractor.
Dude, you're the one saying it's flat, so
I think
No,
it's
no,
about
I'm
half
not.
a million. About half a
Oh,
million.
gentlemen,
miles.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Let's start over real quick. You never asked me for my claim. Did you guys want me to make a claim to help you out?
the claim is implied, and that's how my logic works.
Oh, no. I just work. Listen, I'm just a janitor here, and I'm here to just make sure the bathrooms are clean, and I'm going to keep all the drinks filled here. I'm just one of the persons that sometimes comes in, and I want to make sure everything's clean and nice and tidy. But you never asked me for my claim. So if you'd like to know my claim, I'd be more than happy to help you with that.
Yeah. Why do you believe it could be flat, so?
Well, I don't, actually. In fact, I just know that the earth is under the heavens and in the waters. I'm a Christian, that's all.
Okay, so God, the Bible is so it's flat because of the Bible.
Well, actually, no. You've already admitted that you experience it only as flat and stationary. I'm just telling you that I can trust my senses. So we already agree, Glatflobe. Anything else?
But God stuff
But
is religion,
senses.
and I thought you guys weren't religious.
No, but you already agree with me. So are you following me, or is it just because you've already experienced this? What I'm telling you is what you've already agreed to, because we've already agreed.
Earth's a globe, dude. I don't know how you can think it's flat.
Okay, but you admit that you don't experience that, correct? You've already admitted that, so you concede that you are resting on the shoulders of my
Hold on,
understanding.
hold on. My mom's calling.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for resting. Your entire life is resting on the shoulders of me. You're welcome, Glatflobe. Anything else, Flat Earth Solar? Yep.
I don't remember conceding.
Okay, she's
that
gonna
it
kick
had
me
to
out of the
be.
basement if I don't stop talking to flat earthers. So bye.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I'm not even a flat earther, but thank you for coming by. I hope the drinks were nice. Make sure you clean up your on the way out, and don't use that bathroom. An atheist just got caught.
So what's
in the
your
wrong
claim?
bathroom, so there's
What's
a big
your
mess
claim?
there.
What's
Well,
your claim,
my claim is that you already agree with me. Any questions?
No, because sun sets, and because the sun doesn't shrink into a dot.
Right,
it
you
has to
admit.
be
Right, you admit the sun
spherical.
sets, and that. Right, thank you for admitting the sun
And
sets.
the
Any
sun,
questions?
The sun has to be peeking over the round earth. Has
You
to,
admit
like,
that
you put two
sun
little
sets.
hands on the
Right.
earth, and the
Thank you
sun
for Thank you for
sets.
admitting the sun sets. Is there anything that you want to challenge me with? Because you're just agreeing with me continuously.
Wait, before I go,
because the sun goes under.
my mom told
The
me
sun
to
goes under.
ask you about Erythratosnos.
Oh, if she can prove he ever existed, I can go work for her next. How much does she pay?
No, how do you debunk him? What he did?
No, if she just proves he existed, just prove to me this person exists, and I will become her employee. I'll work for her for free, Glat. Take your time.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, thanks. So Flat Earth Solar, you've already conceded that the sun sets, so that's great. You already conceded that you don't experience curvature. You don't even know where to get the information from. Is there anything else I can help you with, sir?
Yeah, I know, they're so stupid.
Yeah, see, Glatflobe is having a seizure right now, Flat Earth Solar. This doesn't have to happen to you. Listen, you don't let
No,
don't let this happen to you,
understand.
Solar. Now, Solar,
You just
listen.
don't
You don't let
understand.
My mom said, "What about Antarctica?" Sorry.
Yes.
Hi, I'm back.
So
She said, "What about Antarctica?"
the flat ice.
Now I
Oh, the
gotta go.
flat ice. Oh, so she believes in the flat ice shelves too. Yeah. Tell her congratulations. Thank you for proving my point. Anything else?
You just don't understand, Exo. It could be a bigger sphere.
No.
Well,
be a bigger
Flat Earth
sphere.
Solar, you have conceded now a dozen times that not only do you, not only that you experience a non-rotating Earth, right? You experience the same thing I do because all three of us now for the past 30 minutes have admitted we experience.
What about
and depend on
circumnavigation?
I'm almost done. We experience and
what about
depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So thank you for conceding. Yes, when I ride my bike around my neighborhood, does that mean my neighborhood is a ball glat flow?
So what you're saying
It's
is
not a neighborhood,
circumnavigation.
man. What?
Okay,
So
if I
what
ride
you're
my,
saying-
my bike around the city, go ahead, Flat Earth Solar.
No, so what you're saying is that circumnavigation proves a globe, right?
No, you're admitting that you're not adjusting for curvature or spin. Do you know anybody that has? I'm just looking for someone that believes in this globe Earth cartoon. And
The
so far, I
Navy?
can't find one.
The whole Navy?
They admitted as well, Glatflow. They depend on an azimuthal equidistant projection to get around long distances.
Okay,
Did
what
you have a
about
claim
flight
otherwise?
paths? What
Have you
about
got
flight-
citation for that?
depend.
Please,
Yes.
please provide citation for that,
Yes.
EXO, that the
Yes,
military
it's called the
uses
United
the AE.
Nations. So all
No,
United Nations
citation,
have
please.
a flag. I am
Please
giving it to you
post
right
it.
now. United
You know,
Nations have
you
a
flat
flag.
earthers.
It's on their flag. That was easy.
But that's just a cartoon flat earther. Now what?
Hey, that's not my claim. I'm not the one who believes in the United Nations. You do, so you just conceded to believing in the
Do you know what a
government that admits they
projection
depend.
means? Means
So
it
you're agreeing
projected
with
from the globe. It projected it from the
nope,
real
you'd have
globe.
to prove that as well. Nope. Okay, if you
onto
prove that,
the UN
nope.
flag.
Go ahead and prove
That's
that.
what-
If you can
that's what
prove
projection
prove it.
means.
Go give me a citation. Give me a
Yeah,
citation that is
did the
made
Bible
from a
tell
globe.
you this?
Give me a citation. If you have a claim, I'll accept it. Just give me the claim. Where's the claim, please? Take your time.
Big bad guy in the
That's it.
sky with a beard judging everybody.
Oh, that's my Sky Daddy. Yeah. Anything
But
else?
because the UN has the AE map on their flag,
Correct.
or their,
Yep. They already
their icon,
conceded. Yep.
that doesn't mean they use that map. That
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying, is there another option? Right. So let's pretend. Right. So let's pretend they don't
a
use that.
sphere, so they use a real sphere whenever they're doing
Oh,
their
well, then
calculation.
you're going to have to show me
But
that
the
happens.
map-
So just give me one example, please.
Yeah,
give
dude.
me the
And
example.
calculations
to
are
be.
the same as measurements because
Give
globe.
me the example, and I'll concede. Just give me any
Earth's a
example,
globe,
and
man.
I will concede right now. Give me the example, please.
No, but
Let's wrap this
that's
up.
why I'm asking. Where's your evidence that they did use the AE map?
They did
for
not have to
actual
not do not
navigation
nothing.
reasons?
Yeah, where's your
that
flat
they
Earth
didn't
map?
Not.
Where is
They're
it?
not. Oh, all maps. So maps are real. Do you guys believe in maps?
No, that's a cop out. Where's
All
your map?
All maps
all
are
maps
flat.
are
Do you know any maps that aren't
projections.
flat? Just
They're
show me
all
a map that's not flat.
projections from the globe.
Google Earth.
They're all projections from the globe.
Okay, just show me a map that's not flat. I'll concede. Go ahead. Take your time.
When you Google Earth, you're on the sphere, and then it zooms in on the sphere to the location, but it's a sphere first. So
Not a
it's
problem. Let me know when you can find Google Earth showing you a working globe map. Take your time.
You can do it yourself.
Whenever you're ready to show me, I'll concede. So you're conceding that you can't.
You never use Google Earth for maps?
So you're conceding right now to me then. So you're admitting you can't show me this. This is still back to the
Dude, flat
religious
earthers can't
belief.
even use a phone app.
So you're admitting it's just a religious belief, right? We've come to that conclusion.
I don't believe in Jesus, God.
So
That's not.
you're
That's you.
admitting-
You guys use
but you're
Jesus to
admitting-
say
yeah.
about flat Earth.
I know, that's right. Now you're admitting though that you agree with me.
No.
Do you
Listen,
do you know of
you're being
anybody that
dishonest.
doesn't
What would
agree?
Jesus
Yes.
do?
Do you know anybody that doesn't agree with me?
Yeah, 8.8 million scientists all around the globe.
Give me one with one example.
body
and I'll
of
concede.
I
science.
told you, Albert Einstein.
Alberuni Einstein, I think his name is. Can you just give me one example?
Who's Alberuni? I've never done research
Alberuni
far
Einstein.
enough to know who that is.
Sure. Just give me one example of anybody experiencing this globe Earth, and we'll wrap it up, guys. Please, one example.
The Himawari 8s. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
not
okay,
a-
fine. I gotta go,
we've
but
got
listen,
footage.
I just got one more question. Why would they lie?
Because they love you, Glatflow. Anything else?
You fucking stupid flat earthers.
Right. I'm glad that everybody concedes that they experience a plane of existence not adjusting for curvature or spin. If anybody would like to join the server, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. This is 404 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, and you have noticed that blood always finds its level. Welcome to the end of the internet and the edge of your consciousness. Thanks for playing. And we never even got to say the magical words because you guys aren't real Globers. You never once said model, and you never once said heliocentric, and I couldn't even prove my point. I was waiting the entire time, and you never did it once. Thanks again. The moral of the story is, Jenny, let sleeping dogs lie. If they don't bring it up, I'm not going to wake them up to something that they didn't even bring up. They didn't even remember that they were supposed to bring up model. They were supposed to bring up this idea of heliocentrism. But because they're not really Globers, they don't. But the smart pseudo-intellectual atheists that come in here, that's already what they want to talk about, right? Because it's in their
But you
heart.
just
They
don't
want
understand.
models.
You just
They
don't
want, right?
understand.
So then stop. Then tell me about the. Do you want to talk about something
model.
other than what we talked about? There you go.
The model.
What are you? Explain
you
this
go
to
to
me.
Stellarium. You go
There
to
you go.
Stellarium. It's a software program, and then you look up and you can see the model, and you can zoom in and you can zoom out, and it's proof. The model.
So
Stellarium.
right. So Stellarium agrees that we are on a stationary plane of existence, and the stars are moving around us. Is that what you're saying?
No, man, they've done it like
man,
that.
That's
so
gotta
that
hurt.
it,
Yeah.
So that
That's gotta
they've
hurt.
just
Yeah.
they've just done it from this perspective.
Stellarium, where everything stays still in the middle and the stars go around me. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Yeah. Anything else?
If you speed it up, you can see the sky move really quickly.
Is there anything that you
which
could
means
think of, Solar, that could challenge what we experience? Because remember, all I'm telling you, we didn't really get into my claim. So furthermore about my claim, I'm just telling you that you can trust your senses, and you're telling me that I can't trust my senses.
Forget that part.
That's cringy.
No, but forget that part. Forget that part.
Okay, I'm going to start over.
Focus on the part that I'm saying. You've got to focus on my part. Stellarium is a sphere inside of a magical black background with other spheres that just hang in the middle of these black backgrounds.
Okay,
and they don't fall out or move or anything. But
hold
it's
on.
all
Good.
based
Okay, now,
in
my
that
turn.
model.
Okay, now it's my turn.
So
Okay, my turn. You just made a move. Okay, hold on. So you're saying Stellarium moves in a dome-like shape, right? Does Stellarium show any parallax variation between any stars? Thanks for playing.
No, but we wouldn't need to, because
it's too late, Solar. So you're admitting it moves. So you're admitting it actually moves like a two-dimensional wheel. Wow, that's already what I told you, that it moves like a wheel in the sky, just like the song says.
No,
so again, that proves
you
my
see,
point.
you just don't understand parallax. No, you just don't understand parallax.
Does parallax exist?
Parallax only applies to certain stars. And if you go and you look, most of the stars from our limited perspective here on the Earth, they do appear like they all move together.
We got another problem. We got another problem. Are you saying? Wait a minute. Are you saying some stars are moving backwards, Solar?
Yes, that's called retrograde motion. It's retrograde motion. But
we got a problem then.
The
That's
parallax.
Right. So you admit again we're not.
If we look at this one star might present a shift, and then that's sufficient for us to say parallax. And then
wow, so you're admitting we see the stars move in opposite directions. Well, thanks for admitting that we have to be still. That was easy. Wow, that's bad. You guys,
no, it's perfectly explained.
Never admit that.
It's perfectly explained in heliocentrism to have
if
retrograde
one star
motion.
moves in the opposite direction, it's over. Thanks for admitting that. Sorry. Bye-bye.
Well, how would that work on your firmament?
It's your claim. If one star moves in the opposite direction, your outer space
we observe retrograde.
Is bye-bye.
We observe retrograde.
On a
how
flat
would you
plane.
explain that on your firmament?
Yep, on a flat plane. So thanks for playing. Just like Stellarium shows you, right? There's not one parallax variation, and some of the stars are moving backwards. Well, that proves we absolutely cannot be moving at all, Solar.
It's crazy.
Gosh, I don't know. Solar, I didn't ask you to agree with me. I asked you to find somebody that believes in this outer space religion, so you're not supposed to agree with me. Can you find somebody that believes in this ball Earth cosmology, please?
Like Glad said just before he stormed out of here, like every scientist in the body of science and all of human knowledge, and everyone has always just assumed right from the ancient Greeks, and it turned out to be true. So, we can just carry on from that assumption, and then all the maths works out, and, we're sending rovers to Mars, and we're landing little helicopters there now. So You know, everything we thought. Who's speaking?
Well, Solar, you're doing good, but I'm sorry. You've conceded to everything that I didn't even have to say. You proved it for me, and I didn't even tell you what to say. So I thank you again for joining the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which I didn't even claim the Earth was flat. You did. Thanks for playing.
I think we had someone new.
Oh. Back to reality, guys. I'm sorry everybody agrees with the 24/7 Discord server. I'm still looking for people that disagree. So again, Jenny, my point is proven. They're extinct. I think she left anyway. Secret? Nope, Secret's not new. All right, so there's the Tickle right there. So Tickle, sir, or ma'am, Tickle, what is going on with you? I see that you just came to the server. Your number is 6833. Did you want to introduce yourself and tell us how you got here? Give me a mic check, Solar.
Yeah.
All right, so that person already left, I believe. We have Reality TV. Let me just look up there real quick to see if they're in the VC. Of course, I'm not a moderator. I'm just looking around. I'm just here to clean the bathroom. Nope, nobody in VC check-in. Who do you got in the lobby?
I heard someone speaking while we were chatting.
Yep.
But it's I can see now when I'm trying to play that role of combative at every point, how I have to not listen to what you say to continue to remain combative. Because if I start to listen to what you say, I should pause and then reflect. And I can't continue to hit back unless I'm actually just completely disregarding, or it's quite an interesting role play.
Yeah, for many reasons. I'm actually sending you a couple pictures I took a couple days ago, just so for future reference, we're going to be talking about something else that's too extreme to be on the live stream. And I've actually asked Witsit yesterday to join me in the Bible room later for a further conversation. This is a side topic.
But, you know, in terms of...
I might be lagging right now. Am I lagging?
No, I think you're coming through fine. But
okay, go ahead. I just sent you a couple of pictures I took. Anyway, go ahead. Yep.
But in terms of that shrinking, I was in Gem Panda server, and the one guy was saying to me, we always talk about this bottom-up obstruction, and we see the light towers or the street lights getting shorter and shorter as they disappear into the distance. That's on the vertical. Now, on the horizontal, there should also be some level of shrinking, not the walls that block it, but the actual object itself. It should shrink both on the x-axis and the y-axis as it goes further in your distance. But yet, when you're using like high-power zoom cameras, the width seems to stay the same, and then the bottom-up obstruction begins through many optical effects, but the width of the object doesn't seem to squash as much as the height of the object seems to squash. Now that could be due to the banding of the atmosphere or how light's being refracted, but it's like if you imagine a 20-story building, at distance, those floors all start looking compacted together. But the width of the building is still very similar to when it's not compacted. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, And that's the thing, is that remember that the sky is not the surface above, right? That we can observe, right? The sky is very high away from us. We don't know how high the sky goes, right? We can know 380,000 feet might be the maximum. But the surface is what all objects are on. So the field of view is limited to the fact that the object and the surface are already in contact with one another. So that's where the distortion is going to initiate. And that's it. It's over. The distortion is always going to happen horizontally on the surface of what we are on, whether it's water or salt flat or a table or your countertop, and the object that's on the surface. There's no other option. That's how everything is even simulated. So when they even want to simulate a horizon solar, this is a big deal for me because, again, when we were younger, we could build video games and we could actually manipulate them a lot more. Nowadays, with the advanced video games, they're just pre-programmed to be used a certain way. But I remember manipulating these things as a child. It was one of the reasons why instantaneously I knew that it was over. I didn't even have to look into this. It took me 5 minutes. It was over because when we used to build these simulators based on maps, in order to simulate just the horizon of any altitude, it had to be a flat map of any height, any altitude, anything at all. If you were going to get a flat horizon, you had to have literally a two-dimensional flat simulation in order to simulate a horizon. There isn't even another option. If you put 1/2 inch of curvature into a simulator, let's say over a simulated 500-mile distance, with 1/2 inch of curvature, you're going to have problems. And I mean spherical, not just a toilet paper roll. If you put any spherical, whatever you want to call it, spherical trigonometry into a plane, it's no longer a plane and you can no longer have a horizon. It's over. And it completely distorts everything. It will not work. So not only everything we do in reality, all the models, which is a word I don't use, all the models are flat earth models that are ever used in reality. That's how easy this is, guys. You can't manipulate. It literally has to be a linear everything, flat, straight out. You don't even have an option. There's no option. When I used to zoom away from the map, you're building these maps, and the area was over the Black Sea. They had a simulated area over the Black Sea, of course, Ukraine being above it, right? And they had, of course, naval vessels. As I zoomed away from the area and all the detail went away, it turned into a blue rectangle. Perfectly symmetrical, 100% two-dimensional flat blue rectangle in order to simulate water and reality. That's it. It's over. In the first week, April 5th, 2015, I was literally just shoveling false information out of my brain. Before I even looked into anything else or even started my next mission, I just knew I had to get rid of a bunch of false ideas. Because everything we already do is based on not adjusting for curvature or spin. This is a very important factor. And that's why I kept hurting you guys so bad. That's why you kept hitting that brick wall. Because all I have to say is, okay, right, so you agree we're not adjusting for curvature or spin. That's it. There's no claim.
Yeah, and your debunks of Stellarium were good.
Right, no parallax. Right, and of course a stationary center. Okay, that was easy. And here's another funny thing, Solar. I didn't even look into it, but I knew you had. So that's why I asked you that, because I knew you're going to be able to answer correctly. I go, well, do I see any parallax variation? Okay, is everything moving around me? Am I moving? No. Oh, just like when you go to that museum, what do they call that? When you go there to the Space Museum and they show you what is it called? The dome thing or whatever they call it? The simulated sky?
Planetarium.
Right, the planetarium. You go to the planetarium and it depends on a flat Earth.
Well, that's like terrarium, planetarium.
Right.
Like an enclosed planetary system. Crazy.
Right, and here's the other. So I wanted to go after that word heliocentric. And now here's why I have so many problems with it, Flat Earth Soul, and I'm not telling anybody what to do, and I find it quite funny, and it doesn't matter. And trust me, none of you have scared anybody away from the truth. There's no such thing as anybody scaring somebody away or making a mistake. If somebody wants to know the truth, they are going to find the truth. Nobody could have ever kept me away from knowing this. Once somebody warned me and tipped me off, nothing could have stopped me. Ever. Nothing could have stopped me. I would have arrived here whether I was the only person on Earth or rather there was an army helping me or trying to stop me. There's no such thing as stopping somebody from knowing the truth anymore. I'm sorry. We're without excuse. We have access to too many things. We're not farmers working out in a field anymore. We have access to this information superhighway, and you can still go to a beach and say, oh, that thing is how far away? Oh, it's over. The reality is that when people come into this topic, it's the flat earther that I always hear them and say this term first before the other person even starts talking about it. And that's this heliocentric connotation. And that right then is planting it in their mind. Oh, okay, thank you for reminding me. I believe in a heliocentric religion. You've literally handed them the crack pipe in the crack. Now, that doesn't matter. They're still responsible for their own destiny. But I'm just telling you that in the long run, it is quite, I would say, funny and hilarious and just something that in the long run isn't going to make a lot of sense, that we're literally trying to give them something to argue with when they come here. When really, of course, they don't realize, right? They don't realize that's not what they believe in. They forgot the Milky Way and they forgot the Great Attractor. So if somebody does bring it up, I go, oh, you forgot your own religion, just like an evolutionist, just like an atheist. They don't understand their own belief system. And I go, well, you don't believe that anyway, sir. They haven't believed in a heliocentric cartoon ideology for 40 years. Your controllers and mainstream teachers have been teaching a Great Attractor, black hole-centric belief system. Notice I didn't say model. It's a cartoon, outer space religion. It's not a model. It's not a science. It's nothing. It's a fantasy that they learn about on television. And getting them to admit that also is a real serious blow to their ego. You see, once you show them, hey, you know, you just believe this because you see it on TV, that's one of the most painful revelations you can give them. So often, again, it's not always how you start, but, you know, it's how you finish. But starting off on the right foot makes it so that that entire time, that seed is growing and growing and growing and growing. 2 hours later, they got a tree sticking out of the side of their ear that they can't get rid of. That's why I do it the way I do it. Thanks. I got to run. I'll talk to you soon, guys. Solar, nice talking to you. I'll be back.
Later, mate. Cheers.
All right. Peace out. Thanks.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and lead up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, you know, nothing. I was a real if it's not what Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this in my head. Take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. No, them baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall on me a joke. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really fixed on what I felt. Cause I feel to read out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
This is Mix Sessions Live. Oh, yeah.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isles. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that other man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound? Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones, trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve. Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh. my problems. Ain't never gonna solve them till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, a sentence in belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about this harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
What's up?
What's up? Hello.
Hi.
We have an announcement by Brenda. Talk about the clocks. Talk about the clocks. Did you say Bow Wow?
Yeah, let me go see what time it is. Hand me a shovel.
Roof Hour?
Dig me a hole.
Y'all missed Sparling Grover. This dude's
So Branson and them rich boys, they went all the way up and they didn't even see the curve, huh? That's how it goes. So I saw this thing today. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I saw this thing today, and I'm gonna have to word it correctly, but it said 75% of something had at least 4 comids, more, something like that. Anyway, and I was like thinking to
Comorbidity,
myself,
Hank. You trying to say comorbidity?
yeah, that word gives me issues, but yeah, 4, at least 4. 75% had at least 4, and I'm just like, what? Like, really? And I think they're trying to, like, soften the blow, because remember that thing that they wanted to postpone for 75 years? Well, apparently a judge, one of the robed ones, he said, nuh-uh, you got 8 months. So, yeah, I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the world like, man, there ain't no curve over the water. There ain't no, psychosis in reality. Oh man, I'm just kind of blown away. And in the beginning, I was like, well, let's see, let's see. And like months before that, I was like, man, something funny about to happen. And then it happened, and I was like, on the fence, but on this issue, you can't be on the fence no more. Like once you look, it's like, dang, shit's fucking flat. Shit's flat.
I heard a new Glober argument last night on that Killer Priest broadcast that David Weiss and Karen B was on. My mic working?
Yeah, I hear you.
Loud and clear, brother.
But get this, the guy was saying that we're doing it wrong because we're measuring the surface of the water. We need to be measuring the floor of the ocean. He's saying it curves underneath the water. That was his argument.
Is that why they call them abyssal plains? Yeah. That argument never worked. Next.
He was sticking to it, though. He kept saying it like 6 or 7 times. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that was super funny. He said, you guys talking about you're going to look over the ocean water.
Right.
Because it's always level to see if it's level. Now, of course it is. We just now agreed that it's always level.
Yeah, he must have said level water like 7 or 8 times. We're like, yes, that's what we're saying.
He's like, of course
come on,
the
man.
water's not curving. It's always level. Super funny.
They may have done it before. That's the first time I've heard somebody adamantly make that argument like that. I mean, it was hilarious.
It's actually cool in a way because if he tries to like double down or cognitus wise, he can't really because he so adamantly proclaimed how it's dumb to not know that the water's level.
Exactly. It's like he's unwittingly conceding one of our main points there,
Yeah.
So it was hilarious.
And they brought up the abyssal plain, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't really matter. Like, so they say the abyssal plain is 70% of the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, something like that.
70% of the bottom of the ocean is a super flat plain? Bruh, I can't even. 70% of the surface of the earth is water, which is completely flat. And 70% of the bottom of the ocean is the abyssal plain that's completely flat. Therefore,
What's it? My emotions are high. My emotions are really high, and your facts they don't mean nothing. My emotions are getting the best of me.
Yeah, because flat means curved. Did you know that?
Oh.
And sick means healthy.
Oh, like when people say, that's sick, bro, and it's actually a good thing? Or when someone says, dang, she's bad. Gotcha.
Yep. Bad means good.
Stationary means you're zipping around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour.
Okay. Well, I'll need to reconsider with these new parameters we have here. If flat means curved, then maybe the Earth is a sphere.
They were right all along.
Wow. I might have to take my channel down.
What a big brain take.
Hey, what's the one Kiwi always brings up? What's funny is during that video you brought up, I actually super chatted some pretty funny stuff. I was like, you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles successfully. That's impossible on a globe. And I'm like, we shoot a laser over 30 miles of water, then there should be hundreds of feet of the water curving and blocking the laser, but it doesn't. Like, I don't understand. I didn't get it. And then I said, oh, NASA's the only governmental agency not lying. Cool story, bro. So, yeah, I actually spent probably like 25, 30 bucks timing out the super chats. There'd be somebody like triggered about flat earth at super chat. I'm like, I guess I'm dropping another one, to keep the show where like the flat earth facts kept getting read out. Anyway, so what's the one that Kiwi always brings up? Because I wanted to remember it in Super Chat, but I couldn't. You know, like this long stretch of land where there's like less than 1 meter change. There should be like 500 meters.
You talking about the Bolivian salt flats?
Yeah. Do you know what the numbers are? Or does anyone know where I can get?
9,000 square kilometers, zero curvature, except for 1 meter. 1 meter of vertical relief in 9,000 square kilometers.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then they're supposed to be like, I don't know, a few hundred, like 500 or more than that, 1,000, like I can't remember.
I think it's 781. I think 781.
It's not a margin of error. Sorry. Go ahead.
It should be 781, but it's 1 instead of 781.
Okay.
I think. But I might be wrong on that. Might have to check it.
No, that sounds kind of familiar.
So I was going to say, it's not off by, like a margin of error. It's off by like orders of magnitude, right? And you could say that 1 meter of vertical relief, well, maybe that's a margin of error, but it should be like a lot more than a meter, right? We're talking 9,000 square kilometers. Largest salt flat in the world, right?
Is that like the Bolivian salt flats? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it here.
So if you combine that one and then the 70% of the surface being flat water and then 70% of the bottom of the ocean being an abyssal plain, that's how you get a sphere.
Put enough flat stretches of land together and you got yourself a sphere.
Yeah, you do, baby. They actually asked that dude last night, how many flat surfaces make a sphere?
Wasn't there a guy the other day who said it was infinite flat surfaces that make a sphere?
Infinitely local flat, like infinite locally flat. There you go.
Hey, Whitson, what about the other guy that came in trying to say that the ancient cultures believed in the ball and had nothing? He had Zechariah Stitching or something, right? Come on, man.
Oh, Zechariah Hitchens' supposed translation. We're going to throw out all the rest of it that blatantly say the opposite.
They were literally showing him that thing with all the ancient cultures, like 20 of them on there. Oh, that's just a meme, man. Come on.
Yeah, 78 meters actually. That's a lot.
It's crazy. Right before I got into Flat Earth, I was reading that 10th Planet series by Zechariah Sitchin. And, I spent a lot of time doing that shit, just wasted it on the most prolific puke propaganda. And it's like all that time, it's like, man. I mean, it was the worst propaganda you could ever see. So what he was saying is that, like, the ancient people had rockets and spaceships, and they had these shim that could fly all over the place, and there was all these planets that were smacking into each other, spheres, and that was creating, the modern stuff that we see today. And it was like, this motherfucker's talking about spaceports from people who wrote down their stories on clay tablets. Like, what?
Well, yeah, but they wrote down the clay tablets because they were just smarter than we are. If something crazy and cataclysmic happens, our society would almost have nothing left behind to even speak of. But I see what you're saying. I mean, space is fake. Outer space is fake. Like, is flying around in the sky? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, how did they have the cartography ability they had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds or even thousands of years ago? How do you map out the whole Earth?
Maybe his story that we were given is wrong. Maybe. Possibly.
Yeah, that dude's interpretation is, if it's the same guy, the Hitchens dude, is ridiculously dumb.
I didn't get dishes done. I'm sorry.
Is this interpretation corroborated by like literally anyone though?
No.
Isn't he just the one guy saying that stuff?
Yeah, man, he got a divine download.
Hi, pretty girl. This ain't your bag. Go lay in your bag.
This isn't even a good strap, damn.
Huh?
This isn't even a good strap. I'm glad it's stuff. I'm working for the bottom and 30 dollars. Yes.
Someone help that guy out, man.
Well, I guess there's like the Ancient Aliens guy, Giorgio. Oh, and Eric Von Daniken, I forgot about him. But probably everything he says is based off of Sitchin anyway.
But, you said we got another crate coming?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that column?
Because I think the next crate is a TBS one.
Yeah, I don't know my Ancient Aliens too good anymore. Fell in touch with that stuff a while ago.
Dude, I was like all the way in it. I was reading like ancient Hindu scriptures and all kinds of stuff.
Have you guys heard about this building that was supposedly built a long time ago? It's like in the middle of nowhere, like desert. And it had the world's biggest pool, and it brought water from like mountain springs and different sources of water together, like through like a mile-long tunnel. Super random, but it just like was supposedly built
that's
really
for-
long ago.
So they have a thing kind of like the FPV looks where it's just a t-shirt and like stickers and props. That's the Team Black Sheep thing I saw.
Maybe that was Solomon's holiday house.
Like the
What's
world's
the,
biggest pool. It's
what's
like
the location of that? Which, you know where it's at?
I'm trying to remember. I have to like look at this video. I can
I
actually.
think I've heard of that. I think I've heard about it, but
It's crazy, bro. It's so big. It's like 100 by 300 meters, maybe. I don't know. It's a really big pool. I just brought that up because the only way it kind of ties in is that they obviously were pretty advanced in the past. Right, like even like recent as a few hundred years ago. So, but they were also more advanced. It appears even further along ago. So I don't, I don't like everything Ancient Alien says is not a lie. It's all just like a psyop to try to cover parts of truth of the past. Like they address actual things.
Check out the electric scooters. Really old electric scooters.
that's usually their tactic. They got to mix in some truth along with the lies, right?
Lead you
That
down
way
a
they-
garden path.
Yeah.
So for people that are just starting to get onto the truth, they just take them and lead them in the wrong direction.
That's right, because they actually are talking about some stuff that has been hidden. So when someone's looking for truth and they're shown this information that's been hidden, they're like, oh, they instinctively want to trust the source giving them the previously forbidden information. Like there's one guy for the Ancient Aliens, I don't know, he's like baldish, decently fit looking dude, and he talks about Tesla files in one of his speeches. And he tells the truth about how Tesla had this dynamic theory of gravity he wanted to release right before he mysteriously died, how he was visited by people on behalf of the federal government right before he died, how the government came in and took a lot of his chest of information And according to him, based on how many he said he had, they took like somewhere around 70 to 80%, then returned some of it, but kept most of them. So like whenever he's talking about this, which is stuff that we've been lied to about or has been suppressed, then you're like, wow, this guy is speaking the truth. He isn't lying about that, right? So, but the truth is, well, we could all have free energy. It's not some like amazing secret that comes from our cosmic best friends. It's just that the Earth's an electromagnetic field. It's encompassed in one, and when we live through the middle of it, and all you have to do is basically tap into what's here, which is what he said. But they'll never tell you that this gigantic field of energy moves over top of you in a cycle, and you live perpetually within that balance. They're going to tell you whatever else about it, but they still have to cover the fact that people are finding out about Tesla and how the government lied and hid his stuff. So it's just damage control. There's like a 100% chance that the government is behind Ancient Aliens, right? So since they look like they're exposing governmental lies, people assume it's not the it was on national television, bro, for over 10 years.
Yeah, that's like counterintelligence, disinfo stuff for sure.
Yeah, but they do talk about stuff like megalithic structures that most people don't know about, or that are illegal to go excavate, right, or have been unearthed. Like
That's what got me interested was the archaeology.
Me too, like how that stuff is wrongly dated. That's where I started too.
You talking about Mr. Greer, Dr. Greer?
No, it's more talking about like Graham Hancock and like John Anthony West and those guys who date the Sphinx and the pyramids and stuff like that to way older than conventional archaeology says.
That one guy's Shock, right? He's actually a geologist at university. I can't remember which one. I think Arizona.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the craziest part is actually that all their dating is complete nonsense, and nothing is near as old as they said. But how do you decipher the antediluvian era from other artifacts, and what would be the effect of that, or the breakdown of the minerals, we'll say, which is all they try to claim for aging? It's so stupid. They don't even, literally, they can't isolate the element that they use to claim that they're looking at its decay rate. So they literally can't even isolate the element to age it. It's all fake. It's all fake. But like, it's way younger than we've been told, and you can have a drastic change of landscape in a matter of minutes. So like petrification, almost instant. So everything we've been told about all the ages is a lie. I mean, when they're like, look, they got it wrong and they lied about the Egyptian timeline. They did lie about the Egyptian timeline, but what they're replacing it with is just even more absurd a lie. That's why that thing exists. It's counterintelligence. It's like a in plain sight declassification program of the CIA to basically still lie about the lie as they have to reveal parts of the truth.
So you think you're getting more woke, but you're just going further down the garden path.
Oh yeah, because they have the solution at the end, right? They have the home run that they're going to pull out on you.
Aliens.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. Or like, say there's some type of asteroid threat. All the governments of the world put their differences aside to fight this threat that jeopardizes everybody's well-being. They blow up the asteroid in space, and it causes tons of debris. And then they say that triggers extraterrestrial intervention on our planet because of basically the ripples that we put out into the universe. So whether it hits their planet, whatever it is, so they could build off the asteroid to make the New World Order type thing first step, right? Everyone has to work together to get rid of the asteroid, and then everyone has to stay together to fight aliens.
Yeah, they seem to be priming people for it. Just constant like stuff about threats from space in the news and movies and just on and on.
Yeah, like Don't Look Up, the Netflix original that just came out.
I just watched it.
Yeah, it's actually like torture almost for me to watch it. It's so bad.
Yeah.
But it
So
does
stupid.
have value. Yeah, it has value though when you know what they're doing, just conditioning people. Like in that movie, they say 23% of people don't even believe the comet's real. That's that's them referencing us, like the people that don't believe any of the stories of space. So
Trying to
we
frame
have,
us as the problem.
yeah, but the 23% of people that don't believe the comet drill, in reality, they would be right? So that's a pretty high percent. But anyway, it said, so it broke Netflix's record first week views, 152 million hour stream or something like that. And it's about all the nations coming together effectively and fighting off this comet threat, right? Well, literally, just like a couple months ago, not even, NASA Planetary Defense launched their first planetary defense mission, joint venture with all these other countries all around the world, including SpaceX as well, and spearheaded by SpaceX. And they shoot. It's called the DART program, and they shot a missile out into space to hit like an asteroid, to test out their ability to do that for in case of a threat in the future. And this is official story, right? This is on the news and stuff. And that's in November. It's supposed to land in September of 2022. And then right after they claimed they did it in real life, which no one even knew, they came out with the movie, right? Like right after. So they're literally conditioning the public for some fairy tale about space. The next psychological operation that induces trauma to brainwash the masses will be in space.
Von Braun's final card. Yeah.
Yep. Asteroid, then alien is what she said.
The drop is going to be real, but we feel God different.
You're roboting, Hank.
Asteroid, then alien zone. I mean, they just came out with Space Force. I don't even. 119, they turn on 5G. Oh, what a coincidence. 9/11 again. Oh, my goodness. They're clearly doing something, bro. Like, China just puts up an artificial sun. What a cool story, bro. Starlinks go up all over the world as soon as they shut the whole world down overnight on cue. Then the 5G goes up everywhere. And then everyone's, that's pretty much dumb enough too, has been genetically modified with like 3 or 4 cycles at this point. And now they're going to turn on the actual 5G. So then they've created a network system, right, of all kinds of technology. They've upgraded the entire technological sector that is surveillance in 2 years. And that's what this whole thing is. Like, they don't really care about the fact people are scared of the air, in my opinion. It is just to distract, to build the new infrastructure. And so they've got a lot of it built now.
Do you think it's going to have an effect on health?
I think the people that are organic will be fine. I think, like radiation sickness is a thing, and I don't think it's a new thing either. And I think over time people kind of become more resilient against it, but they keep increasing it. So there's always that curb area where we have to adapt a little bit with side effects. I think the people that are not organic, right, if they're just, slamming jabba dabba doos like it's breakfast cereal, right? And I think, yes, very serious effects could happen because it could have, they could have a carrier agent of graphene oxide or some type of nanoparticle that has EMF sensitivity.
Did you hear about the certain airline that says if you happen to have gotten prune juice, please don't fly? So they're going against the mandate.
Was that Southwest or?
Yeah. Even though I would never fly Southwest again ever in my life, they fucking suck.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is so stupid at this point. You can't even say out loud what's happened from beginning to end and not know it's stupid. So anyone that's defending it now, it's like the globe at this point where they can't actually defend it for more than a couple seconds. So we're really experiencing a crazy time in life where we're watching a divide of those who can actually have honest dialogue and those who no longer possess independent critical thinking. I mean, I don't know what a zombie would be other than that, right? Like a zombie, that's a movie, bro. Okay. So what would a real life version of a zombie be? It would be like they don't have independent critical thoughts. They've conceded that. They've handed that over to illusory authority, whatever it is, the TV, right? Their favorite celebrity, but they don't have individual thought. So that excludes truth, morality, individual purpose. And so that is a zombie, bro. Like we're actually watching zombies, pop up all around us, in my opinion. I don't think that there's actually like a zombie apocalypse that happens where they walk around like the whatever it's called, Walking Dead. It's just like they're literally soulless.
Mindless and soulless.
Yeah. So and then it'll get so bad where those who have souls, you'll be able to tell who doesn't have a soul from like miles away, so to speak, right? Like you'll spot another person whose soul's intact out of the entire crowd. So that's my opinion. I think that's where we're heading.
You could even substitute soul with mentis, mind. It's all about imprisoning the mind, right?
Yeah, I will say this. I don't think the people that have taken what's come out yet has had their soul or spirit ripped out or anything like that. But I do think that they will rush out something that will effectively do that. And so, yeah, I guess that's speculation. So you
gotta wonder what shape their soul is in to even get it to begin with, to not be able to see through this stuff that's going on.
That's right. It's at a very